My name is Lin Xiao. In my past life, I was a death row inmate. 1 second before the firing squad pulled the trigger, I figured this was the end of the line for me. But when I opened my eyes again, I was lying on a creaky old wooden bed, covered by a sour-smelling old cotton quilt. Above me were low rafters, and all around were mottled earthen walls. Before I could even get my bearings, a flood of memories that weren't mine came pouring into my head like a tidal wave. The pain nearly knocked me out again. Once I steadied myself, I finally understood. I traveled through time. I'd landed in the Great Yin Dynasty, becoming a 17-year-old farm boy from Lin family village in Chashan town. He was also named Lin Xiao. Both his parents were dead, and he was dirt poor. Going from a death row convict about to catch a bullet to someone who got a second chance at life. I wasn't complaining one bit. Even better, there was now a glowing map in my head, clearly displaying the entire Lin family village. Reincarnation with a built-in cheat code. This was a sure win. But before I could even figure out what those white and green dots meant, I heard a thud from next door. Someone had been quietly sobbing this whole time, but now the crying suddenly stopped. My heart lurched. I pushed open the door and froze on the spot. A thin, small girl was hanging from the rafters, her legs kicking and struggling. I rushed over and clumsily pulled her down. Good thing she was light, otherwise my weak body never could have saved her. Once I laid her flat, I got a good look. Her little face was pale and sunken, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She was pretty, but so thin it hurt to look at her. She slowly came to, and the moment she saw me, she trembled like a leaf in the wind. "Husband, please don't sell me. I'll wash and cook and serve you. I'll only eat a tiny bit of food every day." "Husband?" I flipped through the memories in my head and finally remembered who she was. Her name was Shang Susu, only 15 years old. My uncle had spent 2 taels of silver to buy her as a wife to carry on the Lin family line. Yesterday was the original owner's wedding day. But right after the ceremony, this animal actually wanted to drag in a bunch of no-good friends to violate his new bride. The girl fought back with her life, and it was my uncle and cousin who rushed over to chase those men off. But then the original owner turned right around and beat and kicked her, swearing he'd sell her. Only now did I understand the bone-deep fear in her eyes. In this godforsaken era, a woman's life was as cheap as grass. The law even stated that a woman who wasn't married by 14 had to pay extra taxes every year, and if she couldn't find a husband for 3 years, she'd either be sold to a brothel or shipped off to the frontier. I swallowed my anger and softened my voice. "I won't sell you." She froze, eyes brimming with tears, afraid to believe it. So I made it absolutely clear. "When I say I won't sell you, I won't. Stop crying and go make some food. I'm hungry." Okay. I'll go right now." To my surprise, she broke into a smile through her tears and scurried off. I rubbed the back of my head, and my fingertips came away with a scab of dried blood. Oh, now I got it. Last night, the original owner beat her, and this girl panicked, grabbed the door bar, and cracked him over the back of the head with it, knocking the life right out of him. No wonder she tried to hang herself. She'd been pushed to the brink. A little while later, Susu came running back in a panic. There's no food left." I lifted the lid of the rice jar, completely empty. The original owner had blown every last bit of the family's savings on that wedding. I forced myself to say I wasn't hungry, and she said she wasn't either. But the words had barely left her mouth when her stomach let out a growl, so loud it made the air go silent. I pretended not to hear it and let her bandage the back of my head. Silently, I made up my mind. In this life, I would make sure she lived well. Walking out of the courtyard gate, I turned to size up my new home, a small yard with a bamboo fence, 3 thatched huts, and 3 acres of poor farmland. Poor, yeah, truly poor. But my heart felt solid. In my past life, I was a major drug lord on the border. Money, women, power. I had it all, except for this feeling of solid ground beneath my feet. But how would I make money? Salt production? The government controlled that, and I'd be in prison by tomorrow. Brewing liquor? There wasn't a single grain of food in the house. I pinned my hopes on that map in my head. When I opened it up, I noticed the brightest white dot moved along with me. That was me. The white dots nearby were the villagers, and there were some green dots clustered at my uncle's house. I walked closer to look, and it turned out those green dots were my uncle's chickens. My mind raced. Green dots meant living creatures, so wouldn't they show up in the wild too? That meant I could go hunting. I remembered there was a hunting bow hanging on the wall at my uncle's place. The moment I pushed open his courtyard gate, the dogs started barking like crazy. A young man came out of the house and caught me staring at their chickens with my eyes lit up. Who else could it be? Just Lin the Third, the deadbeat. This was my second cousin, Lin Bao. I didn't like that. Who are you calling a deadbeat? Want me to knock you around? Lin Bao shrank his neck back, then stiffened up again. If my family didn't feed you, you'd have starved to death long ago. Then why don't you mention that your family's been farming my land this whole time? Have I ever charged you a single copper? While we were arguing, my uncle, Lin Jinin, came out and slapped Lin Bao. We're all family here. Then he turned to me. If you've got something to say, come inside. Inside the main room, the whole family was eating breakfast. On the table sat a small dish of pickled vegetables and a few bowls of porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it. My uncle wanted to serve me some porridge, but I shook my head. In times like these, every extra mouthful I took meant one less for someone else. Uncle, I came to borrow that bow. The whole family froze, their eyes seeming to say, You know how to shoot? My uncle was silent for a moment, but he still took down the longbow. He had zero expectation I'd actually catch anything. As long as I stopped loafing around, he'd thank his lucky stars. This bow was made of elm and ox horn, with a draw weight close to 100 pounds, almost as strong as an army war bow. I also asked for a dozen or so arrows and headed straight for the deep mountains north of the village. The big and small tea hills had already been picked clean. Bagging even a single mountain sparrow would count as lucky. The real game was in the deep old forest, crawling with venomous creatures and fierce beasts, where ordinary hunters didn't dare set foot. But I had my cheat code. Whether there was game or not, the map showed it at a glance. As I walked, I discovered something else. The more I explored ahead, the more the map slowly expanded. That made me feel even more secure. The first wild rabbit bolted before I could even knock an arrow. I shook my head and let it go. I had no confidence hitting a rabbit darting around like that. When I reached the edge of the map, a big yellow dot suddenly appeared. I parted the bushes and took a look. Well, look at that. A black-furred wild boar over 3 feet long was rooting in the dirt, its tusks glinting cold. I figured it weighed over 200 pounds. I was tempted, but I quickly cooled down. An adult boar has thick, tough hide, and once the mud on it dries, it's like a layer of earth and armor. Within 50 paces I couldn't pierce it, and if I really made it mad, one charge could take down even a tiger. So a yellow dot meant a dangerous, fierce beast. That piece of intel was worth its weight. The sun was already dipping west, and I still had nothing to show for it. Just as I was about to give up, a sorrow appeared in a mountain valley. But I was still a rookie. Before I could even get close, it sensed me and bolted up a cliff, staring down at me from above. I couldn't help laughing. This trick of climbing up high might work against a beast, but against a person? Way too naive. I walked to the base of the cliff and drew my bow. The first arrow went wide. The second missed completely. I started to get anxious. This bow was too much for my weak body. I took a deep breath, and the third arrow, dead on. The arrow pierced right through its neck. The sorrow rolled down the cliff face and went completely still. I hoisted it up and hurried back, running in one breath all the way to the big tea hill, where I collapsed on the ground, gasping. But the sky was getting darker and darker. Once I caught my breath, I gritted my teeth and got moving again. Meanwhile, back home that day, Susu hadn't been idle either. She'd taken a basket out to dig up wild vegetables, then came back and boiled up half a basin of them in plain water. She was so hungry she ate one bowl, saving all the rest for me. When night fell and I still hadn't come home, her heart was in knots. During the day, she'd heard plenty of people say I drank, gambled, and whored around, that when I lost big, I wouldn't even come home. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she got, terrified I was off haggling with a slave trader over how many coins she'd fetch. Just as her heart was pounding with dread, clang, the courtyard gate was pushed open. She ran out and, by the moonlight, made out me slumped on the ground in the yard. Tears burst out all at once as she threw herself into my arms. Please don't sell me. I'll be up working before dawn. I can chop firewood. I'll give you all the money. My heart ached and softened. I held her and comforted her. Silly girl, You're my wife. Why would I ever sell you? From now on, I'll have you living in a big house, eating good food, and wearing the prettiest clothes. Maybe this young body was too honest, because holding a soft, sweet-smelling girl, my thoughts started to drift. Susu seemed to sense it. Her face flushed crimson, and she pulled away. Embarrassed, I crouched down and pointed at the sorrow to change the subject. Look, this is what I hunted today. She was so shocked her little mouth hung wide open. A sorrow this big had to be dealt with quickly, and I didn't know how, so I had to go ask my uncle. When the family heard it was a 200-pound animal, they all came rushing over, swallowing their spit at the sight of it. My second cousin, Lin Bao, started poking and prodding all over, and I slapped his hand away. Get to work. While we were processing it, my uncle suddenly asked, "Did you go into the deep mountains?" Of course I couldn't tell the truth. No, this sorrow was limping around and walked right into my hands. My uncle didn't get suspicious. He could see one of the sorrow's legs was broken, but he didn't know it was from tumbling off the cliff. My eldest cousin, Lin Hu, urged me to never go into the deep parts. 9 out of 10 hunters who went in never came back. I said okay to his face, but in my heart I knew the deep mountains were exactly where I had to go. It was my fastest path to turning my life around. The sorrow yielded over 70 pounds of meat, plus bones and organs. In my past life, I had no family and no friends, which was what drove me down a dead-end road. In this life, now that I had family, I had to treat them right. Tonight, I wanted to treat my uncle's whole family to a good meal. I threw all the meaty bones into the pot and stewed up a full, brimming potful, so fragrant it could carry halfway across the village. The moment I said, "Dig in," the only sound left in the room was chewing. Getting a taste of meat was so hard in those days that everyone wished they'd been born with a few extra mouths. I ate until my whole mouth was greasy too, and finished off with a bowl of fresh sorrow soup, feeling great all over. I'd finally gotten a full meal. While she was eating, Susu suddenly started to cry. It's so good. I haven't eaten my fill since I was 10, let alone eaten meat. Husband, thank you. I flicked the tip of her nose. Silly girl, why thank me? From now on, I'll have you eating meat every single day, every single meal. I believe you. Her smile bloomed like a flower. The mood was warm and lively when, ahem, my uncle tossed his bones onto the table and bent down to drink his soup. My aunt turned her head away, my eldest cousin's wife covered her face, and only Lin Bao and my little nephew stared at the two of us curiously. I gave Lin Bao a smack. What are you looking at? By the time the meal broke up, it was nearly midnight, and that big potful didn't even have a drop of soup left. As they were leaving, I forced a sorrow leg and the organs on my uncle. He absolutely refused, so I turned around and handed them to my aunt, who caught them and held on tight. Early the next morning, my two cousins came with a borrowed donkey cart, saying it'd make it easier to go into town and buy grain. After loading the cart, Lin Bao noticed I'd kept over 20 pounds of meat for myself and muttered about how extravagant that was. Chashan town was over 10 miles south of the village, and we got there by mid-morning. The sorrow meat was snapped right up by a restaurant. 50 pounds of pure meat at 30 coins a pound sold for 1,500 coins, and the hide fetched another 300. Lin Bao had never seen so much copper in his whole life. His eyes were glued to the pile in my arms. Lin, who was baffled too, wondering when this third cousin of his had become so capable. First we went to the grain shop. I asked right off for 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of white flour, without even asking the price, which made Lin whose eyes go straight. Then at the general store, coarse salt, soybean oil, brown sugar, honey, eggs, peppercorns, spices. In the blink of an eye, over half a tael of silver was gone, and both my cousins were dumbstruck. At noon I ordered 3 bowls of shredded pork noodles, and when I still wasn't full, I tossed down 9 more coins for 3 more. Lin Hu rushed to stop me. 1 bowl could buy 1.5 pounds of millet. I waved him off. We're family. No need to be so formal. Lin Bao also said solemnly, from now on, if anyone dares bully you and my sister-in-law, I'll be the first to say no. While eating the noodles, I quietly checked the map. Sure enough, it had expanded again. After the meal, we headed to the fabric shop. I couldn't be bothered to wait for clothes to be made, so I went straight to the ready-made section, buying 2 sets of coarse cloth outfits for 1,050 coins and 2 pairs of cloth shoes for 110. When we came out, I only had 5 coins left in my pocket. The three of us drove the cart back, and the sun was already sinking west by the time we spotted the village entrance. Under the big tree, a group of wives sat gossiping, and the star of their conversation today was none other than me. My aunt sat in the middle, beaming and gesturing. My third went out with a bow in the morning and hauled back 200 pounds of game by evening. He cooked up a whole pot of meat and had us all eat it. Now that's a filial boy. An older woman sneered. You're not even his real mother. Who doesn't know Lin Zhao's a lazy good-for-nothing? He fed you a tiny bit of meat, and you're already showing off. My aunt's face turned livid with anger. But in the end, the villagers believed the older woman more. After all, the original owner really did have a rotten reputation. The older woman grew even smugger. Didn't you say he went to sell meat? Fine, we'll just wait right here and see how filial your third is. See what he brings back for you. My aunt opened her mouth, but couldn't come up with a single retort. Just as she was wavering on whether to hurry off, jingle, jingle, a crisp bell sound drew nearer. A donkey cart was slowly rolling in. My eldest cousin Lin, who was driving, and my second cousin Lin Bao, and I were sitting in the cart. They're back. The crowd swarmed over all at once. Wow, so much rice and white flour. That must have cost a fortune. That's a huge jar of soybean oil, enough to last till next summer. Oh, and there's a set of women's clothes too. Clearly bought for the wife. Xiao really knows how to treat his woman. Everyone chattered at once, and I got a headache trying to keep up. That's when the snide-tongued Annie Fong seized her chance to speak up. Xiao just got married, so of course he's good to his wife. I heard you're a filial one too. So what did you bring back for your elders? I frowned. My parents were long dead. So who was I supposed to be filial to? But when I turned my head and saw my aunt standing behind me looking embarrassed, I understood right away. This aunt of mine wasn't exactly harsh with me, just distant. But when my uncle spent 2 taels of silver to get the original owner a wife, if she'd really wanted to stop it, she could have. In the end, she didn't. I'd remember that kindness. As it happened, 2 of the things I'd bought were meant for my uncle's family all along. Perfect timing. I could bring them out to give my aunt some face. Annie Fong's right. I used to be immature. If it weren't for my uncle's family taking care of me, I'd have starved to death long ago. In fact, I was just planning to bring this over to their place. I dug out a clay jar from the cart and deliberately lifted the lid to show everyone. A full jar of brown sugar. Wow, brown sugar. That's got to be a whole pound. The crowd was green with envy. In those days, brown sugar was a rare tonic, something people only splurged on by the ounce when someone was sick or a woman was giving birth. Only then did I pretend to just notice my aunt. Oh, Auntie, you're here too? That saves me a trip. I stepped forward briskly and pressed the brown sugar into her hands. You child, if you've got money, you should save it. If you keep spending it recklessly, your auntie's going to get mad. I nodded along while thinking to myself, before you get mad, could you please press down those corners of your mouth that are curling up? Might as well go all in. I dug out the other clay jar too. Auntie, this is honey. Drink it in water, and it soothes your lungs and stops coughs. It's good for your complexion and skin too. Brush a bit on when you roast meat, and, oh, you have no idea how delicious it tastes. Honey-glazed roast meat? The crowd was stunned. What kind of heavenly dish was that? My aunt was absolutely beaming, her face all spring sunshine on that late autumn day. She kept looking around the crowd for Annie Fong. Too bad. That woman had already vanished without a trace. After seeing off the crowd, I finally made it home. Susu ran out to greet me, and we unloaded the cart together. Rice, white flour, soybean oil, eggs, every single thing was something she'd never dared to dream of before. When she came across that set of women's clothes, her eyes misted over again. The clothes on her back were patches upon patches. Aside from the beating she got the day she married in, the days ahead felt to her like a dream. That evening, I waved my hand grandly and declared I'd cook myself. Susu got a fright. The head of the household cooking would get people talking behind your back. But I was firm about it, so she had no choice but to let me. I scored the sorrel leg with a crisscross pattern, marinated it, and set it over the fire to roast, drizzling salt water on it bit by bit. Once both sides turned golden, I brushed on honey. I tore off a piece and stuffed it in my mouth. Crispy outside, tender inside. So savory, it whetted my whole appetite. I told Susu to eat first. Then I grabbed a sorrel leg and headed to my uncle's place. I walked in right as they were eating, Same old thing, thin porridge with pickled vegetables. I handed the sorrel leg into my aunt's hands. She was warming up to me more and more now, and even my 4-year-old nephew, Lin Shu-win, had gotten clingy. If his mother hadn't held him back, he'd have wanted to sleep in my bed. I thought to myself, cuddling you can't compare to cuddling my wife. Back home, Susu was still waiting for me, and the two of us enjoyed a wonderful meal together. Early the next morning, the village wives came by to invite Susu to dig wild vegetables. She was happy to be fitting into the village, so she gladly went. There was no shortage of food at home, so I wasn't in a hurry to hunt. Instead, I practiced archery in the yard. Funny thing was, I'd done plenty of archery in my past life and figured my aim wasn't bad. But that first time hunting the sorrel, it took me until the third arrow to hit. Muscle memory matters a lot, and I needed to get it back, so I'd fire an arrow at a wooden board now and then. Even stranger, this bow felt lighter and lighter in my hands. I could draw it 20 times in a row without feeling tired. Was it because I'd been eating well these past couple days and gained strength? Or had I just been that week before? I even had the odd feeling that this sudden burst of strength was connected to the map in my head expanding. One trip into the mountains, one trip into town. The map grew, and my strength grew too. There was no way to prove it for now, so I didn't dwell on it. I kept practicing in the afternoon, each arrow faster than the last, each one fiercer. If I really ran into that boar again, I'd have a bit more confidence now. I was drinking some water when a sneaky shadow flitted past the gate. I grabbed my bow and arrow and shouted, "Who's there?" "Whoa, whoa, brother, it's me." A young man with a bird's nest of hair poked his head in. Chinair, the same age as me, one of the original owner's no-good buddies. His father had been a hunter who went into the deep mountains a few years back and never came home, leaving him and his widowed mother behind. The older he got, the more he turned into a hooligan. "Heard you bagged a sorrel and made good money. Why didn't you invite me for a drink?" I sneered. "Just because I made money means I have to buy you drinks? Who do you think you are?" His face stiffened, but he kept the fawning smile as he inched toward the kitchen. "Fine, no drinks then. But there's still some meat left, right? Let me grab a few pounds to build myself up." I kicked him flat on his back. "Get lost. Want meat? Go hunt it yourself." His face went completely dark. "So you won't show a friend any loyalty at all? Say what you will, but on your wedding day, I did you a huge favor." That set me off. His huge favor was wanting to violate my wife, wasn't it? I raised my hand and loosed an arrow. Thwip! It nailed into the ground right between his legs. A warm patch spread across his crotch, and his face went white as a sheet. Get out! The aura of that man from my past life, the one who looked down on everything, suddenly bore down. Chinair scrambled and crawled his way out of the yard. The next day, I took my bow to my uncle's place to find a hunting partner. That 200-plus-pound boar was more than I could bring back alone. I wanted to find my steady eldest cousin, but as luck would have it, he'd gone out to chop firewood. Speaking of firewood, a chill ran through me. In those days, of all the daily necessities, firewood came first. What we had at home was only enough for regular cooking, but once heavy snow sealed off the mountains, people could freeze to death. I hurried to add chopped firewood to my plans. My eldest cousin wasn't around, but my second cousin Lin Bao was more than eager. I'll go. Take me along. Good brother." I pursed my lips. Fine. He wasn't as steady as my eldest cousin, but at least he was a strong laborer. "Are you looking down on me? You just pursed your lips." "No, you saw wrong. You totally pursed them." I did not. The two of us climbed over the Big T hill and headed inward. Lin Bao lowered his voice. "Third, are we going into the deep mountains?" "What, scared?" "I'm not scared. If you're not scared, then keep it down." When we got to the spot from last time, the boar was nowhere in sight, but the ground was covered in hoof prints from rooting, along with bits of winter bamboo shoots, so that animal had come to munch on them. There was a patch of bamboo growing here. Too bad I hadn't brought tools, or I could have dug up some winter shoots to stir-fry with meat, another delicious dish. Looking at the map, I saw over a dozen green dots. There was no need to camp out waiting, so I decided to check other spots first. But along the way, Lin Bao became my alarm system. He spotted a wild rabbit and yelled so fat. The rabbit ran off. He spotted a pheasant and cried, "It's a pheasant." The pheasant flew away. "Can you not make noise?" I really regretted bringing him. "I'm just too happy, you know." He looked like a boy who'd been caught doing something wrong. Luckily, there was plenty of game, and even two rookies bagged 3 fat rabbits and 2 pheasants over the morning, all hung on Lin Bao's waist. He was thrilled beyond words. At noon, the two of us returned to the bamboo grove to eat our rice balls when a huff sound suddenly came from far off. The boar was here. We quickly ducked behind a big rock. The big boar walked over to where we'd been sitting, sniffed around, and lifted its head to look about. My heart tightened. This thing wouldn't discover us, would it? Luckily, it didn't dwell on it, moving over beneath the bamboo and starting to root in the dirt. I leaned in and whispered in Lin Bao's ear. See those 2 trees over there? Once I shoot, don't worry about anything else. Get up the left one right away. I also signaled him to unhook the game from his waist so it wouldn't get in the way. He nodded, his face grave. The distance was 60 or 70 paces. With my current strength, more than enough to punch through. Don't even think about the head. An arrow won't pierce the skull. Shoot the body and it won't die right away, and there are too many variables in the deep mountains. The surest shot was the neck. I drew the bow to full and waited for it to turn sideways. Whoosh! The arrow pierced its neck. The boar grunted, whipped its head around, and charged straight at us. Up the tree. The big trees in the forest had lots of branches, and the two of us scrambled up easily. Once I'd steadied myself in a fork, I saw the boar charging Lin Bao's tree and shouted for him to hold on tight, then loosed another arrow into its spine. Bang! Even the bole-thick tree shook, and leaves rained down. Lin Bao's arms and legs were clamped around the trunk for dear life. Just as I was about to fire again, the boar turned and charged my tree instead. I quickly stowed my bow and hugged the trunk, but the impact was gentler than I expected. Looking down, I saw the animal's 4 legs were already twitching as it collapsed to the ground. I didn't dare let my guard down. Only when it went completely still did I put another arrow in it, and seeing no reaction, I finally jumped down. The moment Lin Bao got off his tree, his legs gave out, and he slumped to the ground. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? I mocked him relentlessly. He rolled his eyes and ignored me. I found a sturdy pole, and we dragged the boar downhill and carried it uphill, making it back to the village before dark. The wives heading home after digging wild vegetables saw this huge boar and stared, wide-eyed. Xiao, did you hunt this? So big, it must sell for a lot. Lin Bao walked out front, head high and chest out, no longer complaining about being tired. Third, and I hunted this together. Impressive, huh? I scanned around and didn't see Susu. Just as I was lamenting that she'd missed this big moment, a girl with a long braid volunteered to run out to the fields and call her. Susu came back surrounded by a crowd, being praised the whole way as so lucky, her face as red as a ripe fruit. Once we set the boar down at home, I sent Lin Bao to fetch third granduncle from the east end of the village, who knew how to butcher pigs. Before long, my uncle's whole family came too, and except for my uncle keeping a stern face, everyone else was all smiles. My uncle pulled me aside. You said you didn't go into the deep mountains. I couldn't hide it anymore, and I'd have to keep going in the future, so I just came clean. Uncle, I did go in, but I have a way to avoid the fierce beasts. So many veteran hunters have no way, and you've got some method? I organized things I'd picked up online in my past life into a plausible explanation. Fierce beasts all have a strong sense of territory. They mark scent by urinating along the edges of their turf, warning other animals that this place already has an owner. And I have a way to tell these markings apart. My uncle was still half doubtful when third granduncle arrived. In his younger days, he'd been a famous butcher for miles around. With one clean stroke, he cut him below the arrow wound to drain the blood. When Susu came back and saw a pig this big, she was startled, but she was even more worried about me. Husband, are you all right? Can we please not go hunting anymore? I saw her delicate frame trembling and pulled her into my arms. Don't worry, your husband's got a tough life. Nobody can take it from me. The mischievous kids watching the excitement started jeering, shame, shame, and Susu ducked into the kitchen, her face red. I shot them a hard glare. Once the boar was processed, more and more villagers gathered, all crammed into my yard, which wouldn't do. I stood up and called out, Folks, it's getting late, so everyone head home. Anyone who wants boar meat, come to my place tomorrow to buy it. I guarantee it'll be cheaper than in town. The moment they heard cheaper, everyone's interest was piqued. and they headed home to talk it over. My eldest cousin asked, "You're not taking it into town to sell? You won't get a good price in the village. Boar meat's cheap to begin with. Even hauling it into town wouldn't fetch much. We're all neighbors here, so it saves the hassle." That night, I cut off the most tender piece, stewed a big pot of butcher's hot pot with both the fat and lean parts, and I ate 3 whole bowls of rice in one go. The next morning, I wasn't woken until the sun was already high. Everyone was waiting for me to set the price. A long table was set up in the yard, the pork piled high, and the neighbors watched anxiously, afraid I'd price it too high. My uncle looked like he wanted to say something, and I knew he was afraid I'd price it too low. I'd already made up my mind. Everyone knows boar meat goes for 20 coins a pound at market. Since we're all neighbors, let's make it 15. The words had barely left my mouth when the whole yard cheered, and my uncle breathed a sigh of relief too. I'd thought this price through. Too expensive and the neighbors wouldn't like it. Too cheap and they'd take me for a fool. While the family got busy cutting meat and collecting money, I actually had nothing to do, so I went out to find a tree and practice archery. When I came back close to noon, more than half the meat was still on the stand. "Why is there so much left?" My uncle looked helpless. Plenty of people bought, but they only cut off an ounce or 2 each. Only the village head's family was generous, taking 1.5 pounds. The common folk were just too poor. With no money, there was nothing I could do. Could I trade goods for it? My eyes lit up. "Uncle, tell the neighbors, anyone without money can trade firewood. 1 load of firewood for 1 pound of meat. A load for 1 pound. My uncle waved his hands over and over. "That's way too much of a loss. A load of firewood is only worth 10-something coins. My eldest cousin also tried to talk me out of it. "Third, your family's short on firewood. Lin Bao and I will just make a couple extra trips up the mountain. No need to trade meat for it." I stepped closer and said, "Right now it's not winter yet, so firewood's cheap. But once heavy snow seals the mountains, the price goes up. Besides, I've got important business that only my 2 cousins can help me with. How could I trust anyone else with it? I can't spend all my time chopping firewood." Everyone thought that made sense. Important business. Of course you'd turn to your own family. When my aunt heard I was going to help her 2 sons make money, she got even happier. "Your uncle and I can't just eat for free. Leave the firewood to us." No, you 2 elders shouldn't wear yourselves out." I hurried to stop her. In those days, common folk had short lifespans, mostly because they were worked to death. My uncle's family were the closest people I had in this world, and I wanted them to live long, healthy lives. With elders at home to protect, no one could pull rank on the younger generation. The young are the elders' backbone, and the elders are the young ones' safe harbor. Once the news spread, the villagers came flooding back right after lunch. Spending money felt like a waste, but whose family didn't have firewood? Some brought 1 load, some 2, and some even hauled 3 loads. I helped carry the wood too, and in under 2 hours, all 200-some pounds of boar, organs included, were gone. Latecomers slapped their thighs in regret. Looking at the mountain of firewood piled up in the yard, my heart felt so solid. It was like that sense of security in my past life, having gas in the car and money in the bank, so you could get dropped in any strange city and never panic. Back inside, I tallied up the copper coins. My eldest cousin's wife handed me the string of cash. 713 coins total. "Count it." I pushed it back. The boar wasn't hunted by me alone. Being able to trade for this much firewood is more than enough for me. "You all keep the money." My eldest cousin refused. "Being able to hunt a boar this big was mostly thanks to you." "What help was Lin Bao?" My uncle nodded too. "It's good enough that he didn't get in the way." Lin Bao, dismissed as utterly worthless, sulked off to the side. I stuffed the money back into my eldest cousin's wife's hands and said earnestly, "We're family. No need to keep pushing it back and forth." Without second brother, I couldn't have brought that boar back on my own. Lin Bao's chest puffed up an inch. In the end, unable to refuse, they took it. After seeing off my uncle's family, I dug out 2 pigs' trotters I'd secretly hidden away from a clay jar. Susu was surprised. Weren't they all sold out? "These are the good stuff I stashed away." I grinned. "Why didn't you hide the fatty meat?" "What's so great about trotters?" "Wife, you don't understand. Trotters are good for the complexion. They make your skin firm and springy. I saved them just for you." She was so embarrassed her face nearly bled. "Look at you, always the expert." I thought I'd get a good night's sleep, but at the crack of dawn, I was woken by knocking at the door. I opened it to find Lin Bao, hatchet, and rope all ready to go. Are you crazy? What are you doing here this early? Hunting, of course. What else? This edgy kid was way too eager to prove himself. When I asked, I found out he hadn't even eaten breakfast. So much for sleeping in with my wife. After the three of us ate, I tucked away the rice balls Susu had prepared and headed out. Sometimes a man's decisions are just that casual. Well, we're already up, so let's go. Does your family know you came out hunting? No. I pressed a hand to my forehead, speechless. Once we entered the deep mountains, Lin Bao actually stopped being afraid. That boar from last time was a loner, so I concluded it was a bachelor pig, and I didn't go back to the old spot. Instead, I looked elsewhere. As we approached a green dot, I suddenly stopped. Not far off was a flash of snowy white. Lin Bao tugged hard at the hem of my clothes. He'd seen it too. A snow fox. A once-in-a-century sight, a little over half a meter long, pure white, without a single stray hair. That pelt alone was worth over 1,000 taels of silver. But every time I was about to release the string, it would edge forward a few steps, teasing me into following. After chasing several hundred meters, it dove under a dead tree and vanished. It's gone. I know. That dead tree is probably its den. While I was saying this, my whole mind was fixed on the snow fox when something suddenly burst out of the bushes beside us with a whoosh. Both of us jumped, and I raised my hand and fired on reflex. What is that? Looks like a deer. Following the blood trail, sure enough, it was a young deer, about 60 pounds. Lin Bao hoisted it up all by himself. Back at the dead tree, I calculated that the snow fox was small and fast. I'd never hit it with an arrow, so the best bet was a snare. But I had no tools. While I was puzzling over it, my head suddenly gave a sharp jolt of pain. Not too painful, more like a warning. I quickly opened the map. At the edge of the colored area was a red dot, closing in on us. I was instantly on alert. I didn't know what the red dot was, but based on my gaming experience from my past life, it had to be a high-level fierce beast that could get us killed. Move now. There was no time to explain. The two of us grabbed the deer and bolted downhill, running in one breath all the way out of the deep mountains before we dared to catch our breath. What in the world was that? Just now, a dangerous fierce beast was heading straight for us. Wow, what beast? I don't know either. I shook my head. Only running into a fierce beast on my third trip in. That counted as lucky. What thrilled me even more was discovering that this map could give warnings. We got home just past noon, and Susu wasn't there. The two of us heated up the rice balls to fill our stomachs. Lin Bao stroked the deer's antlers and got excited. They haven't hardened yet. It's velvet antler. I felt them, and sure enough, though it was only a short section, it was worth several taels of silver. Add in the hide and venison, and this trip might sell for over 10 taels. Go call your dad. We'll process the meat this afternoon and haul it into town to sell tomorrow. Then I suddenly remembered hearing in my past life about an emperor who especially loved venison. Not only did he eat it himself, he'd host banquets for the nobles and high ministers to enjoy it together. At that thought, I shot to my feet. If venison was this precious, maybe I could sell it for an even higher price. I called out to stop Lin Bao. Go borrow the cart from the village head's place. We're going into town right now. Huh? Right now? I went into the kitchen, cut off a piece of marinated sorrow meat, and shoved it at him. Quit yapping, hurry up. The donkey cart was borrowed, and after covering the little deer, we headed straight for town. The donkey cart rolled south the whole way, and we made it back to Chashan town before dark. But before that, I need to tell you about this deer-selling trip of mine. Manager Wang of the Zuexiang restaurant in town had been so worried lately, he couldn't sleep. He'd heard fighting had broken out on the border again, and the court was suffering defeat after defeat. Chashan town wasn't too close to the border, but it wasn't far either. With his boss's grandfather's 60th birthday coming up, he was set on using the occasion to maneuver for a promotion, ideally a transfer to the county seat, where high walls offered protection and safety. But as luck would have it, he didn't have a single presentable birthday gift on hand. Right as he was fretting, a servant came to report that a hunter was asking to see him. He was about to send me away, but on second thought, he decided to see me. The back door opened, and I cupped my hands toward this middle-aged man in a blue robe. Manager Wang, this humble one is troubling you again. He recognized me. Over the years, he'd dealt with plenty of hunters, but I was the first one who was neither servile nor arrogant. What good goods have you got this time? I didn't waste words and pushed aside the straw directly. Take a look. A deer. His eyes lit up, but when he saw its small size and short antlers, he shook his head in disappointment. Rare, it's rare, but it's too small. It won't yield much meat. 10 tails, how about it? I smiled and shook my head, holding up 5 fingers. He was taken aback. Did I think 10 tails was too much and wanted 5? Or did I want 5 more added on? While he was confused, I named the number. 50 tails. The servant beside him and Lin Bao were both dumbstruck on the spot. How did I dare? Manager Wang dug at his ear. How much did you say? Did I hear wrong? Or did you misspeak? I stayed calm and composed. You heard right. Since I dare to ask this price, I guarantee I'll make you even more money. Oh, let me hear it, then. He gave a cold snort. It was only the composure built up over years that kept him from blowing up on the spot. Manager Wang, have you heard of the whole deer feast? No, but I know of the whole fish feast. I explained, unhurried. The whole fish feast symbolizes a carp leaping over the dragon gate and a soaring career. Scholars love it. But my whole deer feast is not one bit inferior. It even has another name, the Feast of Fortune, Rank, and Longevity. Since ancient times, the deer has been an auspicious creature, spiritually attuned, a blessing bestowed by heaven. In the realm of the immortals, it's the mount of the god of longevity, governing health and long life. What's more, deer sounds like rank. Fortune, rank, and longevity, all 3 in one. So tell me, how much should a feast like that be worth? After hearing this out, Manager Wang couldn't come back to his senses for a long while. He'd been fretting over how to maneuver with the old master's birthday feast, and he never imagined a hunter would hand him this ray of hope. This whole deer feast, he absolutely had to have it. He nodded without giving anything away. That makes sense. But 50 taels is too expensive. 15. Seeing this was going somewhere, I held my ground all the more. How is that expensive? Once it's made, whether you sell it for 100 taels or 200 is all up to you. I'll take a step back, 45 taels. Who spends 1 or 200 taels on a birthday feast? 20 at most. This money wouldn't go through the restaurant's books. He'd have to pay it out of his own pocket, so he'd save wherever he could. That kind of money is a drop in the bucket for a wealthy household. 40 taels, not a bit less. 25 taels. 35. 30, and not a single coin more. Deal. With 3 tin-tael silver ingots in hand, the stone weighing on my heart finally dropped. The whole deer feast was just a gimmick, and being able to sell it for 30 taels already far exceeded what the deer itself was worth. Take it to the ice cellar. In 3 days, I'll personally deliver it to Namping County. Manager Wang breathed a sigh of relief too. 30 taels was a lot, but compared to his future prospects, it was nothing at all. Deliver it to Namping County. I was startled. The deal was done, so he no longer hid anything and said cheerfully, Young Lin, you've done me a huge favor. In a few days, it's my boss's grandfather's 60th birthday, and this feast of fortune, rank, and longevity couldn't have come at a better time. I cursed silently to myself. I got shortchanged. But since things had already come to this, I didn't dwell on it. Driving the cart away from the Zuexiang restaurant, I headed straight for the grain shop. Last time I'd had little money and bought little, but this time I had to stock up plenty of grain. The servant still recognized me, and the moment I walked in, he served hot tea. In those days, most people bought coarse grains, and buyers of fine grain were a rare sight indeed. 100 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of white flour. I was calculating that this would last us until spring. Then I turned my head and saw Lin Bao's eyes bulging, so I added, make it another 50 pounds each of rice and flour. How could I forget Uncle's family? That would just be ungrateful. As for the coarse grains, well, I don't eat those anyway. After the grain shop, we headed into the cloth store. I lost some face haggling last time, and this time I was going to earn it back. Only after getting home did I realize that the labor cost for ready-made clothes wasn't cheap. But Aunt, my older cousin-in-law, and Susu, they all knew how to sew. Since that was the case, why bother buying finished goods? Just buy some good fabric. I did the math in my head. 1 bolt of cloth makes 3 sets of unlined clothes. 2 households, 8 people. 3 bolts would do. With the cold coming, cotton padded clothes had to be counted too. 1 bolt makes 2 padded outfits, so 4 bolts. Then quilts. one per person, 2 bolts each, 16 bolts. Then the cotton stuffing, 3 pounds per padded outfit, 7 pounds per quilt, 80 pounds total. Once I had it all figured out, I waved my hand. 23 bolts of fine cloth, 80 pounds of cotton. Loaded up. The moment I said it, every customer and clerk in the shop was stunned. This wasn't someone shopping. This was someone stocking a warehouse. The shopkeeper hurried over. His surname was Liu, and he clicked away at his abacus. Young Master Lin. Fine cloth is 600 copper per bolt, so 23 bolts comes to 13 taels and 800 coins. Cotton is 40 copper per pound, so 80 pounds is 3 taels and 200 coins. 17 taels even, all together, and I'll throw in the needles and thread for free. How does that sound? Fine. I didn't dawdle. Buying so much, the shop would even deliver, saving me the hauling. Out of the cloth store, Lin Bao trailed behind me in a daze. My spending kept shattering his understanding of what was possible. Just as he was about to ask whether we were heading home, I turned into the blacksmith shop and bought a mattock and 2 iron shovels. Everything valuable at home had already been sold off by the original owner, and without tools we couldn't get by. That snow fox up in the mountains was still very much on my mind. We got back to the village entrance by moonlight, and I could faintly make out a few figures under the big tree. These women sure can chat. It's this late, and they're still not going home. Lin Bao rolled his eyes at me. Take a closer look. I focused my eyes. Turns out it was Susu and Uncle's whole family. Before we'd even gotten close, several figures came rushing over to greet us. Husband, third brother, little Bao. Different names, all filled with joy and worry. Susu threw herself into my arms, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, you could have just waited for me at home. What did you come running out here for? I was worried about you. She buried her face in my shoulder, her voice choked up. Warmth spread through my chest. Being someone people cared about felt wonderful. Your husband was wrong. Will you forgive me, dear wife? Having soothed my wife, I turned my head to find second cousin clutching his skull, receiving another form of love from his parents. I quickly turned back around and waited until the storm had passed before leading Susu closer. I thought I was in for a scolding, but Uncle took a different tone. You're all grown now, with minds of your own. But I'll say this, whatever you do, don't make the family worry. At least give us a heads up. If the village head hadn't told us you'd borrowed the donkey cart, we'd have thought you were still up in the mountains. Family love became tangible in that moment, and I nodded, thoroughly ashamed. But the second the family laid eyes on the rice and flour piled on the cart, Lin Bao and I were forgotten instantly. My mouth twitched. Oh well, as long as they were happy. We left 50 pounds each of rice and flour at Uncle's, then hauled the rest back to our own place. Since we got back late, no one in the village knew yet that we'd stocked up on fine grain. But the next day, I became the center of attention anyway. Around noon, a mule cart rolled into the village, loaded with dozens of bolts of fine cloth and cotton piled high like clouds. It caused an immediate sensation. Villagers poured out of their homes to gawk. So much cloth, so much cotton. That must have cost a fortune. Where's it headed? It's got to be the wrong address. The driver eyed this rundown mountain village with plenty of doubt himself, but the receipt clearly stated in black and white. Lin Family Village, 15 li north of Chashan Town. When he opened his mouth to ask whether young Master Lin Xiao lived here, the whole village exploded. A few hunting trips up the mountain, and he'd gotten this rich. I'd known the goods were coming today, so I'd stayed home on purpose to wait. The whole family was busy splitting bamboo into thin strips. Uncle asked yet again, "You really saw a snow fox?" It wasn't just a rabbit. Lin Bao got impatient. How many times are you going to ask? Third brother and I both saw it together. How could it be fake? Everybody hurry up. We're heading up the mountain early tomorrow. Uncle shot him a look that said, "You're asking for a beating." And second cousin immediately wilted. With the bamboo about done, the women went into the kitchen to cook. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. I opened the door to find a mule cart surrounded by a thick ring of people. "Young Master Lin, delivery for you." The cloth shop's clerk was polite, not looking down on us despite the shabby courtyard. The moment the mule cart entered the yard, the onlookers surged in too. Someone gasped, "It really is Zhao's family. What do they need all this for?" Someone guessed, "Probably making padded clothes and quilts. But that's a lot." And someone said sourly, "Where'd his family get that kind of money?" I ignored them, checked the receipt against the goods, and called the family over to unload. Only then did they snap out of their daze. Lin Bao was the most composed of all. After all, he and third brother had bought it together. Uncle and older cousin kept marveling at how much I could spend, spending so freely it made their hearts ache, even though the money wasn't theirs. Aunt and older cousin-in-law were secretly thrilled. Third son was so filial. Surely he'd give them a bolt or two for their own clothes. Susu had eyes only for me. Capable and caring. This was the blessing heaven had granted her. After the clerk left, Uncle voiced the question on everyone's mind. "Third son, what are you buying all this cloth and cotton for?" The watching villagers all pricked up their ears. I said it like it was obvious. "For making clothes." I pulled my little nephew Lin Shuwen, who'd been playing in the mud, closer. "Look at these patches on top of patches. I figure I'll make everyone in the family a new set. Winter's coming too, so we'll each need padded clothes and a quilt." The crowd sucked in a collective breath. What kind of household was this? So what if there were patches? Even the village head's family had patched clothes. Who here had fewer than 3 patches on them? Not to mention the quilts. Some families huddled the whole household under a single quilt for warmth all winter, and here you were giving everyone their own. "Third uncle, you're really making me new clothes?" Lin Shuwen wrapped his mud-covered hands around me. I ruffled his hair. "Of course, everyone in our family will have new clothes to wear." "You little rascal, you got your third uncle all dirty." Older cousin-in-law pulled him back into her arms. "Even if we make them, we make third uncle and third aunts first. What's the rush? Mine has to be made first too. I earned all that money. I've got a share of the credit." Lin Bao puffed out his chest. He'd worn his brother's hand-me-downs since childhood and had longed for new clothes for so long. Aunt was overjoyed. "Everyone gets some, everyone gets some. We'll put in extra effort. I guarantee you'll all be wearing new clothes within 10 days. Hearing that made me anxious. The padded clothes and quilts needed to be rushed too. Winter was almost here, growing colder by the day, and it might snow any moment. Then I glanced at those villagers who lingered, reluctant to leave, and an idea suddenly came to me. "Aunt, we could hire the skilled hands in the village to help. Why wear ourselves to the bone doing it all?" "You silly child, it's not like we can't do it ourselves. Why waste money like that?" Aunt was reluctant to part with the money, preferring to labor herself. I got a headache. The whole family was used to being frugal. If they could avoid spending, they wouldn't. But right then, watching these normally friendly neighbors, I suddenly felt like a lamb surrounded by wolves. As long as everyone stayed poor together, things were fine. But the moment your family suddenly got rich, you became a target for envy. Before the first snow had even fallen, a chill ran through my heart. After a good deal of persuading, I finally got it settled. The family also understood the wisdom that spreading your wealth keeps people at peace. And besides, it wouldn't cost much. Aunt had only one condition. She got to decide who to hire. I agreed readily. The unskilled and the slackers, of course, were out. Once word got out, young girls and married women swarmed us. 10 copper a day was better than what their own men earned chopping wood all day, plus a free lunch. People would practically fight to the death over it. With all that commotion, we ended up eating lunch very, very late. After the meal, my 2 cousins and I had just finished preparing the materials for the traps when the village head showed up with more than 10 of the village's hunters. The family didn't dare be careless. Second master. Second uncle. The village head, Lin Yue, shared our surname, a distant relative beyond the 5th degree of kinship. He was courteous and didn't put on airs. "Xiao, I hear you've got excellent hunting skills, and even a way to avoid the fierce beasts deep in the mountains. Second master here would like to ask a favor of you." Uncle's family didn't look too pleased. Word of our family striking it rich had already spread everywhere, and now this pack of hunters showing up clearly meant they wanted me to lead them into the mountains. Every extra person meant one more share of the profits, so naturally no one was happy about it. I could see the village head's difficult position. Up in the mountains it was every man for himself. Things I could do myself. Why bring outsiders, let alone a whole group of them? But I had my own calculations. "Second master, I understand what you mean. You've come in person, and most of those present are my uncles and elders. I can't refuse my elders' faces. But I have 3 conditions." The hunters broke into smiles the moment they heard. If they could safely enter the deep mountains, they'd accept 30 conditions, let alone 3. First, we form a hunting team. Once in the mountains, everything follows my command, and anyone who disobeys is out immediately. Second, distribution is according to work done, and those who join can't dispute it. Third, the game gets sold to the village first at a low price, and only what's left gets sold elsewhere. More than 10 voices agreed as one, all willing to join. The village head was moved to tears. He hadn't expected that even in my conditions, I'd remembered to fight for the villagers' benefit. After everyone dispersed, the most displeased was Ant. Isn't the village head just bullying us? If he wants to hunt, go hunt himself. Why should third son lead them? It's plain taking advantage. I gathered the family into the main room and explained it piece by piece. Our family was now a target for all eyes. Wealth stirs people's hearts, and plenty envied us. Given enough time, someone was bound to develop wicked intentions. Mountain folk were simple and honest, but when they turned to evil, they did so without regard for consequences. By giving away a portion of the profit, we spread out the risk and made things safer. Pulling this group of hunters close, binding our interests together. In this land where imperial authority doesn't reach the countryside, it amounted to an extra layer of protection. Third son's right. It's not scarcity people fear, but unfair distribution. Wicked people are hard to guard against. Uncle saw it clearly. The others, though reluctant, understood what mattered. Our family wasn't yet rich enough to hire guards and servants. Early the next morning, Uncle couldn't resist the lure of the snow fox and came along too. They were all-season hunters, so I felt reassured. This time it was practically the whole family turning out. I led the way with my bow. Uncle carried the fine net, hatchet, and rope. Older cousin shouldered the mattock and shovels, and Lin Bao carried a bundle of bamboo strips he'd whittled the day before. When we reached that dead tree, I breathed a sigh of relief. No signs of fierce beasts. Uncle found a tuft of fur at the burrow's mouth and was beside himself with excitement. It really is a snow fox. A single pelt was worth 1,000 taels of silver. Who could stay calm at that? I studied the terrain again, then walked to a shrub not far from the dead tree and drew a circle a meter wide in the dirt with the shovel. Right here, everyone worked together, and in about 2 hours we dug a pit over a meter deep. All the dugout soil was thrown far away, and we laid the thin bamboo strips one by one across the pit's mouth, spaced not too wide and not too narrow, then scattered a thick layer of dead leaves on top, smoothing over any traces of human work as best we could. The nearby shrubs I trimmed to make hiding easier. Finally, I took out some scraps of meat and, starting from the dead tree's burrow, dragged a line along the ground all the way up to right above the trap, gently setting the meat scraps on the bamboo strips. Done. I handed the bow to Uncle and had him hide in another shrub, so that if the trap failed, he could shoot the fox directly. I sent older cousin and Lin Bao far away. Having too many people around now would only ruin things. I wrapped the fine net around my hand, ready to throw it at any moment, then slipped into the shrub beside the trap and waited quietly for the prey to come. 1 hour. 2 hours. It was past noon and still no sign of the snow fox. I had to watch my surroundings while constantly keeping an eye on the map in my mind to guard against approaching beasts, and on top of that I hadn't eaten lunch. I was thoroughly worn out. Just as I was about to stretch my numb neck, a green dot began slowly moving this way. I tensed instantly. Soon, a streak of snowy white burst into view and darted straight into the dead tree's hollow. Before long, it poked its head out, sniffing along the ground, following my meat trail step by step, walking and stopping, occasionally raising its head to look around. Just before it reached the meat scraps, it suddenly halted, backed up a stretch, and only when it sensed no danger did it slowly return. My heart nearly leapt out of my throat, but thankfully I held still. The fox was cunning indeed. It pulled this same fake out 2 more times, even circling the meat scraps round and round, several times over, before finally lunging forward at full speed. The instant its front paws landed, the bamboo strips couldn't bear its weight, and its whole body plunged straight to the bottom of the pit. At that very same moment, I flung the net over the pit's mouth. The pit wasn't deep, and the snow fox leapt to escape, only to crash headfirst into the net. Quick as I was, I yanked the net tight. Yaji, Yaji. Watching that snowy white figure struggling desperately in the net, I finally cracked a satisfied smile. Back home, the women making clothes were sitting in a circle in Uncle's courtyard. For secrecy, we'd moved the operation over there. Still selling it to the fur merchant in town? Lin Bao asked. Older cousin frowned. Selling to them's a raw deal, they pushed the price way down. Who said anything about selling to them? Uncle sorted through the leftover bamboo strips. Tomorrow I'll go into town and ask when Shuni Escort Agency is heading to the county seat. We'll pay a fee and go sell it in the county. That was my thinking too. The county had more wealthy folks who could afford good prices, and if we happened to run into some nobleman who wanted it as a pet, the price could double. Namping County was even further south of the town, 70 or 80 li away. If it weren't for the bandits lurking along the road, I'd have wanted to set out right then. Suddenly, I remembered, wasn't Manager Wang of the Zuexiang restaurant about to head to the county? Counting the days, it seemed to be tomorrow. Maybe we don't need to find Shuni Escort Agency after all. I told Uncle about the deer we'd sold, then rushed off to town. But when I explained my purpose to Manager Wang, he was taken aback. What? You're also going to hire Shuni Escort Agency? I was startled. The Zuexiang restaurant wasn't just one shop in Chashan town. There were at least 8 or 10 across all of Namping County. If those bandits dared rob even an operation with that kind of power, I didn't believe they had no backers. And Shuni Escort Agency, able to run this kind of business, I believed even less that they had no backers. The relationships here were probably tangled beyond belief. Manager Wang smiled. Shuni Escort Agency charges per head. Individual travelers pay 300 copper each, while long-term business partners like us pay 200. Little brother Lin, you did me a huge favor, so this few hundred copper, we at Zuexiang will cover it. I thanked him. Saving money was always good, but even if I couldn't, I was going to Namping County regardless. 1. To sell the snow fox for a good price, and 2. I wanted to verify something. Whether this growth in my strength had anything to do with the size of the map in my mind. Back home, Uncle had already woven a carrying basket out of bamboo, wrapped tightly in cloth on the outside with only breathing holes left. This was perfect. Unless you opened it, no one would know what was inside. Since I'd agreed on a time with Manager Wang, I got up before dawn. For this trip into the county, I brought both my cousins along. By the time we reached town, it was already broad daylight. Manager Wang was directing his clerks to load the cart, with big wooden barrels packed full of ice and covered with 2 layers of padded quilts. Only once everything was in order did he call us to set out. Quite a few people were already waiting outside the town, mostly merchants, along with some scattered travelers. Manager Wang, are all these people going to the county seat? That's right. Shuni Escort Agency makes the trip every few days. Once we reach the county seat, we've got 5 days. Finish your business, then pay up and come back with them. I looked at this crowd of over 100 people. The head count alone was 20 or 30 taels of income, not even counting deliveries and messages. My heart stirred. Once the snow fox was sold, I really should think about starting some kind of business. Hearing that we could stay 5 days in the county, Lin Bao got excited. Big brother, third brother, we've got to explore properly. I've never been to the county seat before. All you think about is exploring. You think meals and lodging are free. Lin Hu, being a few years older, thought first of the expenses. It's fine, it won't cost much. I didn't care, since we were out. We might as well enjoy ourselves. I just wondered whether Namping County had a pleasure house. Before long, the escort agency's people arrived. Leading them was a man in a blue robe riding a tall horse, followed by 3 mule carts. The merchants stepped forward one after another to greet Master Wu. I watched, dumbfounded. Shuni Escort Agency was just this handful of people, fewer than 10 counting the drivers, and they were going to protect over 100 people? Was this really safe? Once the people and goods were counted, the procession set off in grand fashion. Along the way, I watched the map in my mind steadily growing and was overjoyed, just as I'd guessed. The strength swelling within me by the moment left me intoxicated, and not just strength. Even my 5 senses grew sharper. We stopped at noon to eat. The individual travelers brought their own dry rations, but the merchants and escort agency were fully equipped. Iron pots, ingredients, everything, and even their rest stops were familiar old spots. The 3 of us had brought dry rations too, and thanks to Manager Wang, we managed to get a bowl of hot soup. After the meal, we continued on. As we neared a narrow, long mountain path, the escort agency's people unloaded a large banner from a cart and hoisted it onto their shoulders. Halfway up the path, a dozen or so figures appeared from the peaks on both sides, each brandishing spears and broadswords. The procession stirred with unease, mostly the individual travelers, while the merchants stayed calm. But the moment those bandits saw the banner and the man leading us, they vanished in an instant, as if they'd never appeared at all. Well, I finally understood. What bandits? What escort agency? This was all just business. Another hour on, and we finally reached Namping County. The ancient city walls stood a full 10 meters high, exuding the weight of history, with a steady stream of pedestrians and carriages coming and going. Once inside, shops of every kind lined the streets, far livelier than Chashan town. After parting with Manager Wong, the three of us wandered around a while. Third brother, where to now? I looked at the sky. Let's grab something to eat first, find a place to settle in, and figure out the rest tomorrow. We bought a dozen or so steamed buns and ate as we walked. Passing a butcher's shop, I bought 2 ounces of fresh meat. The Snow Fox had to eat too. Then we found an ordinary inn. Not daring to use the communal bunk room, I paid 100 copper for 2 rooms, one for me, one for my 2 cousins. After a full day on the road, we were completely exhausted and fell asleep the moment our heads hit the pillows. The next day, we asked the inn's clerk where the bird market was, and after asking directions the whole way, we finally found it. Cages hung on both sides of the street, birdsong ringing clear, and now and then you'd see finely dressed young lords strolling about with cages in hand. The bird market didn't just sell birds. There were also pets like squirrels, rabbits, and kittens. This was exactly my first choice. A live snow fox should surely fetch more. After looking around, I picked the largest shop and went in. It was called the Oriole Hall. The moment I stepped through the door, I heard, "A customer's here, a customer's here." Turned out it was a glossy myna greeting guests. Lin Bao found it endlessly fascinating. This bird can even talk. A clerk came over at the sound, and the moment he saw the few of us, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "What do you lot want?" After all, even a servant boy was better dressed than us. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I come only to make money. "I'd like to discuss something with your shopkeeper." "You think you can just see the shopkeeper whenever you please? Go take a good look at yourself in a puddle first." The clerk grew even more arrogant. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Lin Hu and Lin Bao moved to confront him, but I held them back. Bootlickers who judged people by their appearance were everywhere. Worst case, we'd just go to another shop. Just as we were about to leave, a finely dressed young lord stepped through the door, fair-faced and beardless, in a pale moon-white brocade robe, holding a gold-inlaid folding fan. One look and you knew he was either rich or noble. The clerk trotted over to greet him. "Young Master Yin, you're finally here. The shopkeeper's been asking after you." Young Master Yin said coolly, "Where's your shopkeeper?" "One moment, I'll fetch him right away." The clerk who'd been so haughty a moment ago was now acting like he'd met his own father. I walked to the door and then turned back. Waiting a bit longer wouldn't hurt, as long as I could see the shopkeeper. If the shopkeeper turned out to be the same sort, it wouldn't be too late to leave then. A moment later, a slightly plump man came down the stairs. "Young Master Yin, what an honor. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner." Young Master Yin gave only a slight bow. "The treasure I ordered has arrived." It has. "This way, please." Just as the two were about to head upstairs, I quickly spoke up. "My 2 brothers and I happened upon a treasure in the mountains." I troubled the shopkeeper to give it a look. Young Master Yin paid no attention, but the shopkeeper stopped and turned around, his gaze pausing for a moment on the basket Lin Bao carried. Before he could say a word, that clerk seemed to seize the chance to perform. "Why haven't you left yet? This isn't a place for the likes of you. Get lost." I clenched my fists. "You're everywhere I turn, so don't blame me for getting you in trouble." I gave the shopkeeper a long, meaningful look, then turned solemnly to the clerk and said with utmost courtesy, "This gentleman, my apologies. I didn't realize you were the one in charge. We'll be on our way." Whether the snow fox sold or not didn't matter. This bitter grudge had to be vented. Saying that, I turned to leave. "Please wait." The shopkeeper called us back. Though he too looked down on country bumpkins, people like us occasionally turned up rare goods. A red-billed thrush he'd bought a while back had earned him a tidy sum. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I'll be right back." Then he turned and darkened his face at the clerk. "Serve them good tea. Overstep again, and you're gone." The clerk fell silent as a cicada in winter. After the shopkeeper went upstairs, I casually picked a seat and sat down, my two cousins following suit. The tea came quickly, and I took a small sip, then eyed the clerk with a half-smile. "It's a bit cold." Stripped of his earlier arrogance, he said nothing and went off to brew fresh tea. "Are we sure this is a good idea?" Lin Hu frowned. I waved a hand. "Don't worry, big brother. With a snob like this who judges people by their looks, you've got to make him realize exactly how much he's worth." The tea wasn't even done before the shopkeeper came back down, and young Master Yin, carrying an exquisite birdcage, was seen out the door. I saw it clearly. Inside the cage was a blue throat, which in modern times would be a state-protected animal, illegal poaching of which could earn you over 10 years in prison. After seeing off young Master Yin, the shopkeeper looked at the basket on the floor. "Open it, let me see." I knew any more words would be wasted. I lifted the basket forward and pulled back a corner. "A snow fox," the shopkeeper cried out involuntarily, then hurriedly covered the corner back up. "Gentlemen, please, upstairs." "After you, shopkeeper." Watching us being respectfully led upstairs, the clerk's eyes brimmed with venom, and he seethed with resentment. A snow fox, one pelt's worth 1,000 taels, let alone a live one. Why should a few dirt-poor peasants have such good luck? His eyes darted about, and he strode quickly out the door, heading in the direction young Master Yin had gone. On the second floor of the Oriole Hall, after a few pleasantries, we got straight to business. A live snow fox is truly rare. I wonder what price young Master Lin has in mind. Shopkeeper Chu asked. I smiled and tossed the difficult question right back. "You're the expert. What do you say it's worth?" He lowered his eyes, feigning deep thought. The price really was hard to set, mainly because he couldn't gauge my expectations. He tentatively held up his thumb and index finger. "How about this much?" I glanced at it once, then rose to grab the basket. "Young Master Lin, if you're not satisfied, we can keep talking." Shopkeeper Chu grew anxious. I sat back down and said flatly, "Shopkeeper Chu, you're not sincere at all. I might as well just slaughter this little creature and sell the pelt. That'd be more worthwhile." Hearing that, he knew I was someone who understood the trade and didn't dare fool me any longer. "How about 1,100 taels? That's absolutely a high price. Any higher, and I'd have trouble reselling it." Trouble reselling doesn't mean impossible to resell. With a little packaging, just on the words auspicious omen, wouldn't you rake in a fortune? I said with full confidence, no matter what, add the halo first and worry later. The moment the words auspicious omen came out, Shopkeeper Chu sized me up all over again. He'd assumed I knew nothing about the trade, but it turned out I understood every bit of it. Then what price does young Master Lin have in mind? I held up 2 fingers. 2,000 taels. No haggling. I'd weighed this price carefully. Too much would invite disaster. Too little would be a real loss. Shopkeeper Chu fell into a struggle, not because he couldn't afford it, but just as he was about to counter, a rush of dense footsteps suddenly came from outside. Bang! The door was flung open. More than a dozen county soldiers in black and red uniforms filed in, followed by a young lord, none other than that young Master Yin from before. Shopkeeper Chu rose indignantly. "Young Master Yin, what is the meaning of this?" The few of us stood up too, our hearts tightening. Young Master Yin ignored him entirely, his eyes fixed on the basket. The little snowy white creature was curled up inside, gazing out at everyone in terror. "A snow fox. It really is a snow fox." Ha ha ha. He looked half-crazed, a completely different person from the cold, aloof lord of before. When he finished laughing, he pointed at the 3 of us. "Arrest them. This is an auspicious omen, and they dared to buy and sell it privately. This is a grave insult to the imperial court." "Stop." Shopkeeper Chu tried to intervene and was shoved aside. "Shopkeeper Chu, not arresting you is already me giving face to the person behind you. Don't go looking for trouble." Young Master Yin tossed out the cold words. "Take them away. Namping County, the county jail." Lin Bao covered his mouth and nose, but even that couldn't block the pervasive stench of filth. "We just sold some game. Why arrest us?" I stayed silent. Throughout history, so-called auspicious omens were nothing but a political show put on by officials to gloss over the times and proclaim the emperor's mandate of heaven, and no official could resist that temptation. The laughable part was, if I'd been reborn as an official, I'd have gladly done the same, but I happened to be a commoner. Even if I presented the snow fox, my name wouldn't appear on any memorial to the throne. At most, they'd reward me with 500 copper coins, not even a banner to show for it. This was exactly why I'd been so careful to avoid the government offices the whole way, yet in the end, I'd still gotten caught. For a while, I suspected shopkeeper Chu was behind it, but on reflection, it didn't add up. Where exactly had things gone wrong? This young master, Yin, was clearly a government man. Why would he suddenly double back? Suddenly, I thought of someone and couldn't help cursing inwardly. I guarded against 1,000 threats, but there's no guarding against a thief within your own house. Lin, who spread out a handful of straw and sat down beside me. Third brother, what do we do now? I shook my head with a bitter smile. I don't know either. Maybe, perhaps, surely, a peerless hero riding on colorful, auspicious clouds, a beautiful fairy maiden, will come to rescue us. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Nanping County, a gray-robed, middle-aged man with a stern face was using ivory chopsticks to pick up a strip of meat and drop it into a cage, and the creature locked inside was none other than my snow fox. Standing in attendance beside him, holding a jade bowl, was young Master Yin. My son has done a great service this time. When the performance reviews come next year, promotion is within reach. The middle-aged man set down his chopsticks, the corners of his mouth turning up. This was County Magistrate Yin, who'd held the post in Nanping County for over 8 years. The silver he sent up as tribute each year was beyond counting. Yet his last 2 evaluations had both been average. Nanping was a low-ranking county, and the little he could squeeze out couldn't come close to filling his superiors' appetites. But presenting an auspicious omen was another matter entirely. Promotion was practically guaranteed. Father, can I get some sort of official position then? Young Master Yin asked excitedly. Hearing this, County Magistrate Yin grew irritated. You're just a shiozai, and one I bought through connections at that. I told you to study, and you wouldn't listen. Now that the opportunity's here, you can't seize it either. Then his tone shifted. But it's not impossible. It all depends on how much benefit the higher-ups can get out of it. He ordered the servants to take good care of the snow fox, and father and son went into the study. Father, what do we do with those 3 men? County Magistrate Yin drummed his fingers rhythmically on the table. Have you found out their background? I have. They're dirt-poor peasants from Chashan Town, and they came with Shuani Escort Agency. If I hadn't gotten wind of it, they'd have already sold it to shopkeeper Chu of the Oriole Hall by now. The Oriole Hall. County Magistrate Yan's expression changed abruptly. You're saying shopkeeper Chu knows about the snow fox too? Yes, we caught them right at the Oriole Hall. This is bad. Word of this has surely reached Marquis Zhongyi. County Magistrate Yin shot to his feet. Young Master Yin looked bewildered. Shopkeeper Chu is only distantly related to the Marchioness. We and Marquis Zhongyi keep to our own affairs. What does it matter if he knows? County Magistrate Yin said helplessly. Any other time it wouldn't matter. Marquis Zhongyi doesn't care about such things. But now is different. The Western barbarians are invading, and Marquis Zhongyi has submitted several memorials begging for military command, only to be stonewalled by his political rivals. This snow fox is his opportunity. How could he possibly let it slip? Now young Master Yin panicked too. His dream of becoming an official was about to fall apart before it had even begun. Father, what do we do? County Magistrate Yin paced back and forth, then finally gritted his teeth. Find a chance to release those 3 men and dispose of them in secret. Then spread the word that we bought the snow fox. Now young Master Yin understood. Just as they'd seized the snow fox in the name of an auspicious omen, Marquis Zhongyi could conversely declare it not an omen and use the pretext of illegal trade to intervene. As long as the 3 men disappeared, they could insist they'd bought it. And even if Marquis Zhongyi wanted a confrontation, he'd find no witnesses. But County Magistrate Yin still wasn't at ease. No matter how declined the Marquis's household was, a Marquis was still a Marquis, not someone a mere county magistrate could stand against. Best to find a taller man to shoulder the load. Son, grind the ink. I'll send a memorial to Prefect Liu. The ink had just been ground and the paper spread out, but before the brush could touch it, a servant came running in. Master, young master, Mr. Zhuang from the Marquis's household requests an audience. Both father and son changed color at once. How could he have come so fast? County Magistrate Yin took a deep breath and forced himself to appear calm. Show Mr. Zhuang to the reception hall. I'll be right there. In the reception hall, Mr. Zhuang was sipping tea. Seeing father and son enter, he rose and cupped his hands, then drew an invitation from his robe. Tomorrow at noon, my lord the Marquis is holding a banquet at his residence. He requests the pleasure of your company. Having delivered the invitation, he took his leave. County Magistrate Yin read the invitation, then slumped down dejectedly and waved his hand. Release them, and return the snow fox to them as well. In the jail, I was still racking my brain for a way out. This ordeal had given me a full taste of the old order of scholar, farmer, artisan, merchant. No matter how fabulously wealthy you were, without connections or power, you were nothing but a piece of fat meat on the table of the powerful, to be eaten whenever they pleased. Just as I was steeped in helplessness, several jailers actually opened the cell door. You can go. The three of us exchanged glances. Just like that, we were free. Outside the cell, a man dressed like a household servant handed over the exquisite cage holding the snow fox. They were even returning the snow fox to us. Utterly baffled, we walked out of the county office, the three of us still in a daze. Young Master Lin, we meet again. It was actually shopkeeper Chu, whom we'd met only once, waiting at the gate. Could he have been the one who got us out? I quickly stepped forward and cupped my hands. Many thanks for your rescue, shopkeeper Chu. He waved a hand. I don't have that kind of power. Actually, it's my lord the Marquis who wishes to see you. The Marquis. My heart jumped. Was it the kind of Marquis granted a noble title? Come rest at my home for the night first, and tomorrow I'll take you to the Marquis's residence. Since I hadn't figured out the situation yet, I had no choice but to follow. A Marquis in a Marquis's residence. Even a fool would know this was someone important. Though I didn't know why he wanted to see me, it definitely had something to do with this snow fox. Shopkeeper Chu's home was a two-courtyard residence, with gray bricks and green tiles, rockeries, and flowing water. Lin Hu and Lin Bao looked exactly like country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time, gawking every which way. They actually were country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. Big brother, third brother, look, there are fish in the pond. White ones, red ones, and even gold ones. Lin Bao marveled. Lin, who was more composed, but even he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. I, on the other hand, felt nothing. As someone who'd toured the Wang family compound, the Qiao family compound, and the Forbidden City, this was nothing to me. Shopkeeper Chu settled us in a guest room, and before long servants carried in tubs of hot water, even preparing changes of clothing. Though not made of expensive fabric, they were clean and presentable. I understood well enough. Showing up at the Marquis's gate in rags and tatters wouldn't do, so I just changed. After bathing, Shopkeeper Chu laid out a banquet. Over the meal, I finally pieced together the full story. The one who'd arrested us was the son of County Magistrate Yin, Namping County's own governing official, that same young lord from the Oriole Hall. County Magistrate Yin wanted the snow fox, and so did the Marquis. Though Namping County was Marquis Zhongyi's fief, the imperial court guarded against the nobility growing too powerful, and had long established the rule that they were in theft but granted no land, titled but not ruling the people, given stipends but not managing affairs, stripping the Marquis of nearly all his power. County Magistrate Yin, though only a 7th-rank official, held the county's administration in his grip. Neither side could do anything to the other, and both feared leaving evidence with underhanded tactics, so they had no choice but to bring the matter into the open. With the two of them contending, I, holding the snow fox, had become a pawn in their game. Brother Lin, County Magistrate Yin rules harshly, bullies people with his authority, and has driven the common folk to misery. My lord the Marquis is kind-hearted, but has no power to govern the people. It's only in matters like yours that he can lend a hand. Shopkeeper Chu, growing tipsy, raised his cup to toast me. I understood instantly. He had an ulterior motive. While cataloging County Magistrate Yan's crimes, he made sure to remind me that it was the Marquis who'd saved us. But he needn't have spelled it out. I was someone who repaid kindness. It was just that with the situation still unclear, I didn't know what I could do, and could only wait to visit the next day and take it one step at a time. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone retired for the night. When day broke, shopkeeper Chu took us for a stroll through the city. Crowds surged, cries of vendors rose and fell everywhere. What a bustling, prosperous scene. We passed a place with a plaque reading, Wanchun Tower. Though I couldn't read the characters, the decor looked exactly like the scenes from TV dramas. Shopkeeper Chu smiled. It's not open yet this time of day. Shall I bring you here tonight for some fun, Brother Lin? No, no. I quickly waved my hands. I was only curious what a pleasure house looked like. The one at home hadn't even been touched, so how could I go tasting wild fare? But when I turned around, I saw Lin Hu and Lin Bao had also stopped to gaze, their eyes full of longing. I was stunned. Second cousin was lively and wanted to try everything, so I could understand him. But older cousin, who normally seemed so honest and steady, turned out to be the quietly lustful type. I just wanted to ask, does older cousin-in-law know about this? Having strolled about enough, we returned to shopkeeper Chu's residence. Great households had many rules, so I had my 2 cousins stay behind, and I alone carried the snow fox and went with shopkeeper Chu to Marquis Zhongyi's residence. The Marquis's residence had a towering gate and heavily guarded entrances. Though we entered through the back, the pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted rafters all along the way showed off its extravagance. I was led into the main hall of the second courtyard, where a middle-aged scholar in Confucian robes was waiting. Shopkeeper Chu bowed. Greetings, Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang returned the courtesy, his gaze lingering a moment on me and the snow fox. So this is young Master Lin. Please, have a seat. The Marquis will be here shortly. Before long, a dignified young man walked in with steady steps, in his early 20s, with handsome features, wearing a python robe and jade belt, tassels dangling gently at his waist. Everyone rose. Greetings, my Lord Marquis. The Marquis raised a hand to signal us to sit, his gaze falling on the snow fox, a flicker of delight in his eyes. So you're the one who caught the snow fox and came to Nanping County to sell it? I rose and cupped my hands. In reply to my lord, yes, it was I, a humble commoner. Even now I hadn't figured out what he was after, so I held to the principle that the more you say, the more mistakes you make, answering only what was asked. Good. The Marquis nodded, but then his tone shifted, carrying a hint of playfulness. Since you're the one who caught it, then tell me, is this little creature an auspicious omen or not? My heart sank. Was it or wasn't it? I secretly glanced at shopkeeper Chu for a hint, but he turned his head away, his meaning clear. Don't ask me. I don't know either. My mind raced as I carefully weighed it. The crime county magistrate Yin had pinned on me was precisely trading an auspicious omen. The Marquis had gotten me out, and now he was asking this. Clearly he wanted a different answer. Once I saw through this, I breathed easier. It is not. The corner of the Marquis's mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. Just then a servant announced that County Magistrate Yin and his son had arrived outside the residence. Let them in. The Marquis waved his hand, then turned and gave me a sly little grin, raising an eyebrow. In a moment, you answer the same way. Leave the rest to me. I was dumbfounded. This Marquis had quite the surprising side to him. The Yin father and son entered the hall, and after another round of greetings and seating, the Marquis cleared his throat and looked at County Magistrate Yin. Magistrate Yin, I've asked you here today to inquire about this snow fox. You say it's an auspicious omen, but I've also asked this. I quickly filled in. Lin Xiao, right? Young Master Lin. And his view happens to contradict yours. I froze. You sneaky old fox. Marquis Zhongyi was drawing hatred onto me right in front of everyone. Sure enough, County Magistrate Yan's gaze swept over coldly. Is that truly what you believe? I took a deep breath. I'd already offended them, so I might as well go all the way. My only hope was that the Marquis would keep me safe. My lord, this snow fox may look magical, but it's really just a little wild animal from the mountains. It hardly qualifies as an auspicious omen. Humph. Magistrate Yin snorted coldly. It was one thing for the Marquis to intentionally humiliate him, but for a lowly commoner to openly contradict him in public made him even more furious. Whether it's an auspicious omen is for the Marquis to judge. How is a country bumpkin like you qualified to weigh in? I secretly clenched my fist. Ever since Magistrate Yin had walked into the hall, he'd been looking at me like I was dirt, and that young Master Yin kept glaring daggers at me from time to time. I was fed up too, so I shot right back. If it were an auspicious omen, how could a country bumpkin like me have caught it? That would make it a pretty pathetic omen, wouldn't it? You. Magistrate Yin shot to his feet in a rage. Magistrate Yin, sit down. The Marquis raised a hand to stop him. Brawling in his own home would look terrible. Honestly, once I'd said, it's not an auspicious omen, my part was done, but the Marquis hadn't expected me to be so bold. Since ancient times, common folk have feared officials the way mice fear cats. For that kind of courage alone, he couldn't help but think a little more of me, and his interest was piqued. Master Lin, what do you think qualifies as an auspicious omen? I stood and cupped my hands in a respectful gesture. Since ancient times, people have just parroted each other about what counts as an auspicious omen. In my view, whatever demonstrates real value, that's what deserves the name. It's really just like money. Everyone looked confused. What did auspicious omens have to do with money? I went on. Money can buy land, food, fine silks. But if money couldn't buy anything at all, would it still be money? Would so many people scheme and fight to get it? That's where money's value lies. So in my humble opinion, only what demonstrates real value deserves to be called an auspicious omen. A peaceful and prosperous nation is an omen. A bountiful harvest is an omen. Prosperous common folk are an omen. Enemies who tremble at your name are an omen. Honest officials are an omen. There can be thousands of auspicious omens. They're never trapped in a single object or a single animal. Well said. Mr. Zhuang, who had been silent the whole time, clapped his hands in praise. Coming from a scholarly household, such words wouldn't be surprising, but coming from the mouth of a hunter, they were extraordinary. Well, what do you have to say now? The Marquis laughed heartily and turned to look at Magistrate Yin. The Yin father and son wore dark expressions and shot me a startled glance. Everything is for the Marquis to decide. Beside me, shopkeeper Chu finally found an opening and whispered, "Have you studied books?" "Nope." I shook my head. He pulled a long face, clearly not believing me. Then the Marquis spoke up. "Since we've established that this little creature isn't an auspicious omen, its fur is snow white and it's adorable. My wife is quite fond of it, so I've decided to buy it." Magistrate Yin tucked his hands into his sleeves and spoke slowly and calmly. "I'm quite fond of it too. I'm willing to pay for it." He had anticipated this move from the Marquis's household. Though he was wary of the loyal and righteous Marquis, he wasn't outright afraid of him. When high office and rich rewards were on the line, falling out openly was no big deal. Now that I'd stripped away the omen's halo, they could easily put it right back on. It would still have value, just value that benefited only them. Seeing that he was set on winning it, the Marquis said coldly, "If you want it too, then let's compete fairly and see who bids higher." Then he looked at me. "What do you say?" "Anything in my favor." Of course I agreed to. "I hear from shopkeeper Chu that you meant to sell it for 2,000 taels, so I'll offer 2,000. The Marquis made the first bid. Magistrate Yin patted the banknotes tucked in his robe and said confidently, "I'll offer 2,500. The Marquis smiled faintly. 3,000. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. At first they raised by 1,000 at a time, then it climbed to 2,000 to jump. My face was flushed red. I was about to strike it rich. Compared to the loyal and righteous Marquis's composure, Magistrate Yin was getting anxious, pulling out a handkerchief to keep wiping his sweat. Was the Marquis's household really this rich? He'd been skimming for years, and though most of it went as tribute upward, he'd still saved over 40,000 taels. But when the Marquis casually called out 50,000, he knew it was hopeless. "I still have official duties to attend to, so I'll take my leave first," Magistrate Yin said, then turned and walked off with his son without looking back. The Marquis rose and called out, "The banquet is ready. Stay and eat before you go." But Magistrate Yin paid him no mind. Once father and son had completely disappeared, the corner of the Marquis's mouth curled up, and he ordered the feast to begin. In no time the whole table was laden with delicacies. "Brother Lin, try this yellow croaker sashimi, fresh fish, scaled, skinned, bled, and boned, using only the fattest, most tender meat from the back." I was flattered. What had I done to deserve the Marquis serving me food and calling me brother? Thank you, my lord. Seeing me finish, he picked up another dish for me. Now try this 5-spice steamed chicken, marinated in various spices for an hour, then slow steamed over low heat for 2 hours. As the cups went back and forth, the Marquis grew more and more warm, practically ready to swear brotherhood with me on the spot. But I grew more and more uneasy, and an ominous feeling crept over me. It wasn't until the banquet ended that the loyal and righteous Marquis, eyes hazy with drink, grabbed my hand. Brother Lin, you have no idea. In other people's eyes, I'm a noble Marquis, riding high. But inside I'm suffering, living off the court's meager salary. It's so hard to support a whole big household. Between the lines, the message was that the Marquis's household was too poor. When I heard that he actually couldn't come up with 50,000 taels, it suddenly dawned on me. Well, he'd taken this whole roundabout path just waiting for me, getting all sentimental with me. Turns out he was after my money. 50,000 taels was no small sum, but the loyal and righteous Marquis had, after all, done me the favor of rescuing me. And I'm not one who can't weigh gains and losses, so I offered a discount. I never expected that he wanted to slash it to the bone. After a good deal of haggling, I left the Marquis's residence with 2,000 taels in bank notes tucked away and an extra 2-stone longbow on my back, the Marquis's compensation to me. With my current strength, I could actually draw a 3-stone bow, but the accuracy and firing speed dropped so much that a 2-stone bow was more comfortable to use. Inside the residence, Mr. Zhuang shot the loyal and righteous Marquis a look of contempt. You, a dignified Marquis, haggling like some street peddler. Aren't you afraid of disgracing your station? Mr. Zhuang doesn't run a household, so he doesn't know how expensive rice and firewood are. The Marquis was unbothered. My wife often complains that she can't even scrape together the money to have a few outfits made. He came from a family of military generals, and unlike scholars who treat money like dirt for the sake of face, he'd save whatever he could. Mr. Zhuang couldn't say much more. The Marquis's household truly wasn't as glamorous as it appeared. If it were just ordinary expenses, the salary would be more than enough. But the loyal and righteous Marquis was a general who went to war, and he supported far more than just the people in his residence. The Marquis changed the subject. This Lin Xiao, what does Mr. Zhuang make of him? Mr. Zhuang narrowed his eyes. On the surface, he seems no different from an ordinary commoner. But a commoner who dares to haggle with a Marquis has too much nerve. He's no scholar, yet he understands etiquette and learning, and knows how to advance and retreat with propriety. I can't quite see through him. The loyal and righteous Marquis paused. He'd sensed from the start that Lin Xiao was unusual, and now, thinking it over carefully, he found him even more so. Meanwhile, I had no idea about this discussion in the Marquis's residence after I left. Once I got home with shopkeeper Chu, I confronted him. You knew what the Marquis was getting at. Why didn't you tell me? Shopkeeper Chu looked all innocent. I did tell you, didn't I? Shake my head. You told me. I mimicked him with a single little turn of my head. Just this one little twitch? Forget calling that a hint. You should have at least given me a couple more turns. I couldn't be too obvious about it, could I? He said awkwardly. There was no point dwelling on it now. After shopkeeper Chu left, I returned to my lodging. Lin Hu and Lin Bao rushed to ask how it went. They were homegrown common folk, and between a magistrate and a Marquis, they'd been scared out of their wits. It's all taken care of. That one sentence was like a reassurance pill, and it let them finally relax completely. Then tonight, let's have shopkeeper Chu take us out for some fun, Lin Bao said excitedly. We're not going. It's time for us to head home, I said. I hadn't expected my second cousin to still be dreaming of visiting the brothels. Huh? Lin Bao froze. We haven't even had a good look around. Why go back so early? Lin Hu was puzzled too. Today's only the second day. The Shuani escort company doesn't leave for 3 more days. How would we get back? My expression turned serious. We're going back on our own. Though the Marquis had helped us clear up the Snow Fox matter, at the end of the day, he had his own agenda, and our crisis wasn't over at all. The way young Master Yin looked at me when he left, it was like he was looking at a dead man. He was clearly out for revenge. Every extra moment we spent in Nanping County meant more danger. He had plenty of ways to deal with us. As for the Shuani escort company, I'd already figured out they were in cahoots with the bandits, and their backer was very likely Magistrate Yin himself. Going to them would be like walking straight into a death trap. It was still early, so I took my two cousins to the money house, withdrew and exchanged 3 bank notes for loose silver, 300 taels total to keep on us. Then we went to the blacksmith's, where I spent 6 taels on 2 one-stone bows, bought over 100 ready-made arrows, and the shopkeeper threw in 3 quivers. I also spotted a 2-stone longbow. The shopkeeper wanted 30 taels for it, but its craftsmanship and materials were nowhere near the marquise, which actually made me feel a bit better. We couldn't go without blades either, to avoid trouble. I bought 3 curved-back cleavers about a foot long, shaped a bit like Nepalese kukris. Though this world could already smelt steel, it was hugely costly and horribly inefficient. Every piece of steel was hammered out through 1,000 strikes by a blacksmith, and the steel laminated cleavers I bought were already the best the shop had. I stocked up on dry rations and added some odds and ends too. There was no telling what we'd run into on the way back, and it never hurts to be prepared. Finally, I picked out some gifts for my family. With everything ready, and after eating and drinking our fill, we headed back. When shopkeeper Chu saw how much stuff we'd bought, he asked in surprise, "Brother Lin, what's all this?" I didn't hide anything from him and laid out my worries and my plan to leave the next day. He thought for a moment and nodded. That's certainly possible. Over the years, Magistrate Yin had ruled Nanping County with an iron hand, bringing the local gentry to heel. 2 years ago, he'd even driven out the county assistant, and that assistant had run into bandits on his way home, his whole family killed. Still, shopkeeper Chu thumped his chest firmly. "Brother Lin, just stay here at my place with peace of mind. I'll guarantee your safety. But I'm not in the habit of putting my life in someone else's hands. A spear thrust in the open is easy to dodge, but an arrow shot from the shadows is hard to guard against. Even if nothing happened right now, I couldn't stay here long." I politely declined his kindness and turned in early. Before dawn the next day, I woke my 2 cousins. We bought a few sesame flatbreads on the street to fill our bellies. There weren't many people leaving the city, but plenty were coming in, all poor folk carrying loads and hauling goods, so we passed through the city gate without trouble. For convenience, I'd also bought a map of Nanping County. Following the main road, we could get straight back to Chashan Town. Not long after leaving the city, I sensed something was wrong. My 5 senses were enhanced now, and I quickly spotted 2 men trailing far behind us. When we walked, they walked. When we rested, they rested. When I tried to speed up, they immediately kept pace. Lin, who noticed too, he came over and whispered, "Third brother, those 2 behind us. Are they following us?" "Who's following us?" Lin Bao craned his neck and was about to turn around. I pulled him back in one motion and reminded him quietly as we walked, "Don't turn around. Act like we don't know for now and see what they're up to." I was confident I could take out these 2, but the moment I killed anyone, the Yin father and son would have a legitimate reason to strike, and at that point not even the loyal and righteous Marquis could protect us. Hearing this, both cousins tensed up, their hands unconsciously gripping the cleavers at their waists. We walked all the way to midday, and the 2 men behind us made no other move. We stopped to gnaw on dry rations and restore our strength. Could it really be a coincidence? I even started doubting my own judgment. Chewing on the hard, coarse-grained flatbread, I spread the map across my lap. Nyoto Mountain wasn't far ahead, and that pack of bandits was holed up on it. If we could pay a bit and pass through safely, that'd be ideal, but the odds of that were slim to none. Never mind the 1,000+ taels and bank notes on me. Just the big bow on my back was enough to give bandits murderous thoughts. But taking a detour would mean not getting back to Chashan Town for a good 10 days or half a month. I shifted my gaze to the area behind Nyoto Mountain. The bandits occupied Nyoto Mountain, which sat right beside the main road, but behind it lay a vast stretch of forest, truly deep and wild, far larger than Nyoto Mountain itself. With my map to warn me, I could avoid the jackals, wolves, and tigers and cross it in 2 days. I was still working it out when Lin Bao suddenly spoke up. "Huh, look, why did one of those 2 men leave?" Lin Hu and I turned to look. One still sat where he'd been, but the other was continuing along the main road. As he passed us, his glance seemed casual, yet I could clearly tell he was observing us. Before long, he reached the vicinity of Nyoto Mountain, but instead of staying on the road, he ducked and slipped into the mountains. This is bad. My heart jolted, and I instantly understood. These two had been following us to pin down our location, and the ones who'd actually make the move were the Nyoto Mountain Bandits. There was no other choice now. I immediately called Lin Hu and Lin Bao to their feet, and we bolted toward the forest behind Nyoto Mountain. The moment we moved, the man who'd stayed behind sprang up and gave chase too, no longer hiding. I was frantic. We had to make it into the deep mountains before the bandits could close in around us. Once we were cut off, the outcome was obvious. Just as we were nearing the foot of the mountain, a crowd came charging down Nyoto Mountain, a good 30 or 40 of them, each with a bow slung on his back, a quiver at his side, and a heavy blade in hand. Big brother, second brother, faster. I yanked their bundles off and slung them onto my own back. My physique was vastly enhanced now, and I was extremely fast, while Lin Hu and Lin Bao poured everything they had into running. Quick, cut them off. The lead bandit, gripping a thick-backed broadsword, charged out in front. Wish, wish, wish. Arrows landed one after another on the empty ground behind me. Lin Hu and Lin Bao gave it everything they had, and finally, just before the bandits could encircle us, we plunged into the deep forest. Chief, they got in, said one underling, slowing his steps. The men guarding Nyoto Mountain knew best what lurked in those old woods. The Nyoto Mountain chief kicked him in the backside. Useless. With this many of us, what's there to fear? Lord Yin gave a death order. If even one gets away, all of you get hauled off to hard labor. Deep in the mountains, I ran a long way with my two cousins, pressing forward while keeping my eyes on the map in my head. After this trip to Nanping County, that colored map had expanded to about 5,000 meters across, covered with green dots and yellow dots. But right now, I was actually hoping to run into a red, with dozens of bandits chasing us. If I could lure them near some ferocious beast, our chances of escape would be far greater. I also noticed something strange. People should appear as white dots on the map, yet the bandits chasing us had all turned into yellow dots, just in varying shades. A thought struck me. Could it be that green and white were only basic distinctions, and anything that could threaten me turned into a yellow dot? I had no time to dwell on it now. Dozens of yellow dots were a deadly presence in their own right. As we ran, the trees ahead suddenly grew dense, and our pace slowed. The map could help me avoid beasts, but it wouldn't show me a path. I see them. A bandit's head popped up, and then more came charging in, arrows flying wildly. Brothers, Lord Yin said these three have 2,000 tails on them. Kill them, and it's all ours. The whole pack of bandits went red-eyed instantly. Charge. Kill them. Fury blazed in me. They even knew exactly how much silver we'd made. Clearly, from the very start, they'd never intended to let us go. I haven't even taken a wife yet. I don't want to die. Lin Bao had long lost his composure, curled up behind a big tree, trembling. Lin Hu was steadier, but even the hand gripping his cleaver was quivering slightly. Fight them. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. I bellowed. There was no escaping. They'd catch us sooner or later, so we might as well give it everything. With over 300 caddies of arm strength, I drew the longbow full in an instant. A bandit had just poked his head out when an arrow pierced clean through his throat, the force undiminished, driving straight into the tree behind him, the fletching still humming. The bandit didn't even make a sound. He clutched his neck and toppled over. Seeing me drop an enemy with a single shot, Lin, who shed his fear too, tucked his cleaver at his waist and threw himself into the fight. Wish! I shot down another. His scream tore through the forest, and the bandits' advance stalled as they scrambled for cover. The chief started rousing them again. Don't be afraid. It's just 3 of them, and they don't have many arrows. Charge with me. No sooner had he spoken than one of his men leaped out and fell with an arrow through his chest. The rest, terrified, shrank back again. The chief's pupils contracted, marveling at my archery, and he hastily ordered his men to shoot back with their bows. The two sides settled into a standoff. I, on the other hand, breathed a little easier. As long as they didn't all rush at once, anyone who dared show himself within 200 paces, I was confident I could kill. It wasn't just my strength and physique that had been enhanced. The sharpness of my 5 senses had reached an absurd level. After killing 5 in a row, it felt like I'd returned to those days in my past life, when I'd lived on the edge of a blade. A stray arrow grazed my shoulder, but far from fearing it, my blood boiled hotter. Yin father and son, is it? Let out the beast inside me and see if you can handle the consequences. Third brother, are you all right? Seeing me take an arrow, my two cousins came over to check. I'm fine. I pulled out the arrow. It caught in my clothes, just a scratch on the shoulder. Inspired by me, Lin Bao went from terrified to resolute, pulling out his bow and shooting back. The sky gradually darkened. After I felled one more man, the chief started thinking of retreat. We were cornered and fighting back with everything, and it wasn't worth it for him to keep burning through his men. With a shout of retreat, the bandits pulled back entirely. Once the rustling faded, the three of us slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Let's move. We need to find somewhere safe. After a short rest, we pressed on through the deep mountains. More than a dozen corpses lay here, and once the smell of blood spread, it would surely draw beasts. Once we'd gotten well clear, we didn't dare linger on the ground. With the map to warn us, ferocious beasts weren't the danger, it was the venomous snakes and bugs. We climbed a big tree with thick foliage, rigged up a simple nest, tied ourselves firmly to the tree, gnawed some dry rations, and went to sleep. The night passed, and the three of us climbed down shivering. After a whole night of cold wind, we sneezed one after another. We propped our water bamboo tubes over a fire to warm them, drank our share, and only then felt better. We ate a bite of dry rations and continued on. Back at the mountain we'd entered the day before, the Nyoto mountain chief had led another 40 or 50 men into the forest, this time bringing 3 tracking hounds, bent on wiping us out. For one thing, Lord Yin had given a death order. Fail it, and his good days were over. For another, 2,000 taels was too tempting. Men could be recruited again, but losing that silver would break his heart. With the hounds leading the way, they quickly found where we'd rested. The chief thrust his hand into the buried fire pit. Still warm. Hurry, they can't have gone far. The map in my head had a wide range, so I got an early warning as the bandits closed in. But as we went, I sensed something was off. How are they moving so fast? We had to keep figuring out our direction and finding a path, so being slower was normal, but the bandits came at us as if they had a tracker planted on us, heading straight for us. There was nothing for it but to pick up the pace, yet the gap didn't widen. Instead, it kept shrinking. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. When it was down to just 1,000, my heart sank. A cluster of yellow dots had suddenly appeared ahead on the map, a good 30 plus of them. Could there be bandits ahead too? But that didn't add up. There was no way they could silently circle around in front of me. Was it beasts? When I faintly heard the dogs barking behind us, I finally understood why the bandits were catching up so fast. They'd brought hounds to track our scent. At the same time, I figured out what that cluster of yellow dots ahead was. Something that lived in packs, could threaten me individually, and moved in groups. What else could it be but a wolf pack? I was overjoyed. I explained the situation to my two cousins and immediately moved toward the wolf pack. Once we'd closed to a certain distance, I led them in circles around the pack. Will this even work? Lin Hu asked. It'll work. I didn't slow my steps. We're a small target, and I have a way to avoid the pack. But it's different for the bandits. There are lots of them. They make a big commotion, and even if the wolves don't spot them, the barking of those dogs will draw the pack right over. Sure enough, before we'd even finished one loop, the wolf pack charged toward the bandits, and soon screams rang out. If not now, when? I took my two cousins and we ran for it. We didn't stop running until sunset. The Nyoto mountain bandits were long gone. Traveling at night was too dangerous, so we found an abandoned mountain cave to spend the night, built a fire for warmth, and got a good night's rest. Early the next morning we continued on, skirting several red dot areas, and around midday we emerged from the forest. Lin Hu and Lin Bao were overjoyed. We'd finally made it out. I was relieved too that we hadn't dawdled in Nanping County. Otherwise, given the Yin father and son enough time to prepare, we really might have met our doom. The three of us sat around a big rock gnawing dry rations while I compared the two maps as I ate. We'd strayed quite a bit off course and needed to get back to the main road to make it smoothly to Chashan town. Why is this area black? I noticed something odd on the map in my head. Everywhere else the mountains were a grayish black, but that one patch of forest 2 li away was solid black. Big brother, second brother, wait here for me. I'm going to take a look. My two cousins nodded. Though I was the youngest, they'd seen my skills throughout this journey, and I'd long since become the one they leaned on. The moment I got close, I saw scattered black stones. I picked one up and rubbed it, and my eyes lit up. It was coal, an exposed, open-pit coal deposit. No wonder the trees here were so pitifully sparse. My heart surged. If I could mine this, getting rich would be almost impossible to avoid. But right now I had no power and no influence, and this spot was too close to the Nyoto Mountain bandits, so I'd have to plan it out slowly. In a feudal society, to grow a business you need either real power or connections. I quietly did the math. It was time to find myself a backer. The first thing that came to mind was the loyal and righteous Marquis's household. Now I understood why the Marquis was so short of money. Besides daily expenses, his household kept quite a few retainers. They were called retainers, but they were really a private army of full-time soldiers. Under the laws of the Yin dynasty, only the imperial family and royal-ranked nobles could keep 3,000 guards. All other nobles and officials were forbidden to raise private armies, on pain of being charged with treason. But for every policy from above, there's a countermeasure below. They couldn't raise a private army, but they could hire retainers. What great house doesn't keep dozens or hundreds of retainers? Back where I'd left them, I called my two cousins to continue on. A little over half an hour later, we reached the main road, and without stopping in Chashan town, we made it back to Lin family village before sunset. Meanwhile, in the Nyoto Mountain stronghold, a middle-aged scholar was pacing back and forth. When the chief came out with his wounds bandaged, the scholar hurriedly asked, "What about those three? Are they dead or not?" A flash of anger crossed the chief's eyes. "I'm covered in wounds, and you don't ask a single word about it. But the moment I'm back, you're on me about that." Yet this Mr. Wen was Magistrate Yan's man, and he didn't dare offend him, so he could only force a smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Wen, they're dead. I saw it with my own eyes, bitten to death by wild wolves and dragged off. By now there probably isn't even a bone left." This was the story he'd come up with before returning. Those three were too uncanny, and he really didn't want to deal with them again. But Magistrate Yan's order couldn't be ignored, so he lied. "Good, then they're dead." Mr. Wen breathed a sigh of relief and believed it completely. 40 or 50 men had run into the wolf pack and lost more than a dozen, so he couldn't imagine 3 country mountain folk escaping alive. Little did he know it was all made up by the chief. We'd never run into the wolf pack at all. Back in Lin family village, I took a hot bath and came out in new clothes. My old outfit had practically been shredded into strips in the mountains and was no longer wearable. I'd meant to throw it away, but Susu couldn't bear to and patched it up into a rag. The moment I came out, a little one latched onto my leg. It was my eldest nephew, Lin Shu-Wen. "Third uncle, do you like the gift I brought you?" "I love it. Thank you, third uncle." I'd brought a gift for everyone this trip. Each of the women got a carved silver hairpin, and the one for my eldest cousin's wife I handed to my eldest cousin to give her. For Lin Shu-Wen, there was a spinning top and a fine slingshot. For uncle, I really didn't know what to get, so in the end I picked out a jade thumb ring priced about the same as the hairpins. I'm no landed lord. What common folk were something like this? Uncle kept refusing, so I just slipped it right onto his thumb. I really couldn't stand that stubborn streak of his. I had to force it on him. Not like Auntie, who was so easy about it. After dinner, the whole family gathered around, and Auntie and my eldest cousin's wife were so excited they kept rubbing their hands. It was time to divide the money. I didn't mention the dangers we'd faced, to spare the family the worry. I took out 500 tael bank notes, added 100 taels in loose silver to make 600, and knowing Uncle's temperament, pushed it straight in front of Auntie. "Auntie, keep this." Is it really for me?" Auntie's hands trembled. She'd never seen this much money in her whole life. "We only helped out a little. How could we take such a big share?" Uncle started up again, and the whole family ignored him. Auntie first tucked the bank notes into her bosom, then put the loose silver piece by piece into her purse. After a moment's thought, she took out 2 pieces and handed them to her daughter-in-law. "Xiaoying, keep these 20 taels, buy whatever you need." "Thank you, mother." My eldest cousin's wife took them carefully. The young couple had saved their private stash for 4 or 5 years and had only a few dozen copper coins. Suddenly getting 20 taels, how could she not be delighted? "What about mine?" Lin Bao watched with pleading eyes. "What do you need money for?" Auntie's face darkened, then she smiled again. "Didn't second son want a wife? In the next day or two, I'll call a matchmaker to start looking. Once you're married, I'll give you 220 taels for your own household. Lin Bao had only mentioned marriage offhandedly when he got back, and hadn't expected it to be announced in front of everyone. He flushed red with embarrassment. Ever since his family's fortunes had improved, there were indeed plenty of matchmakers proposing matches for Lin Bao. White rice, wheat flour, and meat every day. Whose family wouldn't be envious? Of course, there were even more matchmakers proposing for me, but I turned every one of them down. Once the money was divided, Uncle rubbed the ring on his right hand with his left thumb. The village heads come by several times these past few days, asking when you'd head up the mountain. I gave a start, having nearly forgotten about the hunting team. In 2 days, I suppose. Uncle, let the village head know. After seeing Uncle's family off, I set an exquisite little chest in front of Susu, with a small lock hanging on it. Wife, keep this. This chest is beautiful. What's inside? Susu, always the quiet one, asked. Like a magic trick, I pulled out a little key and pressed it into her hand. Open it and see for yourself. The moment she opened the chest, Susu's eyes went round as saucers. 12 bank notes lined the bottom, and on top were neatly stacked silver ingots. The purchases in Nanping County had cost over 80 taels, and I'd kept a bit over 10 taels for my own use, so all the rest was in this chest, 1,300 taels in total. Susu locked it back up, but was at a loss. Where to hide this much money? In the end, she actually slept the whole night holding it in her arms. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed the plan to build a big house needed to be moved up. I'd learn from the wealthy households and make a hidden compartment for storing valuables. It was just that with winter coming on, the ground frozen hard, construction wasn't possible. I'd have to wait for spring. The next morning, before I was even up, Uncle put on his new clothes and, rubbing his left hand with his right, went to the village head's house. Village head, my third son is back. He can lead the hunting team up the mountain in 2 days. The village head was startled at first. This fellow never studied. So where'd he pick up bowing like the scholars in the operas? Then he lit up with joy. Wonderful. I'll go notify the village hunters right away. No need to trouble yourself, village head. Uncle waved his left hand. I've got nothing to do. I'll go tell them. The village head nodded, and only then did he notice the item on Uncle's hand. Oh, is that a jade thumb ring? I think I saw one like it at Squire Lou's place. That can't be cheap, can it? Only then did Uncle break into a smile, feigning nonchalance. Who knows? Third son bought it from the county and gave it to me. I just wear it now and then. If I'd been there, my jaw would have dropped. I never imagined this was the kind of uncle he could be. He went from house to house notifying all 13 hunter families, not missing a single one. They were all flattered, and amid the chatter, with Uncle's deliberate yet casual showing off, some even started calling him Master Lin, letting him bask in the limelight. It wasn't just Uncle. The whole family put on new clothes. With a few hundred taels in hand, everyone had newfound confidence. Over the next 2 days, you could often see Auntie and my eldest cousin's wife strolling around the village, their favorite thing being to smooth their hair by their temples every now and then. Sometimes they'd bring Susu along, and then all the marriage matchmakers came flooding in, which I naturally turned down. The matchmakers then shifted their attention to Lin Bao. No sooner had one been sent off than another lined up. With money in hand, Auntie's standards rose too. She felt the rough country girls from the surrounding villages weren't good enough for her second son and wanted to look for a girl from town. As for me, I stayed home, mulling over my plans for the future. A business definitely had to be started, but what to do was the key question. Even setting up a stall in town, local thugs would come collecting protection money, let alone opening a shop. Every shop was tangled up with vested interests and complicated relationships. After thinking it over and over, the only thing I could do for now was set up some workshops out in the countryside. A brick kiln, a porcelain kiln, vegetable greenhouses. But all of these required large amounts of fuel. The coal couldn't be mined, and the forest belonged to the court. Even felling a single tree was against the law. I wanted to write shopkeeper Chu a letter and try spending a bit of money to work the Marquis' connections, to get a stretch of mountain granted and an official permit issued. Thinking of this, I suddenly realized a big problem. I can't even read the writing in this world. How am I supposed to write a letter? There was nothing for it but to go to town and buy some primers, the 3-character classic, the 1,000-character text, and the like. I opened them up and found the script quite similar to modern small seal script. I couldn't recognize a single character on its own, but by guessing from context I could read through them well enough. In 2 days I'd memorized most of it, setting aside the ones I wasn't sure about. 2 days later, the day I'd arranged with the hunters arrived. Early in the morning, Uncle's family and the 13 hunters showed up, and the borrowed bows were returned. Now everyone had one apiece. The party of 17 set off in a grand procession toward the deep mountains. Brother Xiao, what game did you go sell in Nanping County? Is it fun there in the county? Brother Xiao, this bow of yours is gorgeous. Must have cost a pretty penny, huh? Brother Xiao, how did you dodge the fierce beasts deep in the mountains? Everyone wanted to get on good terms with me, coming up to make conversation, mainly hoping to learn my hunting secrets. What I could tell them, I told them. What I couldn't, I kept quiet about, like the business of dodging beasts. Even if I wanted to explain, I couldn't. Was I supposed to tell them I had a cheat? Once we entered the deep mountains, the seasoned hunters all fell silent, judging whether there was game around by fur, footprints, and droppings. I didn't need any of that. I brought up the map, and a dozen or so green dots were all laid out before me. Follow me. Everyone silently trailed behind. Before they'd even spotted any game, I'd already knocked an arrow and let it fly. Brother Xiao, what did you shoot? One hunter asked, puzzled. There was nothing to see at that distance. But Lin Bao paid no mind and ran off toward where the arrow had landed. Soon he pulled a big gray wild hare out of a pile of dry grass. Everyone showered me with praise, saying I had sharp eyes and was a born hunter. I'd long lost interest in such small game. Since we'd come up the mountain, I meant to hunt something worth money. Third uncle, you head this way, about 1,000 meters. Fifth uncle, you go over there, around 1,200 meters. Brother Chun, Dazhuang, you two cross that slope ahead and you'll find game. Keep it stealthy. I pointed out a spot for each of them, repeatedly cautioning them. Whether or not they bagged anything, they had to return by the same route and must never chase game off alone. I'd already checked. There were no dangerous red dots in this area, nor any threatening yellow dots, but if they wandered out of my detection range, there'd be no guarantees. I stayed put and waited. Doing it this way was, along with granting them benefits, a means of setting rules and drilling discipline. Half an hour later, the team members returned one after another, most of them having bagged game and thanking me profusely. The few who came back empty-handed didn't complain either. They'd run into game and only had themselves to blame for missing. Let's go, on to another spot. So that everyone could have a catch, I did my best to send those who'd missed to areas with dense green dots. By the end of the morning, everyone gathered to eat lunch, all beaming with joy, wild hares and pheasants hanging at their waists, and the good shots had bagged 3 or 4 each. After the meal, we continued. When we came upon red dots, we gave them a wide berth, and when we came upon yellow dots, if they were far off, there was no need to worry. After moving to a new spot, I cut a handful of dry grass, meaning to lie down for a bit, when my gaze happened to sweep across a plant, ginseng. I was ecstatic. I'd been up the mountain all this time and had completely overlooked this fortune-making path, gathering medicinal herbs. I didn't recognize other herbs, but ginseng was easy to identify. I used my cleaver to dig it out little by little, terrified of snapping the root fibers. The older wild mountain ginseng is, the better its form and the heavier it weighs, as the saying goes. 7 tails makes it ginseng, 8 tails makes it treasure. I didn't understand grading quality, so I could only gauge it by weight. This one was 5 tails at least, maybe 6, worth several hundred to over 1,000 tails. Far more lucrative than hunting. After wrapping the ginseng layer upon layer, I searched the area some more. It seemed I really did need a book on medicinal herbs, so I wouldn't waste a valuable one I couldn't recognize. But until the sun sank in the west, though I moved through several spots, I never found a second one. Precious herbs are just that rare. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worth such a price. On the way back, everyone divided up the game. Even though they had to give me half, no one was unhappy about it. Without me, they wouldn't even have had the chance to enter the deep mountains. The haul this time was considerable. Hares, pheasants, river deer, badgers, all of it, plus 2 big yellow goats. Converted to money, even after my share, each person could get a few hundred copper coins. We hadn't expected that the moment we got home, we'd hear a piece of news that caught us off guard. The court was going to levy a military grain tax. It was collected per head, 50 coppers for everyone aged 14 to 60, 25 for those under 14, payable in an equivalent amount of grain. Along with the tax came temporary labor conscription, one man drafted from every three. If a household had 3 grown men, one had to go transport grain and fodder to the border. Once you went, it was 2 or 3 months. Everything else aside, with winter coming on, having to make a long journey through the freezing cold meant the odds of dying were too high. You could also opt out by paying another tale of silver to hire a substitute. Didn't we just finish paying the autumn tax? What tax is this now? Are they even going to let people live? One hunter said with a frown. My mood was heavy. From the loyal and righteous Marquis, I'd already learned that there was fighting at the border, and the Western barbarian army was about to break through and take a whole prefecture. The Marquis's whole reason for buying the Snow Fox was to scheme for military command, earn merit, and restore his ancestors' glory. From the name of this tax, it wasn't hard to deduce. Most likely the war had gone badly, the grain and fodder seized or destroyed, and the court couldn't make up the shortfall, so they were levying taxes locally. Another hunter's face was full of worry. There was a drought in summer, and the autumn harvest ran into continuous rain. Every family is barely getting by mixing in loads of wild vegetables. We don't even know if we'll survive the winter. So where would we get the money and grain to pay the tax? That's right, 2 rounds of disaster, and my family's down to 4 mu of land. If it weren't for the catch we got today following Brother Xiao, we'd lose the rest of our land too. Hearing this, a hunter named Chun Hong dropped to his knees before me right then and there. Brother Xiao, thank you for taking me into the mountains. You saved my whole family's lives. What are you doing? I hurried to help him up. Chun Hong was the same age as me. It was his father's generation that had first moved to Lin family village, opening up a few mu of poor grade land. And with no clan relatives to lean on, his life had been even harder than mine used to be. Brother Xiao, from now on this life of mine is yours, Chun Hong said, and every word rang with sincerity. Everyone understood. Chun Hong had just married last year. His child wasn't even a year old, and 2 rounds of disaster had forced him to sell off all his land. Once he couldn't pay this tax, he and his father would be hauled off to forced labor, leaving behind a widow and orphan who, if they didn't freeze to death, would starve, but whose family was truly well off. It was nothing more than the difference between adding a bit more or a bit less rice husk to the pot when cooking. I gave Chun Hong's shoulder a firm pat, an idea taking shape in my mind. We're all from the same village. No need for such formalities. From now on, if you have any trouble, just come to me. Then I looked at the other hunters. As members of the hunting team, I treat everyone the same. If anyone's family runs short on grain or hits hard times, whatever I can do to help, I won't just stand by. A rare chance to win people over. I wasn't about to let it slip. But I made one thing clear. I was only helping the members of the hunting team, so word wouldn't spread all over the place. The hunters thanked me over and over, of course. This haul was enough to cover their taxes, but no one could guarantee their stored food would last through winter. All right, everybody head home. Tomorrow we'll go into town, sell the game, and split the money. After sending everyone off, I went back inside. Susu, my aunt, and my elder cousin's wife were making dinner. My uncle had found some rope and was getting ready to bundle up the game so we could load it onto the cart in the morning. Uncle, let's not sell our share. Keep it for us to eat. All of it. My uncle wasn't sure. It was quite a lot. Just the pheasants and rabbits came to over 20, plus a whole gazelle that was mine too. Yeah, keep all of it, I said firmly. The weather won't let us into the mountains many more times, and the new year's coming up. If we can't finish it, my elder cousin's wife can take some when she goes back to visit her parents. Saying that, it hit me that Susu had never once mentioned her family, and I'd never asked. I need to find time to learn about that. Fine. My uncle nodded. Now that the family had money, we had confidence to spare. When it was time to eat well, we'd eat well. I turned and went into the kitchen, had Susu pack up 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of white flour, and just as I was about to leave, I came back and sliced off a bit over 2 pounds of cured meat. Then, under the moonlight, I set off for Chun Hong's place. Compared to most people, Chun Hong was someone who understood repaying a kindness. I wanted to bring the hunting team under my control, But I also needed loyal men who would truly risk their lives for me, and no one fit that better than Chin Hong. When I got there, his courtyard was even more rundown than ours, and the house was pitch black. Was no one home? I knocked tentatively, and a young man came out. It was Chin Hong. "Brother Xiao, what brings you here?" He quickly opened the door. "Just came to check on you and Uncle Chun." I followed him inside and saw the whole family eating dinner. Puzzled, I asked, "Why eat in the dark without a lamp?" The moment the words left my mouth, I realized I'd asked a stupid question. For ordinary folks, lard and vegetable oil were precious. Who could bear to burn it for a lamp? Chun Hong brought over a stool, wiped it again and again with his sleeve, and set it in front of me. Awkwardly, he said, "We don't have much oil, so we have to save it." Just then his father, Chen Shan, brought out an oil lamp from the kitchen and set it on the table. There was barely a trace of oil at the bottom of the dish. By that faint light, I finally saw clearly what was in their bowls, and it hit me like a bolt of lightning. When I saw what was in those bowls, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. The child, not even a year old, was drinking thin millet porridge so watery you could see your reflection in it. The three adults were eating a wild vegetable gruel, but all you could see was the wild vegetables. As for the gruel part, you couldn't spot it at all unless you looked hard. Seeing me stare at their bowls, Chen Qingshan let out a sigh. "Ah, that's just how it is being someone's tenant farmer. Not starving to death is already pretty good." My chest tightened. In my past life, even beggars ate better than this. Silently, I took the things out of my basket one by one and set them on the table. Chen Qingshan looked at the rice, the flour, the cured meat, swallowed hard, and said with a torn expression, We can't accept it. Our family can't pay you back. There's nothing to pay back. When you finish it, come to my place for more. There's plenty." I said each word slowly and clearly. Chun Hong's wife, holding their skinny child, burst into tears right then and there. Thud! Chun Hong dropped heavily to his knees in front of me, his eyes red, his lips trembling for a long while, but not a single word came out. I pulled him up, a little displeased. "A man's knees are worth gold. Kneel to heaven, to earth, to your parents. That's fine. But your bones aren't that soft. Don't go dropping to your knees at every turn." "Yes, Brother Xiao, I'll remember that. And stop calling me Brother Xiao all the time. We may be the same age, but as I recall, I'm 3 months older than you, right?" Chun Hong jerked his head up, his voice shaking. "Big brother. My own big brother." Leaving Chin Hong's house, I couldn't calm down for a long time, even though I'd just gained a loyal younger brother. You could see the whole leopard from a single spot. 2 disasters in a row had left countless people landless, and Chun Hong's situation was the situation of most people. From what I'd read in history books, famine plus heavy taxes was often the prelude to refugee uprisings. I couldn't calculate exactly how likely it was, but I didn't dare gamble on it. I've always liked to plan ahead, before the crisis hits, do everything to make sure nothing can go wrong. Back home, the whole family was waiting for me to eat. My elder cousin's wife dished up my rice, and Susu placed a piece of braised rabbit in my bowl. Everyone was eating with grease all over their mouths, tossing the gnawed bones on the ground without even bothering to save them for soup. Lin Bao said happily, "Lean meat really is tastier. I've had my fill of fatty meat lately." My hand froze mid-reach. Listen to that. Did that even count as human talk? Other families couldn't get a scrap of meat if they begged, and here he was, sick of it. Yet everyone else actually nodded along. My aunt, "If it's good, eat more. Tomorrow I'll make chicken for you, stew one and stir-fry one." My elder cousin's wife, "For the stew, pick the lean parts. The fatty bits are too greasy." Susu, "Add some bamboo shoots too, makes the soup taste fresh." My elder cousin, "For the stir-fry, put in lots of chili." Lin Bao, "I want to gnaw on a drumstick." My little nephew, "I want to gnaw on the chicken feet." My uncle slowly swept his gaze around the table. "Look at all of you. It's either stew or stir-fry." I thought he was about to scold them, but then he changed tack. "I think roasted is the tastiest." Then he looked at me. "What about you, third son? Which way do you think is best?" I let out a sigh and said wistfully, "I think everyone should keep a lower profile. Whatever you do, don't say any of this to outsiders. There will always be people who resent the rich. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but at a sensitive time like this, if someone did something rash, it could mean trouble." After dinner, the whole family gathered around the table. My expression turned serious and I lowered my voice. I want to expand the hunting team. What do you all think? Expand. My uncle was startled. By how many? Isn't the way we are now just fine? He genuinely thought it was fine. At first he'd formed the team out of necessity, but after one trip into the mountains, whatever discomfort he'd felt had long since vanished. The more the better, of course. Bring in every hunter from all the villages around here. Why bother with other villages? My aunt immediately objected. Just take care of our own village. The game isn't going anywhere. We can hunt it little by little. I looked at the others. What do you all think? Actually, I could decide this on my own. Discussing it with the family was to guide them toward learning to think and analyze, so they could stand on their own when facing problems down the road. Susu shook her head, and my elder cousin's wife did too. Women in this era naturally depended on men. I wouldn't force them. I'd take it slow. But my two cousins were another matter. I asked directly, big brother, second brother, what about you two? I've got no objections. I'll go with what you say. Lin Bao now trusted me unconditionally. Lin, who thought it over. I don't understand why you want to expand it, but I know. Just like when you first set up the hunting team, you must have your reasons. Could it be there's an even bigger crisis coming than back then? I was gratified. My elder cousin actually remembered my original intention. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But we can't afford not to guard against it. So I laid it out for them, grounded in reality, describing the true situation most common people faced right now. Land, population, money, and grain, all out in the open. Then I layered the court's new tax decree on top, breaking down the causes, the consequences, and the chain of effects one by one. After that, I dissected human nature, explaining what kind of situation all this would eventually lead to. Finally, I asked, when tens of thousands of people have no money, no land, and no food, and they reach the point of life or death, what will they do? They'll rob other people, for sure, my aunt blurted out. Rob whom? The ones with money, land, and My aunt stopped mid-sentence, realizing something was wrong. The ones with money, land, and grain. Didn't that include our own family? In an instant, the whole family sensed the danger and shivered. Only then did they understand my real intention. My uncle's voice trembled. Expanding the hunting team. Will it really do any good? Whether it helps or not, let's expand it first and see. It's better than scrambling to recruit people once the crisis is already here. I put everything else out of my mind. Under a heavy reward, there will always be brave men. As long as I'm willing to spend money and grain, there will always be people willing to risk their lives for me. Early the next morning, I was stretching in the courtyard when, through a gap in the door, I spotted someone crouched at the entrance. I opened it and found Chen Hong. When did you get here? Why didn't you knock? I just got here too. I didn't want to disturb your rest, big brother. He gave an awkward smile. I sighed and said nothing more. There was already frost on his head, and he'd just gotten here. I dragged him inside, where Susu had finished making breakfast. Brother Chen's here. Have you eaten? Sister-in-law, I already ate. Without another word, I pressed him down onto a stool. Then eat a little more. Breakfast was thick, sticky rice porridge, white flour buns, a plate of winter bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, the leftover braised rabbit from last night, and a small dish of crisp pickled radish. Watching Susu ladle him a full bowl of white rice porridge, Chen Hong's eyes went red again. Sister-in-law, that's enough. That's plenty. After breakfast, once everyone had gradually arrived, we loaded the game onto the donkey cart, and I called for everyone to set out. Third son, you all go on. Weren't we going to expand the hunting team? I'll spread the word for you. My uncle was especially eager now. With the whole family's safety at stake, he was more anxious than anyone. Uncle, you absolutely have to come. I shook my head. I'm planning to buy 2 mules, and I need your eye on them. Buy mules? And 2 of them? My uncle was surprised. I leaned in and said quietly, if refugees start rioting someday and we're forced to flee, all those wealthy households have livestock to ride. Wouldn't our family be left behind? Hearing the sense in that, my uncle nodded at once. As for spreading the word, he'd already handed that off to Susu, telling her, my aunt, and my elder cousin's wife to make a round through the village and drop a few casual remarks. Guaranteed to have every village around knowing within no time. Everyone had seen with their own eyes what one trip into the mountains had earned the hunting team, and their eyes turned red with envy. It was just that their own families had no one who could hunt, no bows and arrows, nothing they could do. But who didn't have relatives? Especially those with hunter relatives. They sprang into action the moment they heard the news. Word spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and by mid-morning, dozens of hunters had gathered at my door, with more coming all the time, all waiting to join. Meanwhile, oblivious to all of this, I had already reached the Drunken Fragrance Tavern in town. You must be young Master Lin. My surname is Qian, and I'm the new manager here. Manager Qian was exceptionally warm. I raised an eyebrow. Manager Qian knows me? He smiled. The fortune, prosperity, longevity feast came from your hand, didn't it, young Master Lin? At the old master's birthday celebration, Manager Wang stole the show. No, I should call him Steward Wang now. He seized that opportunity to not only get transferred away from this dangerous place, but also promoted to steward. Before he left, he even asked me to thank you on his behalf. My heart jumped, and I immediately latched onto those two words, dangerous place. Could it be they'd also foreseen a possible refugee uprising? But the tax decree hadn't even come down yet at that time. Keeping my expression neutral, I asked, Manager Qian, what do you mean by dangerous place? A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Manager Qian patted his mouth. It was merely a worry of Steward Wang's. Do you know there's a war on at the border, young Master Lin? I nodded. I've heard something of it. Then you probably don't know that the frontier pass has already fallen. The Western Barbarian Army is driving straight in. Though this area is a few hundred miles from the border, with great mountains and forests in between, there are still rough mountain paths that connect through. That's exactly what Steward Wang worried about. We have no garrison troops here, no high walls for protection. If the Western barbarians came slaughtering down those mountain paths, even just a small band, who could stop them? Then why did you come anyway, Manager Qian? I was puzzled. Steward Wang was that worried, and you're not afraid? Manager Qian tugged at his ornate collar, utterly unconcerned. Young Master Lin, what you don't understand is that I worked my way up from the bottom. I waited over 10 years for this chance. How could I not come? Besides, the Western barbarians, leaving rich lands unplundered to come raid our poor little corner? They'd have to be out of their minds. Well, to each their own. Even the smallest possibility is still a possibility. Manager Qian could put it out of his mind, but I couldn't. I filed it away and called my team to unload the game. This much. Manager Qian's face lit up with delight. After some haggling, we sold it all for over 3,500 coppers. The 13 hunters each got nearly 300. No small sum for ordinary folk, and naturally they thanked me endlessly. We agreed to meet at the northern edge of town at the start of the Shan hour, and everyone dispersed. My family and I headed for the livestock market on East Street. Before we even got close, a reek of animal filth mixed with fodder hit our noses. It stinks, Lin Bao complained. I wasn't feeling great either. Let's buy and get out fast. Since it wasn't the busy farming season, the livestock market was pretty deserted. We went into one of the bigger shops. Come in, honored guests. We've got donkeys, horses, mules, oxen. Which would you like to see? Show us the mules. Donkeys were cheap but weak. Oxen were strong but slow. Horses were fast but expensive and costly to keep. All things considered, mules were the best fit, strong, enduring, and quick, all balanced. The shopkeeper led us to a courtyard full of mules and made us pitch hard. I left the choosing to my uncle, who inspected them from build to coat to leg shape to hooves to teeth, and finally picked out 2 sturdy prime-age mules. Together with 2 wide flatbed carts, it came to 50 taels. Everyone except me was heartsick over the cost, until the shopkeeper threw in 2 bells and a few sacks of fodder, which soothed their aching hearts a little. Leaving the market, we ate first. After the meal, I drove the mule cart to the grain shop. Looking across the history books, whenever there was war and heavy taxes, grain prices were sure to soar. It never hurt to stock up. I asked around. Coarse grains had gone up 1 copper, rice and white flour up 2. Why has it gotten more expensive again? Third son, our family has enough to eat. Let's not buy any, all right? My uncle said. If we don't buy now, it'll only get pricier later. Once the military grain tax is collected and every household is short on food, people from our own village will come to borrow. Tell me, uncle, do you lend it to them or not? This. My uncle was stumped. Not lend it. They were all neighbors, most of them sharing the same ancestors. He couldn't just watch people starve. Lend it. A batch of grain that big. Who knew when he'd ever get it back? And he couldn't foreseize land or press people into debt bondage the way the landlords and gentry did. My thinking was simple. Unite every possible force to meet the coming crisis, and anything that could be solved with money was no real problem. This time I focused on millet and coarse grains, filling a whole cart, and picked up some other odds and ends besides. I made it back to rejoin everyone right at the start of the hour. When the dozen-odd hunters saw that we'd not only bought mules, but stocked up on grain, they went green with envy. One who knew his stuff said, "Hey, those are both mules. Those don't come cheap." I smiled. A bit pricey, but very useful. From now on, the hunting team will bring back more and more game. Today's just the start. We can't keep borrowing carts forever. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. 2 mule carts. How much game would that take? But once they got home and saw more than 200 hunters waiting to join the team, they wouldn't think that way anymore. With 3 carts to ride, we were back in the village by the end of the hour. "They're back. The hunting team's back," someone shouted at the village entrance. "What's going on?" I was baffled, and my uncle and 2 cousins just shook their heads. Escorted by a crowd of villagers, we got home, and everyone was stunned. There were easily more than 200 people at our courtyard gate, old and young alike, every one of them carrying a bow, all growing excited at the sight of the returning hunting team. Amid our shock, my family immediately grasped what had happened, but we never expected so many to come. "Brother Shao, I want to join. Take me. I'm from Bridgehead Village. I'm from Downriver Village. My son and I are both hunters. My brother and I are from Mountain Guard Village." The clamor gave me a headache. I pressed my hands down. "Quiet, everyone, quiet." Once the noise died down, I called out, "First, thank you all for coming, and thank you for believing in the hunting team. Shortly I'll test each of you, and only those who pass can join. For now, line up and stay quiet." "There's a test too?" The crowd tensed up at once. There was no helping it. There was no way to take everyone, and too many were just there to make up the numbers. I spotted a few small children whose bows were made of bamboo, and even a white-haired old man in his 60s. I honestly doubted whether he'd make it back down the mountain still breathing. "Chin Hong, go return the village head's donkey cart." "Right away, big brother." I drove the mule cart into the yard and unloaded the grain and goods. Susu, holding a water flask, looked a bit nervous. "Husband, I never thought this many people would come. Didn't I say the more the better?" "You did great, wife." Only then did Susu break into a happy smile. After finishing my water and stepping back out, I saw the 13 veteran members hadn't left, so I said, "The hunting team is expanding, and you'll pick the first batch of new recruits." Every added person meant one more share of the profits, so they weren't thrilled about it, but I held absolute authority over the team, and they had no choice but to get to work. Under 14 out. Over 45 out. The weak out. Poor aim out. Bad bows out. Slackers out. And those who'd never hunted at all and had just bought a bow to pad the numbers out too. They were all hunters from the surrounding villages. Who didn't know whom? For the sake of their profit share, they were as picky as could be, deliberately choosing only the strong and the already renowned veterans. That was exactly what I'd counted on when I confidently handed them the task. But even I was surprised by how strict they were. After all the picking, only about 30 were left. I clicked my tongue inwardly. This won't do. I hadn't expanded the team just for the sake of expanding it. I walked into the crowd and saw a young man whose bow was brand new. One look told you he'd never been up a mountain. "Come on, shoot a couple of arrows so I can see." "At that big tree." "Ah, okay." The young man was so nervous his bow hand shook. His first 2 arrows missed, and sweat beaded on his forehead. "Don't be nervous. Take your time," I said reassuringly. His 3rd arrow finally hit. I smiled. "You can join." The young man jumped up for joy. Then I walked over to a burly fellow and saw that his bow was made of ordinary willow wood. Fine material for arrows, but far too weak for a bow. I handed him my own. "Try this." The man took it, knocked an arrow, and only barely drew it with all his strength. Yet that alone amazed the crowd. This was a top-grade 2-pickle bow of mine. In years when no family had enough to eat, being able to draw it counted as sheer natural strength. "You stay too." After that I picked more than 70 others from the crowd. Those chosen were beside themselves with joy. Those passed over were crestfallen. Together with the earlier 30-odd, we kept 108 people in all. I raised an eyebrow. Well now, 108 bold heroes. The rest, the old, the weak, the sick, I sent home. Help the world when you can. Mind only yourself when you can't. I understood the principle, but for now I didn't have the means to play the saint. The veterans wore long faces while the new recruits beamed, but I didn't care what any of them thought. In front of everyone, I restated the team rules with a few changes. The discipline stayed the same. Everyone must absolutely obey orders. What changed was the split. I'd take 3/10 of all game, and the remaining 7/10 would be divided among the members in 3 tiers. From then on, the hunting team was renamed the Lin Family Hunting Team, a resounding name and good for uniting people. Finally, I announced, all team members would gather tomorrow to go up the mountain. Before the government came to collect taxes, I would solve their tax problem for them and raise their standard of living up a notch to win their hearts. As everyone dispersed, I called Chunhong over. Your family should stop being tenant farmers. Take good care of the 2 mules. Consider it a job on the hunting team. Chunhong didn't put on airs and readily agreed. Once everyone had left, my uncle asked in a low, hesitant voice, "Won't this be too many?" He thought the same as Susu, that expanding by a few dozen would be the end of it. He never imagined recruiting over 100 at once. This wasn't hunting, it was practically a raiding party. I smiled. This is nothing. I still think it's too few. What great household didn't have dozens or even hundreds of retainers? When the day came to grab our buckets and run, I absolutely could not be the softest one standing. The next day, the hunting team arrived even earlier than I got up. Those living far off had set out for our place before dawn. Is everyone here? I asked while eating breakfast. Chunhong had already counted several times. Big brother, everyone's here. Good. Move out. I waved my hand, and the Lin family hunting team's first collective hunt officially began. To make hauling things easier, I brought both of our mule carts along. Before we hadn't had the means, but now that we had carts, I wasn't about to suffer needlessly. We drove the carts to the foot of Little T Mountain and stopped. My uncle and Uncle Chun were in charge of guarding them, while the rest of us, over 100 strong, crossed Little and Great T Mountains and entered the deep wilderness. How do we manage this many people? Lin Hu frowned along the way. I was wrestling with the same thing and felt a bit guilty. That was my oversight. I'd been too eager for the team to produce results, and had forgotten I still hadn't gotten a handle on each person, who shot well, who shot poorly. I had no idea. I really should have pushed it back a day and held an archery contest first, to at least have a sense of things. What's so hard about that? Lin Bao quickened his steps. Split them into 10 groups, each covering one area. That way we widen our range, and they won't fight over the same game. Lin Hu shot him a sidelong glare. Oh, you're the only one who gets it. If they really could split up, wouldn't all those hunters just form their own teams and go up the mountain themselves? Why would they follow Third Son at all? Lin Bao lowered his head and sheepishly slowed down. Right, they were all hunters. Who among them didn't know how to hunt? The reason they joined the team was that Third Son knew how to steer clear of dangerous beasts. Without him guiding them through this deep, ancient wilderness, none of them would dare go in. Actually, splitting into groups isn't a bad idea, I said. As long as people don't wander off and each group can reunite with the main body, it works. I'd thought it through carefully. Leading a dozen people meant swapping in a small map. Now, leading over 100, I'd scatter the groups across the big map and eventually lead them to swap in a larger one. As long as I kept everyone within my detection range, there was nothing to worry about. This way I could also quickly figure out each person's skill and select a batch of outstanding shots, making future planning easier. Hearing this, Lin Bao lifted his head again and hurried up to walk shoulder to shoulder with his elder brother. Once we were in the mountains, I split the first batch of veterans into 5 groups and distributed the rest evenly among them, advancing overall in a fan formation. Now I was the busiest of all. First, I'd lead the first group to its assigned position and mark out each person's hunting zone, then double back to lead the second group. Group by group, I arranged them all, and once the last group was set, I still had to rush back nonstop to the first group and lead them forward. I had a map in my mind and could clearly see whether each group was spread out or clustered together. Spread out meant they were still hunting, clustered meant they were done, and I'd hurry over. On this first attempt, I was especially cautious. I gave red dot zones a wide berth. If there were more than 3 yellow dots, I ignored them, except for lone yellow dots, which I'd handle myself. Wild boar or lone wolf, I killed it within 3 arrows. By midday, everyone gathered in one spot for lunch. By now, the whole hunting team looked at me the way one looks at a god. Not only were my arm strength and archery uncanny, but the real killer was that the moment he stood somewhere, he didn't need to track anything at all. He could tell you exactly how far off the game was and how many there were. This kind of swift hunting was something they'd never even dared dream of before, and combined with a deep wilderness untouched by people for years, in just 2 hours the game had piled up into a little mountain. Here, drink some. Lin, who handed me a water tube. I swallowed my last mouthful of rice ball, took it, and gulped down several big swigs. Man, this is damn exhausting. I sighed. I needed to pick a few runners. Me, the captain, coordinating from the center, running back and forth like a headless chicken. What kind of arrangement was that? I didn't even have a moment to stop and look for medicinal herbs. I'd barely rested when the members who'd finished eating started staring at me with burning eyes. What are you all looking at me for? Go haul a load down the mountain first. Deadpan, I pointed at the game. I hadn't rested enough yet. Once all the game had been brought down, I'd recovered too, and I led the team onward again. By the third quarter of the way hour, the sun still hung high in the sky. Feeling we'd hunted about enough, I gathered everyone. All right, that's it for today. Head back. It's still early. The members weren't satisfied at all. They'd never been this excited. Heading down this early felt like a waste of life. Bah! I spat out the grass stem in my mouth. The mule carts can barely hold any more. Which of you is going to carry the rest on your back? Everyone wanted to say I'd carry it, but seeing that I was already heading down, they all wisely shut their mouths, gathered up the game, and followed me down. Huh? Where'd all this grass come from? Lin Bao pointed at the bundles of fodder beside the mule carts. Boss, Brother Lin and I had nothing to do, so we cut a bit to feed the animals. Chen Qingshan was all smiles. My uncle came over too, looking helpless. I wouldn't dare take advantage of anyone. It was all Uncle Chen's doing. I told him to rest, but he wouldn't hear of it. There are only 2 mules. Who needs this much grass? I looked at the neatly prepared fodder, then at Chen Qingshan's cracked, calloused hands. Uncle Chen, this is enough to feed them for several days. Don't work so hard. We're all family. And stop calling me boss. Just use my name, or call me third son like my uncle does. No, that won't do. It'd upset the proper order of things. Chen Qingshan waved his hands over and over. Back in the village, we naturally drew a crowd of onlookers. This time the commotion wasn't limited to our own villagers. All along the road, people from every village around, who'd never seen anything like it, came running to watch the excitement, following us all the way to our gate and refusing to leave. Good heavens, 2 carts of game. How much money is that worth? Look, there's even a wolf. Amazing. If only a boar would fall off for me to grab. Keep dreaming. The hunting team members walked tall, chests out, listening to the villagers' praise, so moved they could barely speak. Finally, they'd had their day in the sun. Now and then cries of joy rose from the crowd. That's my dad. That's my husband. That's my son. Drawing envious looks from those around them, who once again lamented that their own families had no hunter. No, they'd sell the pots and pans if they had to, buy a bow, and join the team. That was what most grown men were thinking in that moment. And so the Lin family hunting team's name resounded through Tea Mountain Town, and I, Lin the third son, became widely renowned, a figure every household relished talking about. Susu, my aunt, and my elder cousin's wife had set up 2 large pots in the courtyard and boiled 2 full pots of sweet water. There weren't enough clay bowls at home. Even after fetching my uncle's, there still weren't enough, so the members had to take turns drinking. That sweetened water going down their throats gave them a satisfaction they'd never known before. Wow, it's sweet. Oh, it's delicious. The 2 big pots of sweet water were snatched up in no time. Susu filled a flask with sweet water, gracefully returned to the main room, then quickly came back out and walked toward me, blushing. Husband, have some water. Looking at the sugar grains scattered around the mouth of the flask, my mouth watered before I'd even taken a sip. That's my wife for you. secretly giving me special treatment. With no worries about food or drink lately, Susu had grown rounder by the day. Her hair, once dry and yellow as straw, now hung smooth over her shoulders. Her cheeks glowed with a peach blossom flush, and her lashes fluttered softly. The curves her fine cloth dress traced out warmed something deep in my heart. Suddenly I felt parched and gulped down a whole bowl. Under my gaze, Susu's ears turned red, and with a girl's shy bashfulness, she pushed the flask toward me and hurried away. So am I going to have her or not? I mused in frustration and poured myself another bowl. The guilt buried deep in my heart always kept me from crossing that line. My deeply rooted modern way of thinking made this ancient world a constant torment. After drinking 3 bowls of sweet water in a row, I set the flask aside. The game had already been unloaded, piled up in one corner of the courtyard. Lin Bao came over and poured himself a bowl, and a moment later his eyes lit up and he poured another. Go call your dad and elder brother over. Lin Bao trotted off, disgruntled. Big brother, let me keep watch tonight. With so much game in the yard, I'm afraid it's not safe. Chen Hong, who'd hurried over, was frowning. I had the same concern. That was exactly why I'd called my uncle and elder cousin over. But there was no need to use the members. They had to go up the mountain with me during the day and needed proper rest at night. I've got a plan for that. By the way, has the game been tallied up yet? It has. Chen Hong pulled a sheet of paper from his robe. Scholar Zhao from neighboring Zhao village helped with the count. You know, big brother, I can count a few numbers all right, but this kind of thing is too much for one person. I understood at once. Leave professional matters to professionals. Asking unlettered mountain folk to keep tallies really was asking too much of them. Where's Scholar Zhao? He went home. Go bring him back. I'd like to meet him. Right away, big brother. After Chen Hong left, I unfolded the paper. Recorded on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the 11th month, 3rd quarter past 3 o'clock, in the 7th year of the Yin calendar's Qingping era. Game taken by the Lin family hunting team. 3 wolves, 5 wild boars, 14 deer, 168 hares, 153 pheasants. Every category and number was marked out clearly. Though there were a few characters I didn't recognize, I got the gist reading it through. I was very pleased. A scholar is a scholar, even if only a first-degree one. Just then my uncle and elder cousin arrived. I said, Uncle, big brother, I want to recruit a few people from the village to take turns keeping watch at night. Tomorrow have them go with Uncle Chun and the rest of you to sell the game in town. It'll be safer, and afterward wait for us at Little Tea Mountain. And you? You're not going to rest for a day? Lin Hu asked. No need. I waved it off. The county office will be coming to collect the military grain tax soon. While we've got the time, I want to take them up the mountain a few more times. My uncle nodded. That works. How do we figure the wages? 15 coppers, let's say. After a brief pause, I settled on it. 15 coppers for a day and a night was neither high nor low, and since it wasn't back-breaking work, plenty of people would want it. I gave this task to my elder cousin, instructing him to look to kinsmen as much as possible. Lin, who understood my meaning, share a bit of the profit outward, both to keep more people from turning green with envy and to maintain the bonds of clan kinship. Seeing it was still early, I put together an impromptu archery contest to sift out the finest shots. I gathered everyone. Brothers, our very first group hunt was a great success, all thanks to your efforts. To help the hunting team grow even better, I've arranged a contest. Anyone confident can take part. There are 2 events, fixed targets and moving targets, 10 arrows each. Each hit on a fixed target is worth 1 point. Each hit on a moving target 2 points, and rankings go by total score. First place, 1 winner, 1,000 coppers. Second place, 3 winners, 500 each. Third place, 5 winners, 300 each. Everyone who makes the top 30 gets 100 coppers. I hope you'll all sign up eagerly. Already itching for more, and now with a chance to show off, everyone rushed to sign up. And when they heard there were cash prizes too, even the last few holdouts changed their minds. Aside from my own family and Chun Hong, who'd gone to fetch someone, not a single member backed out. The fixed target was a wooden board set up in the distance. The moving target was a board hung on a rope strung between 2 trees and pulled by hand. The contest started with the fixed targets, and men hitting all 10 arrows were common. They were all seasoned hunters, so their aim was naturally good. Those hitting 7 or 8 made up the majority. Of course, there were some at the very bottom too. 5 men missed all 10 arrows, and when I looked their way, their faces went pale in an instant. Just as they were worried about being kicked off the team, I spoke up. From now on, you'll stay by my side and help relay messages for me. The 5 were flooded with relief and thanked me profusely, vowing to practice hard. I thought to myself, there we go, my runners have arrived. The contest continued with the moving targets. This was far harder than the fixed ones. One shot was enough to tell whether a man had real skill. When the moving targets started, those who couldn't shoot couldn't land a single arrow. More of them hit 2 or 3 out of 10, which to me looked more like a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. A smaller portion hit more than half, which gave me some comfort. Finally, my gaze fell on the remaining 7, their eyes blazing. These were the talents I wanted. Fixed target or moving target, they hit every single one. Of the 7, I recognized 5. Lin Poyan was a clan uncle of mine 4 generations removed, and the other 4, Fong Qingyi, Wei Changfeng, Jiang Chun, and Han Lai Wang, were all from other villages, in their 30s or 40s, everyone a hunter renowned near and far. The remaining 2 I'd never seen before, and from their faces they looked rather alike. What are your names? I asked. Reporting to you. Boss, my name is Su Mu. Reporting to you, Su Zhe. Are you 2 brothers? How is your archery this good? Others had spent years grinding to reach that level. Yet these 2, who looked barely past 20, were just as formidable. Had they started practicing in the womb? Boss, Su Zhe and I are twins, Su Mu answered. As for the archery, our ancestors made bows and arrows for a living, generation after generation. We grew up playing with them. So it was genetics. No wonder their bows were finer than everyone else's. I nodded, satisfied. Good. Then you 7 tie for first. I couldn't be bothered to hold a runoff. Talent is hard to come by, and it would be a shame to sour our relationship over a small thing. Then I handed out the prize money. There were ties for second and third too, and I paid it all out according to rank. Less than 15 taels in total. That money was well spent. Only after the members had dispersed did I notice Zhao Mingyuan sitting off to the side drinking tea. I slapped my forehead and said apologetically, Scholar Zhao, once I get busy I forget everything. Please forgive my rudeness. Zhao Mingyuan returned the courtesy. You're too polite, young Master Lin. With nothing else to do, I've taken the chance to admire the hunting team's fine form. Most scholars in the old days had a prideful streak and looked down, to some degree, on dirt-poor tillers of the soil. Seeing he wasn't offended, I relaxed and got straight to the point. I'd like to invite you to join the hunting team, Scholar Zhao, to handle the tallying and counting. What do you say? I'd be more than glad to. Zhao Mingyuan agreed at once. I was taken aback, that easily? I hadn't even mentioned the pay. But on reflection it made sense. Zhao Mingyuan was a scholar, yes, but compared to the lofty ambitions of his younger days, life had long since worn away his sharp edges. He'd earned his first-degree scholar rank in his teens, riding high, and the wealthy households in town had all wanted to marry their daughters to him, only for him to turn them down, saying he wanted to focus on his studies. But over the next 20 years, he'd failed the exams more than a dozen times running. His parents passed away, the family fortune was spent, and gradually he gave up on the examinations, forced to scrape by. There was already a licentiate running a private school in town, and as a mere first-degree scholar, he had no chance competing. He could only teach village children their first characters. But out here in the wilds, how many people studied? His days were rather hard-pressed. As the sky darkened, I kept him for dinner, and we settled the specifics and his pay. Only then did he take his leave of my uncle's family. I lay down with my arm around my wife, soft and delicate against me, her faint fragrance in my nose, and for a while I couldn't fall asleep. But there was a whole pile of things to do tomorrow, so there was nothing for it but to force myself to sleep. The next day, the hunting team again arrived before I got up. After breakfast, with Zhao Mingyuan helping Chun Hong tally, the head count was quickly finished. My uncle and Uncle Chun drove off with the mule carts full of game, bringing 5 or 6 strong young men along. It put my mind at ease. Lin Bao wanted to go too. He wanted a taste of that heavy, satisfying feel of silver in his pocket, but I pulled him back. I want to go. No, you don't. I meant to groom my 2 cousins. Understanding commerce was enough. They couldn't just plunge headlong into it. Pick a few trustworthy people to manage it, and that would do. Into the deep wilderness we went, and the hunt began. This time it was far easier than before, with several runners helping relay word. All I had to do was leave marks along the way so they wouldn't lose track of me. With the 7 crack shots at my side, my confidence soared. As long as I didn't run into a deadly red dot, I plowed straight through, taking down everything. Burly wild oxen and wolf packs of 10 or fewer alike. After midday, I went back to using the map to hunt for large game. Then Lin Bao came running over in a panic. Third brother, what is it? There's too much. Come look, quick. I don't think 2 mule carts will be enough to haul it all. Too much of what? The game. I was puzzled. Wasn't more a good thing? But when I followed him over to where the kills were piled up, my jaw dropped too. 2 enormous wild bulls lay side by side, and next to them were over 20 wolves, with pheasants and hares nearly double yesterday's haul, plus a heap of odds and ends. Only then did it hit me. How are we supposed to haul all this back? My face went pale. Even I had gotten so caught up in the thrill of the hunt. Never mind everyone else. When you're that efficient, you rack up this much without even realizing it. Big brother, have the mule carts come yet? I asked my eldest cousin as he walked over. Lin, who shook his head. I just sent someone to check. No sign of them. It wasn't far from the village to town, and I'd already settled the prices for all the different game with Manager Qian. With the round trip plus selling the goods, they should have been back by now. Had something gone wrong? Meanwhile, Chen Qingshan was cracking his whip through the air, unwilling to lash the mules themselves, using the sound alone to drive the carts faster. By the time he reached Little Tea Mountain, I'd already had most of the game hauled down to the foot of the hill. Where's the boss? Chen Qingshan asked anxiously. Old Chen, what took you so long? One of the older hunters said with a grin. The boss is down at the bottom, moving the wild bulls. Then he added, showing off. You know how much we bagged today? It'd scare you stiff. You know how amazing the boss is. Those man-eating wolves, 1 arrow, 1 kill. And the wild bulls. Chen Qingshan couldn't be bothered with him. He took off up the mountain before the man even finished, and halfway up he ran into me. We were hauling a wild bull down together, its 4 legs tied with rope and threaded onto 2 sturdy poles. 7 or 8 men carrying it while another dozen or so supported the body. Uncle Chun, why'd you come up here? Where's my uncle? Boss, come back with me quick. Chen Qingshan said, wiping his sweat. A whole crowd of people are waiting for you. Brother Lin couldn't make up his mind, so that bunch followed him all the way back to Lin family village. What people are waiting for me? Make up his mind about what? My head was full of question marks. I handed off my share of the work to someone else and followed him down the mountain. Only on the way did I get the full story. It turned out that the moment the mule carts reached Tea Mountain Town, they'd been swarmed by gawkers, 2 carts piled high with game, uncovered, and it quickly caused a sensation. Plenty of people came up asking prices, asking if it was for sale, and even after being told it was all going to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, nobody would leave. Some sticky-fingered types even tried to steal from the carts, but my uncle caught them and drove them off. The crowd kept growing, until the carts could neither move forward nor back. In the end, Manager Qian had to bring his staff to disperse the crowd before they could slowly get the carts into the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion's back courtyard. That should have been the end of it, but then managers from other restaurants heard the news and came swarming in, all wanting a slice of the pie. Before that could even be sorted out, the fur trade managers arrived one after another, and behind them came the apothecary managers too. After all, plenty of the game could be used for medicine, like deer antler velvet. They were all businessmen in town, and though it pained Manager Qian, he agreed to accommodate everyone. It took a long negotiation before all sides were satisfied. Then it's all settled, isn't it? Why'd they follow you back to the village to wait for me? I asked, confused. It's all because of your uncle, Chen Qingshan said, breaking into a grin. After the accounts were settled and Manager Qian was about to shoo the other managers out, your uncle said, it's getting late, and my 3rd nephew has bagged another batch of game. I've got to hurry back to haul it. The moment those managers heard that, every one of them turned right back around. My uncle's a sly one, I thought, amused. Working with one buyer versus working with many is a whole different thing. It's like going from being the vendor to being the customer. And Manager Qian? Uffed. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Back home, more than a dozen mule carts were parked at the gate, along with 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages. I paid them no mind and walked straight into the courtyard. Chairs and tables had been borrowed from somewhere, and a group of managers were sitting in the yard drinking tea and soaking up the sun, with my uncle and scholar, Zhao, keeping them company. Ah, Brother Lin, you're finally back. The others didn't recognize me, but Manager Qian was the first to stand and greet me. The other managers weren't about to fall behind either, and they all crowded around. Young Master Lin. Young Lin. The forms of address varied, but the warmth was overflowing. They'd already done their homework and knew that this young man, not yet 20, was Lin Xiao, founder of the Lin family hunting team, with over 100 hunters under him, able to lead them deep into the mountains to hunt. I handed my big bow to Qin Qingshan and cupped my hands in a bow. I'm Lin Xiao. Greetings to all of you managers. My composure made the whole lot of them look at me with fresh respect. Once everyone was seated, a manager in his 30s, dressed in green leaf brocade, spoke up. Young Master Lin, you've bagged another batch of game. How much is there? How many deer? My uncle introduced him from the side. This is Manager Liu, who's in the restaurant business. My heart leapt with joy. It seemed the fame of the Fortune Prosperity Longevity Feast had already spread. The prices I'd agreed on with Manager Qian weren't by the pound. Instead, small deer went for 20 taels and large deer for 30, and I figured there was room for them to climb even higher today. Rest assured, Manager Liu, there's more than double the game from before. As for deer, there's at least 20 some. The words had barely left my mouth when Manager Liu said excitedly, I'll take 10. I'll take 10 too. I want 5. The managers all rushed to call out their numbers, far more than what actually existed. On the surface I looked troubled, but inside I was thrilled. Yes, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Brother Lin, Manager Qian said, nearly in tears, I can take less of the other game. But the deer, we had a price agreed on. Before I could say anything, another manager gave a cold snort. First day doing business, Manager Qian? Rare things are precious. Highest bidder wins. You don't understand that. Argue. Go on and argue. Drive that price up sky high. I cheered inwardly. No contract had been signed, so I could sell to whoever I pleased. While putting on a helpless, sorry I can't do anything expression toward Manager Qian, I was quietly doing the math. Earlier, I hadn't quite gauged the value of the Fortune Prosperity Longevity Feast, but by now a single deer was nearly impossible to find in Nanping County. Restaurant owners everywhere were buying up whole deer, and the name of the feast had spread all the way to the prefectural city. While the restaurant managers argued themselves into a frenzy, the other managers stayed calm and composed. There were only 5 in total from the fur and medicine trades, and they sat drinking tea while discussing how to divide up their shares. The 3 fur men stood up. Young Master Lin, a word in private. I followed them to another table. One of them said, the 3 of us are in the fur business, and we'd like to sign a contract with you, Young Master Lin. What do you say? I frowned slightly. Honestly, I had a real distaste for those things, always full of word games and unfair terms. But I didn't refuse. That's fine. But the terms have to be set by me. The 3 said nothing, waiting for me to continue. I guarantee that all the furs the Lin family hunting team puts up for sale will go to you 3 and to no one else. But there are a few conditions. First, no limits on quantity or timing. Second, if your purchase price falls below market rate, or if you deliberately lowball, I can refuse to sell and take my business elsewhere. Third, we're partners. I won't take orders from any of you. Then how is that any different from not signing at all? The 3 were displeased, their faces sour. Exactly. The whole point was to get the effect of not signing. I wasn't worried. Worst case, I just wouldn't sell. Once the hunting team was properly trained, I'd haul the goods straight to the county seat myself. As for the bandits at Ox Head Mountain, killing bandits doesn't break the laws of the Yin dynasty. The 3 muttered among themselves for a while, and in the end they agreed to my terms. Winter was coming, and their demand for furs was too great. No contract was signed. We only made a verbal agreement. The 2 medicine merchants who were left came to terms as well, drawing up a list. They'd take whole deer too, since antler velvet, antlers, deer blood, deer fetus, deer sinew, and deer penis could all be used in medicine, every part a treasure. though for this I'd still have to compete with the restaurants. For other things like musk, bear bile, badger fat, black-bone chicken, and venomous snakes, they marked a price for each, and at the end they even threw in a book like an encyclopedia of medicinal ingredients, complete with illustrations and notes. If I came across medicinal herbs up in the mountains, I could gather those too. I was overjoyed. This was exactly what I'd been missing. Before, whenever I ran across an herb I couldn't identify, I'd felt like I was losing out big. The restaurant managers had just reached a decision when the hunting team came driving their mule carts back into the village, stunning everyone all over again. 2 mule carts, each hauling a wild bull weighing over 1,000 pounds. If it weren't for the wide-planked carts, the short distance, and the strong young mules, there'd have been no way to haul them back on manpower alone. And the team members, over 100 of them, each with game slung over his shoulders. Wolves, deer, antelope, young wild boars, and bundles tied all around their waists, either pheasants or hares. You could tell they were all exhausted, but there were smiles on their faces and a light in their eyes. Once the game was unloaded, it nearly filled the small courtyard. Just as everyone thought it was all done, one of the hunters spoke up. "Boss, there are still more than 10 wild boars we haven't hauled back. We'd better hurry over there." "What? There's more?" The managers were utterly dumbfounded. Just how much had they killed? "No rush," I said, stopping them. "Everyone have a bowl of sweet water and rest a bit before you go." After finishing the sweet water, the hunters didn't bother resting and set off again with their mule carts. Meanwhile, in a rather large mansion in T-Mountain Town, a white-haired old man was savoring fragrant tea, a middle-aged man standing at his side. "What's the story with this Lin family hunting team?" The middle-aged man answered respectfully. "Father, I've looked into it. The founder is called Lin Xiao, a man from Lin family village with no backing. I hear he has some method for avoiding fierce beasts deep in the mountains. And the take? One trip up the mountain, nearly 1,000 taels of silver." The old man's eyes lit up, and he set down his teacup. "Tomorrow, take some men over and collect the hunting tax. 50%. "Ah," the middle-aged man said, surprised. "Father, a few years back the hunting tax was only 10%, and these last few years it hasn't been collected at all. If I say we collect, and I say how much. Go notify them first. Tomorrow I'll write a letter to your distant uncle, the county magistrate, and have him send a few tough clerks to assist you." "Yes." The old man paused. "You're too soft-hearted in your dealings. Better take your younger brother along too." At another mansion not far away, more than a dozen men sat around drinking and eating meat. A round-faced fellow spoke through a mouthful of food. "You're sure about that? The Lin family hunting team sold one load of game for nearly 1,000 taels. Of course it's true. The boss sent me to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to book a banquet, and one of the waiters there told me himself," answered a man with a scar on his face. That drew everyone's attention. Good heavens, what kind of game could sell for that much? It's not that the game is so valuable, it's the numbers. I hear there's over 100 of them. They kill a lot of game, so naturally they sell a lot. How's that possible? The deep mountains are full of fierce beasts. Just having a lot of people means you can go in? Forget hunting. You'd be lucky to come out with all your limbs intact." Someone's face was full of doubt. The scar-faced man said angrily, "Don't believe me? Go ask around." Words spread everywhere. It's not that the hunting team is so tough. It's that team leader, the one called Lin Xiao. He's got a method for avoiding the beasts. So the rumors are true. That's even more than what we make running a few escort jobs. As the words settled, the group fell silent for a moment. "Boss, are we doing this or not?" The round-faced fellow's eyes went bloodshot as he looked toward the man at the head of the table. Had I been there, I would surely have recognized him. It was none other than Master Wu, the head escort of the Shuni Escort Agency. Master Wu knitted his brows. He kept feeling the name, Lin Xiao, sounded familiar, but he couldn't place where he'd heard it. He slammed down his wine bowl and scolded the round-faced man. "Use your head. We're escort guards now, not bandits." A moment later, he poured himself a bowl of wine, eyes narrowing. "Thin monkey, take a few men over tomorrow. Have them sign a contract with the Shuni Escort Agency. We handle all the transport and selling, and they just do the hunting." I still had no idea the hunting team had been marked by others. Right then I was happily going over the accounts with the managers, With the game all tallied, Scholar Zhao's forehead was beaded with sweat, his abacus beads flying. Every manager had brought his own bookkeeper, so the goods and silver had long been calculated to the last coin. They were only waiting on him. The first accounts settled were the apothecaries, the smallest of the lot. A single sheet of paper was passed into my hands. 2 whole deer taken, with the antler velvet and antlers cut off. Not all of it, of course. A whole deer feast wouldn't be complete without antler velvet soup, plus the other medicinal goods. The bottom line read, 415 taels, 300 coins. Manager Exine, Manager Lu, would you two check whether the total's correct? The 2 apothecary managers glanced at it and passed it to the bookkeepers behind them. The bookkeepers nodded, settled up, and left, clean and efficient. The fur accounts came out too, and I only looked at the total. 683 taels for 100 coins. Settled, and off they went. The most troublesome were the restaurants. Tea Mountain Town simply couldn't absorb that much game. The managers with owners above them couldn't finalize things on the spot. They had to store the whole carcasses in an ice cellar and ship them to Nanping County later. I didn't care. I'd have been glad if none of it needed processing. Over 100 hunters, plus the villagers we'd brought in, had been skinning and boning without pause and were already worn out. The trouble was settling the weights and the silver. 1 whole boar was weighed at 270 pounds, and the restaurant's bookkeeper said it should be counted as net meat. Scholar Zhao and the team members wouldn't have it. Why should they? Were the sinew, bone, spleen, and innards just being given away for free? Both sides argued their case, and with the restaurant manager's agreement, I set it at 13 coins per pound all-inclusive. Together with the other game, it came to a total of 1,137 taels, 600 coins. After seeing off all the restaurant managers, Scholar Zhao stood in the main room, reporting the accounts item by item. The apothecaries paid 415 taels, 300 coins. The fur trade paid 683 taels for 100 coins. The restaurants paid 1,137 taels, 600 coins. Add the 892 taels for 100 coins from the game sold this morning, and the grand total is 3,128 taels, 700 coins. Hearing that figure, even I couldn't hide my delight. A full 3,100 and some taels. 30% came to over 900 taels, meaning that in 2 days' time I'd personally taken in over 900 taels. Split evenly among the team members, that was about 17 taels each. What more could I ask for? A thick stack of silver notes plus a heap of loose silver was laid out on the table, and my whole family nearly stopped breathing. Once he'd gotten his fill of looking, my uncle said in a trembling voice, "Teach third nephew. Quick, put it away." Susu found a wooden chest and hurriedly gathered all the silver into it. I turned to the still-dazed Zhao Mingyuan. "Scholar Zhao, get the accounts squared away and let everyone know. Tomorrow we gather at the hour of way to divide the money." With this much income, there was no need to rush the hunting anymore. Once the silver was truly, tangibly placed in the hunter's hands, I was confident the team's cohesion would reach new heights. After Zhao Mingyuan left, my family didn't linger in the room either. In the courtyard, 7 or 8 large pots were all fired up at once, with every kind of innards and sinew and bone washed clean and set to stew. These were the cheap cuts. The restaurants didn't want much of them, so most had been kept. But no matter the cut, in the eyes of common folk who went year-round without a taste of meat, it was all a lavish feast. To win people over, I had my uncle invite the whole village to come help. Together with the team members, there were over 500 people. The elderly tended the fires, the women washed innards and cut the meat, and there was still a huge crowd with nothing to do. For a chance to eat meat, they'd find work even where there was none. Some moved tables and chairs, some fetched pots and bowls. But how many of those could you use? Those left over could only go collect firewood, and some simply went home and hauled their own firewood over to burn. By the end of that one meal, my family's firewood pile had grown rather than shrunk. Among the crowd of helpers was Chinair. He set down a bundle of firewood and looked over at his former, good buddy. When he saw me looking back, he quickly lowered his head and slipped away. In truth, I'd spotted him long ago, I just didn't care. There are people like that everywhere. When you live a little better than they do, they envy and resent you, But when your strength far exceeds anything they can comprehend, all they have left is awe and fear. Pot after pot of millet rice was cooked, topped with a ladleful of meat cubes the size of sweet apricots, then drizzled with fresh broth. Everyone ate until their mouths glistened with grease. If I hadn't stockpiled that big batch of mixed grains earlier, there truly wouldn't have been enough to feed this crowd a single meal. The commotion carried on until the hour of Z, and only then did I drag my weary body to bed. The next morning, my uncle and Chin Chin Shan went into town to exchange the silver notes for loose silver. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to hand out. On the road, a mule cart came toward them carrying 5 or 6 burly men. My uncle and Chin Chin Shan tensed at once, and the 7 or 8 team members traveling with them gripped their bows, not relaxing until the others were out of sight. Not long after, a carriage with an enclosed cabin brushed past them, several servants in coarse cloth following behind. My uncle stared at the carriage for a long while before muttering to himself, "How much silver would it take to get a carriage like that?" "Not cheap at all," said Chin Chin Shan, who was driving, with a smile. "Never mind the rest. Just one horse costs 40 or 50 taels. Only wealthy gentlemen can afford to ride in those." Hearing this, my uncle discreetly tugged at his sleeve and reached for the thumb of his left hand. Back in my courtyard, Chun Hong had set out several tables, sheets of coarse paper covered densely with people's names. Every last team member had gathered. Everything was ready. All that was left was for my uncle to return with the silver. "Scholar Zhao, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to gather everyone at the hour of Wei?" I sat there bored, my tone helpless. It looked like I'd have to feed everyone lunch again. Zhao Mingyuan set down his abacus, looked at the team members with his dark-circled eyes, then looked at me and said flatly, "The hour of Wei is exactly what I told them." Never mind. I got up. Since we're idle anyway, I'll take them for some practice. I told my aunt and the others to prepare the ingredients for lunch, sent Lin Hu and Lin Bao to borrow pots and bowls from the neighbors, and find a few skilled cooks to help, and then Chun Hong and I led the team members out. At the eastern edge of the village was a small grove of trees. Hang wooden posts on the trees, and you had yourself an archery range. Along with the 7 master marksmen, I turned coach and gave everyone one-on-one guidance. Your stance is wrong. You have to turn sideways and draw horizontally, or you won't have the power and you'll lose your aim. Don't grip the bow so tight. Straighten your arm. Use a pushing grip. The way you're doing it hurts your stability and puts too much strain on your left arm. Don't tremble when you release. Keep your center of gravity steady. The moment the arrow leaves, it veers off. How are you supposed to hit any game like that? After a round of coaching, my heart was as good as dead. How should I put it? They were all over the map. It seemed this kind of training would have to be a regular thing too. So I decided that from then on, for every day we hunted, we'd spend one day on archery. The training was in full swing here, but back at my home, several uninvited guests came bursting in. Bang! The courtyard gate was shoved open with force. Several strong men strode in uninvited. Susu, who was washing vegetables in the yard, was so startled she let go, and the clay basin shattered to pieces. She asked in alarm, "Who are you?" "Oh ho, a pretty little lady too." "Married yet?" one of them said with a leer. Another beside him added lewdly, "My brother here happens to be short a concubine. If you're interested, little lady, how about I take you home with me today?" Susu was both frightened and furious. I have a husband." Far from restraining them, this only made them bolder. A husband's a good thing. Married little wives know how to treat a man. Their predatory stares made Susu deeply uncomfortable, and she bolted back inside. Zhao Mingyuan had been bent over the table checking accounts, and at first he assumed they were looking for someone. But the moment they opened their mouths, out came filthy words. They'd actually dared to harass the boss's wife. He rose at once and said sternly, "You have trespassed on a private home and even alarmed the womenfolk with your words. Do you not know you've broken the laws of the Great Yin dynasty? Leave at once." "You're Lin Xiao?" Thin Monkey sized him up and down, his eyes doubtful. Wasn't Lin Xiao supposed to be a hunter? Where had this scholar come from? And the age didn't match either. "I'm not," Zhao Mingyuan said, shaking his head. "If you're not, then get out of my way. Don't try scaring me with the law." Thin Monkey. Thin Monkey was his name, but he wasn't thin at all. His limbs were quite muscular. Took a few steps forward, and that oppressive aura forced Zhao Mingyuan right back down into his seat. The men roared with laughter. Just then Lin Hu and Lin Bao came back with several of the helper women, carrying big pots in their hands. "Who are you people? What are you doing at my home? You lot, which one of you is Lin Xiao?" Thin Monkey asked again. "None of us are. Are you making a fool of me?" Thin Monkey kicked a table over. "Tell Lin Xiao to get out here and see me. Tell him your grandfather from the Shuani Escort Agency is here for him." The Shuani Escort Agency? Lin Hu and Lin Bao felt their hearts lurch. Could it be Magistrate Yan's revenge had arrived? Lin Hu quietly gave Zhao Mingyuan a look, signaling him to go find me. He knew I had over 100 hunters at my side, and whether the hunting team was worth anything would be decided today. Zhao Mingyuan had just left when a carriage rolled slowly up. Two men stepped down from the cabin. One wore a gray robe and looked to be around 40, plainly dressed all over, with the refined air of a scholar, though a knot of unshakable sorrow seemed to hang between his brows. The other was in his 20s and the exact opposite. A sapphire blue brocade robe threaded with gold, a wide belt of gold inlaid with jade around his waist, and a jade, flying immortal, pendant hanging from it. Clearly a willful sort, always looking at people out of the corner of his eye. The two entered the courtyard with their servants and saw Thin Monkey seated in a chair. "Thin Monkey, what are you doing here? Why I'm here is no business of yours too. But I'd like to ask, what are the eldest and second young masters of the Chun family doing here?" Thin Monkey didn't stand. These two were nothing but distant relatives of Magistrate Yan, while he himself was one of the magistrate's own men. He didn't think much of either of them. "Humph." The second young master snorted coldly. "What we're doing here is hardly for the likes of you, Thin Monkey, to ask." His words were full of contempt. Nothing but a dog of his cousin's household, yet daring to bark at the master. Neither side thought much of the other, but since both had shown up here, each knew perfectly well in his heart, they'd both set their sights on the fat prize that was the Lin family hunting team. Seeing the two on the verge of coming to blows, the eldest young master of the Chun family frowned even deeper. He stepped forward and said to Thin Monkey, "We've come to collect the hunting tax. What is the Shuani Escort Agency after?" "Hunting tax." Thin Monkey's eyebrows shot up. "How much?" 50%. Thin Monkey stared at the ground and thought for a moment, then looked up. "Fine, but you'll have to line up behind the Shuani Escort Agency. We've signed a contract with the Lin family hunting team and settled the profits. You can collect however much you like after that." "Bullshit," the second young master cursed. "After you've taken your cut, what profit is left to collect? If anyone's lining up behind, it's you behind us." Thin Monkey glared at him. "Calling you second young master is out of respect for old Master Chun. In front of me, what are you? Why are you two at it again?" The eldest young master of the Chun family hurriedly pulled his brother back. "Tianyao, let's head home first, explain the situation to father, and then decide what to do." The second young master flung him off with one motion and jabbed a finger at his nose, cursing, "Get out of my sight. Do you know why father can't stand you? It's because you're just like that dead mother of yours. Weak and useless." The eldest young master's face went ashen, his hands frozen stiff in midair. At the small grove on the eastern edge of the village, when I heard the Shuani Escort Agency had come to my door, the first person that came to mind was also Magistrate Yan. Either way, better to head back first. Zhao Mingyuan gave a vivid account of how those men had trespassed on a private home, flouted the law, and treated him, a scholar, so crudely. Listening to it, I felt little. I was, by nature, a man with no reverence for imperial authority and no regard for ritual propriety. But the moment I heard they dared to harass my wife, my fury shot straight to the top. These men had already set foot on the road to their own deaths. I led over 100 of my brothers charging into my own courtyard, and Lin Hu and Lin Bao immediately gathered around to recount what had happened. I paid no mind to the two Chun young masters, fixing my eyes only on Thin Monkey, who sat sprawled in a chair like he owned the place, my gaze turning cold. What kind of look is that? Why is it so terrifying? Under my stare, Thin Monkey actually had the sensation of being watched by a tiger, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. I set down my big bow and walked toward him. Every step was steady, grounded, and forceful, and that aura of looking down on everything rose higher with each stride. In that moment, in my eyes, The thing before me wasn't a man, but an insect I could crush at will. As I drew near, Thin Monkey tried to stand, only to find his legs had gone soft and weak. I leaned slightly forward, looking down at him, and said coldly, "Shuni Escort Agency?" "Yes." "Want to be my grandfather?" "I wouldn't dare." "You want to sign a contract with the Lin family hunting team?" "Yes." "And what if I don't agree?" Thin Monkey fell utterly silent. It was a question he hadn't even considered before coming. In that moment, he felt he wasn't facing a man but a savage beast that could tear him apart at any second. I seized him by the throat and squeezed just a little, lifting a man of nearly 200 pounds off the ground with one hand. Spare me. I'm one of Magistrate Yan's men." My gaze turned colder still. Truly, like master, like dog. Magistrate Yin came at me for profit, and his dog came at me for profit too. With one swing of my arm, I hurled him 5 or 6 meters away. The several men who'd come with him stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move, and no one stepped up to help him. They wanted to run, but the 100-some hunters crowding in had long since sealed off every exit, arrows already knocked to strings, as if the instant I gave the word, they'd be shot full of holes like sieves. Lin Bao's face was flushed red. Watching me display such power, he was so excited his hands were shaking. Lin, who felt deeply gratified, the hunting team was useful after all. Just standing there, they were an invisible deterrent. Thin Monkey crawled shakily back to his feet, and I ignored him, turning instead to ask Zhao Mingyuan. "Trespassing on a private home, how is it handled under the laws of the Great Yin?" Zhao Mingyuan said, "One who enters another's home without leave, 40 strokes of the light rod. One who seizes property, 50 strokes of the heavy rod. If injury or death results, it is judged according to the crime committed." In this era, scholars sitting the imperial examinations were tested not only on the 4 books and 5 classics, but also on the statutes of the Great Yin. Only by knowing the law thoroughly could they cite the right provisions and render judgments accordingly. The Ministry of Justice's case archives were a place they dreamed of visiting. A single case file could even fetch a high price. I had no intention of killing anyone at the moment. Once I killed someone, I really would have to grab my bucket and flee to become an outlaw in the wilds. But punishment there had to be. "Do it." I waved my hand, and Chun Hong was the first to leap out. The other team members raced forward too, all afraid of not getting their hands on someone. They knew whom to obey, knew that following me meant meat on the table. They'd seen the list on the course paper, and though they couldn't read, they'd learned the gist from Scholar Zhao. No one would get less than 10 taels. What did 10 taels mean? For an ordinary household, it was enough to live on for a year or two. No exaggeration. These days, my word was more effective than an imperial edict. We had no rods, light or heavy, but we had carrying poles for hauling water, and those things were far more brutal than either. The rods were meant chiefly to discipline, the injury staying in the flesh. The carrying poles were different, easily snapping muscle and shattering tailbones. Several men pinned down their limbs while 2 others swung the poles and struck hard. There was no faking blows here. Before even 20 strokes were done, Thin Monkey and the others were howling in agony, their skin split open and bloody. When they'd been beaten enough, I quickly called a halt. I was genuinely afraid someone might get beaten to death by accident. Fortunately, they could still walk while propping each other up. I had the team members clear a path, and Thin Monkey and his men scrambled off in a hurry. Having dealt with the Shuni Escort Agency, I looked toward the 2 Qin young masters. "What may I call you to? I hear you've come to collect the hunting tax. 50%, was it?" The eldest young master of the Qin family gave a deep bow. "My name is Qin Tianyang, and this is my younger brother, Qin Tianyao. As for the hunting tax, we can discuss it further, young Master Lin." He was thoroughly afraid of me now and didn't want to make an enemy of a man like this. His judgment was sharp. A man like me, born into an age of chaos, would surely become a great warlord of his generation. Before I could speak, Qin Tianyao gave a cold snort. "You used private punishment. I can pretend I didn't see that. But the hunting tax is set by the imperial court. If you don't pay, you're breaking the laws of the Great Yin, and I'll report it to the Yamen truthfully." The reason for his confidence was his certainty that no one would dare openly defy an official. The Shuni Escort Agency were Magistrate Yan's men, true, But that status couldn't be brought out into the open. They were different. Imperial authority didn't reach below the county, and below the county, everything was self-governed by the gentry and clans. His father was one of T Mountain Town's gentry, assisting the yamen in collecting taxes, issuing labor drafts, and managing the villages and towns. In other words, they had an official backing. Fine. Hand it over. I stretched out my hand. What? The collection warrant issued by the imperial court. I'll have that delivered to you another day. Fine, I said coldly. But don't send the wrong one. I said the collection warrant issued by the imperial court, not one issued by the county yamen. You? How do you know that? Is there a difference between the two? Of course there is, and a big one at that. Both Chen Tianyao and Chun Tianyang were taken aback. They'd never imagined a rustic villager would know even this. And for a moment they were at a loss for words. Not only did I know, I knew it inside and out. Back in Nanping County, when I'd listened to Manager Chu enumerate Magistrate Yan's crimes, this had been one of them. When the court was short on funds, it would only raise the regular taxes. It would never invent all those miscellaneous categories. Those were the means by which low-level officials lined their pockets. Where a region had many rivers and lakes, they'd levy a fishing tax. Where it had many medicinal herbs, they'd levy a gathering tax. Nanping County had many mountains and forests, and so this hunting tax was born. Having driven the two Chin men off, I noticed that my uncle and Uncle Chin had, at some point, already returned from town. I turned and sat back down in my chair, my voice full and strong. Let's divide the money. The tables and chairs were rearranged, and 3 chests were carried up, 1 small, 2 large. When the lids were flipped open, every team member present broke into cheers. The small chest held loose bits of silver, and the 2 large chests were packed full of copper coins, strings of them stacked in neat rows. I pressed down with my hand to quiet everyone. Whoever's name is called, come here to collect your money. Those not yet called, be patient. There's a share for every one of you. Zhao Mingyuan began reading down the list. Qin Shun, 14 taels, 300 coins. Zhao Hongyang, 14 taels, 300 coins. Li Changshun, 14 taels, 300 coins. The team members whose names were called stepped up, beaming with joy, to collect their money. I handled it personally, placing the silver into each man's hands, while my uncle and my 2 cousins scrambled to count out copper coins. The first batch got over 14 taels, those in the middle over 16, and the highest over 18. 3 tiers, with gaps between them, but not gaps so large that anyone would feel slighted. Even the 7 master marksmen got over 18 taels, except they had a separate merit bonus of 5 extra taels each. Everything they hunted with me was medium to large game, and their archery was outstanding, so no one begrudged them. Doing it this way both raised morale and set an example for everyone, spurring them to practice all the harder. Once the money was divided, we sat down to lunch. Carrying a bowl of rice smothered in gravy, I walked into the bedroom. Susu, don't be afraid. I've already driven the bad men off. She'd been frightened out of her wits, and after running in she hadn't come back out. The moment she saw me enter, she burrowed straight into my arms. Husband, sob, sob, sob. I set the bowl aside and wrapped both arms around her. Don't worry. From now on, anyone who dares bully you, I'll beat their backsides to a pulp, just like I did today. Thank you, husband. She lifted her tear-misted eyes and gave my cheek a light peck. Look at you. You've cried yourself into a little spotted kitten. I have not. I carried her over to a chair and settled her down, then picked up the bowl of rice. How about your husband feeds you? Okay. Here, open up. Is it good? It's so bitter. On the communal sleeping platform of the Shuani escort agency, Thin Monkey held a bowl of medicine, his face twisted in a grimace. Beside him lay a whole row of fellow sufferers, and a physician was ladling out medicine to each of them. Good medicine tastes bitter, bear with it. Master Wu's real name was Wu Anqing. When Thin Monkey and the others had come back injured, it had stunned him. He'd never imagined a mere hunter could be so fierce. Just a short while ago, a group of managers from town had come to him, asking him to escort a load of goods to Nanping County. Putting the 2 things together, he finally remembered. Lin Xiao, wasn't that the man who'd once traveled with their agency to Nanping County? That man had offended Magistrate Yan, and the magistrate had come to him. ordering him to do away with Lin Xiao and his two companions on the road back. But later the magistrate had said it was already taken care of and his hand wouldn't be needed. He'd heard it clearly. It was the Ox Head Mountain bandits who'd done it, and they'd lost dozens of men over it in the process. Yet now here was another Lin Xiao, also with two brothers at his side. What on earth was going on? Wu Anqing drummed his fingers rhythmically on the table. Given Magistrate Yan's vindictive grudge over every slight nature, no one who offended him ever got away. If this Lin Xiao was that same man from before, it could only mean one thing. The report the magistrate had received was false, and someone had lied. The thought made him unable to sit still, and he rose and went out. He was going to verify Lin Xiao's identity. First, to find the managers doing business with him, and second, to find Old Master Chun. As one of the town's gentry, he held backup household registers for the entire town. For 3 days straight, I only went up the mountain once, because it drizzled with autumn rain the other 2 days. Each autumn rain brings a chill, and the weather grew steadily colder. The team members each practiced archery at home. I thought I could finally get some rest, but things went against my wishes. My reputation had grown too loud, and hunters from other towns came flocking to join upon hearing of me. The hunting team expanded once more, now numbering 300 strong. This was a good thing, and I was glad, but there were also things that gave me a headache, just like right now. I stood inside the courtyard gate wrapped in a straw rain cape, while several people stood outside the gate wrapped in straw capes of their own. Brother Xiao, just open the gate and take a look. This is my own brother's girl. She just turned 14 this year, fresh as a flower, with wide hips too. I guarantee she'll give you a big fat baby boy. I sighed. Auntie Lee, I really don't have any such intentions. Why not go take a look over at my second brother's place? I've got no objection to marrying her off to any of you brothers, but the girl's got her eye only on you. Come on, Brother Xiao, just open the gate first. I won't. Opening the gate was out of the question. I wouldn't do it if it killed me. It wasn't that I was hard-hearted. It was that I knew all too well what would follow if I opened it. All of it lessons paid for in blood and tears. The last few were exactly like this. The moment they got inside, they refused to leave, fussing over me with warm words, doing the washing and the cooking, and the second night fell they'd try to slip into my bed. Once a woman had spent the night at my home, then it was like getting yellow mud on your crotch. Whether it was so or not, everyone would say it was. Brother Xiao, just open the gate. Take one look. All right? Not all right. If you won't leave, then I'm the one leaving. With that I went back inside. If they wanted to freeze out there, then freeze they could. Open that gate once, and I'd never have a moment's peace again. I hung up the rain cape, and Susu came gracefully over holding a fur jacket she'd sewn from rabbit hide. Husband, try it on and see if it fits. There's really nothing like having your own wife. I'd just put on the fur jacket when she spoke up again. Husband, if there's anyone you fancy, it's perfectly fine to take a few into the household. I'm not the unreasonable sort. How could I, wife? You're the only one in my heart. Just hearing it gave me a headache. All because the last time someone came as a matchmaker, I'd blurted out, my wife won't allow it, which had scared her pale on the spot. She'd completely misunderstood what I meant, and now she seized every chance to bring the matter up. Only then did it dawn on me. This was ancient times. I'd never expected that a line so effective at deterring people in my past life would utterly fail here. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. We hadn't sat long before the courtyard gate was rapped on again. The two of us exchanged a glance, and Susu went to fetch the rain cape, but I snatched it from her. It's still raining, I'll go. A guest at the door was one thing, but in case it was another matchmaker, I was afraid my soft-hearted wife would let them in. Reaching the gate, I said in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Chen Tianyong, calling on you unannounced. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, young Master Lin." The eldest young master of the Chen family? I frowned inwardly. What was he here for? I already knew the Chens were relatives of Magistrate Yan, and whether by relation or by standing, they counted as enemies. Did he still mean to collect my hunting tax? I hesitated a moment. Then, out of regard for his good manners, opened the gate after all. "Come in." The two came inside, and seeing there was an outsider, Susu rose and withdrew to the bedroom. "So, what has brought you here, young Master Chun?" I poured tea unhurriedly. Chen Tianyong cradled his teacup and said despondently, "Young Master Lin, You've offended Magistrate Yin? That's true. I nodded. With their capabilities, digging up such things wouldn't be hard. I'd actually been wondering why there'd been no word these past couple of days. By rights, they should have been frantically retaliating. Chen Tianyang was silent for a moment, raising the teacup to his lips only to set it down again. My father and Wu Anqing want you dead, but they know their own strength falls short. This morning they set out for Nanping County, intending to use your resort to private punishment as a pretext to have the county soldiers haul you to the yamen for interrogation. Who is Wu Anqing? The head escort of the Shuani escort agency, the one they call Master Wu. So it's him. Private revenge I wasn't afraid of, but if Magistrate Yin came at me through above-board means, that would be trouble. Once I set foot in Nanping County, I'd be a fish on the chopping block, at anyone's mercy to carve up. What puzzled me was that Chun Tianyang was supposed to be on the opposing side, wasn't he? I asked without any change in expression. Why are you telling me all this? If I said I simply despise evil, you certainly wouldn't believe me, young Master Lin. Chen Tianyang sat up straight and proper, the corner of his eye twitching beyond his control. Let me tell you a story, and you'll understand why I'm doing this. I shifted into a more comfortable position and picked up my teacup. Once there was a boy from a happy family, his parents devoted to each other, running a cloth shop together. You couldn't call them enormously wealthy, but they were comfortably well off. In the year the boy turned 10, a woman came to the cloth shop, and from then on his whole world changed. At this point his breathing grew somewhat rapid. After learning she was the county magistrate's cousin, the boy's father got ideas, and one thing led to another until the two of them were carrying on together. The man wanted to divorce his wife, but the woman, for the sake of her reputation, agreed to be a concubine for the time being. Relying on his connection to the magistrate, the boy's father grew his business bigger and bigger, soon becoming one of the richest men in the region, and then used his money to buy himself the post of registrar at the county yamen. I was stunned. I'd only ever read about people buying and selling official positions in history books. I never imagined the great Yin dynasty was the same. This meant the corruption ran all the way to the core. Once he became an official, that cousin of his grew more and more arrogant. She acted like she owned the place, throwing her weight around. The moment anything displeased her, she'd beat or curse the boy's mother, while treating her own lawfully wedded husband as if he didn't exist. Another year passed, and the concubine got pregnant. To secure her position as the first wife, and for the sake of the child in her belly, the boy watched through a crack in the door as his mother was beaten to death, right in front of his father, who stood there and coldly watched it happen. The boy was terrified. He hid outside until deep into the night before he dared go home. The household told everyone she died of a severe illness that couldn't be cured. Before long, that concubine got exactly what she wanted and became the first wife. The veins on Chun Tianyang's forehead bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot. "So you're that boy?" I asked. A husband favoring his concubine and casting aside his wife was common enough in wealthy families. I couldn't truly feel what he felt, but I understood at least a little. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Yes, there was still one thing I hadn't figured out. If he'd already become a clerk, how did he end up drifting to Tea Mountain Town? I asked him directly. Chen Tianyang gave a soft, bitter laugh. Later, they worked together to drive out the county assistant magistrate, but then they clashed with the new one over conflicting interests. They lost. My father was stripped of his post, and Magistrate Yin was transferred laterally to this remote Nanping County. Nanping County may be small, but the relationships here are just as tangled and complicated. So our family came to Tea Mountain Town. I felt a chill. A 7th-rank county magistrate plus a 9th-rank clerk couldn't beat a single 8th-rank assistant magistrate, and a newly arrived one at that. You can only imagine how deep his connections ran. So your goal is to use me to deal with them? No. Chen Tianyang waved his hand. I admit you've got some ability, but right now you're nowhere near a match for them. He paused. I can see you have hidden edge in you, like a sleeping tiger. Someday you'll accomplish great things. I only came to give you a heads up so you can prepare early and avoid disaster. I narrowed my eyes slightly. You could say he was placing a bet on me, but he wasn't doing it openly, and he wasn't putting up anything real either. This kind of well-meaning investment was a throw a stick and see if any dates fall. A shot in the dark, costing him nothing, just to see whether I'd survive. I didn't care about any of that. I had no shortage of money or people. What I lacked was a source of information. Then I asked him about a few other things. After seeing Chun Tianyang off, I sank into deep thought. Always plan for the worst. Tomorrow afternoon or evening, people from the county office would arrive at T Mountain Town. It was unlikely they'd come to arrest anyone that same night, most likely the day after, but I couldn't leave myself completely unguarded either. As for just myself, that was easy to handle, but I also had family. As long as my family was safe, I could use this window to contact Steward Chu at the Listening Oriole house, spend some money, and work through the Marquis's household to settle the matter. Even if it couldn't be fully settled, I could at least reduce a big problem to a small one. There wouldn't be any threat to my life. What worried me was the Marquis, whom I'd only met once. Would he be willing to help me? If he wouldn't, then all I could do was take to the hills and become an outlaw. Early the next morning, the sky cleared. The ground was a bit muddy, but the 300+ hunters outside my gate were already standing ready, especially the newly recruited ones. Every single one of them fired up. They set out in the morning, returned at noon, and it was another huge haul. Yet hardly anyone noticed that the person driving the mule cart had been swapped out. At that moment, 2 new mule carts were returning from town and headed straight up the mountain. One loaded with all kinds of daily necessities, the other packed full of grain. At the foot of the mountain, a young man looked around. "Dad, I found the mark Sen Lang left." The one speaking was my second older cousin, Lin Bao. "Good. Unload the carts and haul everything up." The 20-some people who'd come along got to work immediately, following the marks all the way to a cave halfway up the deep mountain. It had rained for 2 days outside, but the cave wasn't the least bit damp. Everyone cleaned it out together. Lin Bao set down 2 quilts and sighed with feeling. "A cave this hidden. I don't know how San Lang ever found it." "Quit yapping and get to work." Lin Jining shot him a glare and started pulling pots, bowls, and utensils out of a cloth sack. For hours later, everything was moved in, and the group collapsed inside the cave, catching their breath. A cave this big doesn't look natural. "It must have been some kind of beast's den," someone said, looking around. Chen Qingshan casually pulled a clump of fur from a crack in the rock and looked shocked. This used to be a wolf den. In my courtyard, the crew was busy processing the catch. "We got quite a few wolves this time. More than 20, one hunter said, finishing skinning one pelt and dragging over another. "Yeah, I hear wolf pelts sell high. 2 or 3 taels each." "Hurry up. Don't you see that whole bunch of stewards over there waiting?" In one corner of the courtyard, the stewards sitting together had been leisurely sipping tea one moment. In the next, they'd received the news that I was suspending the hunts. "Brother Lin, why is this?" "Whatever the problem is, if there's anything we can do to help, we will." Steward Qian's face was full of worry. He'd only recently become a steward and hadn't yet had a chance to prove himself to his employer. The other stewards chimed in with reassurances too. I sighed and laid out the whole story from start to finish. When I finished, the group of stewards fell silent. The most any of them managed was a mutter under their breath. "How did you end up offending the magistrate?" I hadn't expected them to be any help. Their standing was too low, and the employers behind them all bowed and scraped before the magistrate, let alone them. After settling accounts, I saw the stewards off. Then I asked the whole village for help. Together with the hunters, there were 600 or 700 people. Half of the cart of mixed grain I'd bought last time was still left, and I had it all brought out and cooked. While everyone was eating, Lin Jining returned with his group. "Uncle, how did it go over there?" "Found the cave. Just like you said, the supplies are all in place." "Good. Eat first. Afterward, pack up all the gold, silver, and valuables at home. Big Brother and Chun Hong are keeping watch in town. The moment there's news, we leave." After the meal, I started handing out money before dark. This time it was split evenly. Every crew member got 2+ taels of silver, and then I announced the hunts were being suspended. The veteran members had some idea of the reason, but the new members buzzed with talk. They'd only just tasted success, so why stop out of nowhere? There was nothing for it, so I repeated the same story I'd told the stewards. "Everyone, rest assured. Once this is settled, you'll still be part of the hunting crew. Now, off you go, all of you." When I finished, people began drifting off in 2s and 3s, and soon more than half were gone. "Why haven't you all left?" I looked at the 130+ who remained. Most were veterans. Only about 20 were newcomers. I'm not leaving, one hunter said, tears streaming down his face. My kid was seriously ill. Without that money, he'd have died long ago. I owe you a life. I'm not leaving either. My family's got no money, no land. Without you as our boss, I can't even get a full meal. Boss, I'm old who? All alone in the world. Whatever you say, that's what I'll do. Boss, let's fight it out with them. We can't lose you. Watching them worked up like this was exactly the result I'd wanted. If I had a little more time, I was sure I could have kept even more of them. I should have been smiling, but why were the corners of my eyes a little wet? Thank you, all of you. I stepped forward twice and bowed deeply. You are all good brothers to me. I have a way to solve this. But if that day ever truly comes, I'm willing to live and die together with my brothers. Live and die together. Live and die together. Live and die together. After sending everyone off, I stayed silent for a long while, then muttered to myself, how embarrassing, getting choked up over a bunch of mountain folk. I walked into the courtyard, drew a basin of water, and washed my face. Uncle came over. Everything's packed, except for the house itself, which we can't take, and a few broken pieces of furniture. We didn't leave a single grain of rice. Good. Now we wait for word. Just after the hour of you, someone pounded urgently on the gate. Who is it? It's me. It was Lin Hu's voice. I opened the gate. It was my eldest cousin and Chun Hong, the two who'd been keeping watch in town. What's the situation now? People from the county office have arrived, about 60 of them, all in official uniforms. 30 of them are carrying broadswords. I eavesdropped on their conversation. The armed ones are here to arrest you. The unarmed ones are here to collect the military grain tax and conscript men for labor. Chun Hong added, the Chun family and the Shuani escort agency are entertaining them right now. They probably won't make a move tonight. There's no time to waste. We leave now. First, I'll move you all somewhere safe. I clenched my fists. It seemed Magistrate Yin hated me to the bone. The ones who could go out on arrests were the 3 squads, among the county offices, 3 squads and 6 departments. For a small county like Nanping, having 100 or so men would be considered a lot. To catch me, he'd probably send out every man he could spare. For mule carts drove toward the deep mountains by moonlight. Susu clutched my arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Husband, when can we come back? Don't worry, it won't be long. As soon as this is over, I'll come get you and bring you home. I wiped her tears dry. The 3 women were a bit shaken. Uncle comforted my aunt. My eldest cousin comforted his wife, and Lin Bao and Chun Hong walked shoulder to shoulder, talking in low voices. At the foot of the mountain, we made 2 round trips to unload everything. Several of the men hauled over large boulders to block the cave mouth, leaving only a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Once everything was in order, I said, settle in and don't worry. There's enough food here to last through the winter. Once this is solved, I'll come for you. Then I turned to Uncle and my 2 cousins. When you go out, don't wander too far. And remember to spread beast-repelling powder around the area every 3 days or so. With that, Chun Hong and I headed down the mountain together. Big brother, they're coming to arrest you. Why aren't you staying up here? If I stay, who's going to keep an eye on those county soldiers? I'll keep watch. If anything comes up, I'll get word to you right away, big brother. I shook my head. No, this is something I have to do myself. I had my own plan. I wanted those county soldiers to see me, then lure them deeper into the mountains so they wouldn't take out their anger on the villagers. Whether they guarded the mountain or came into it, all that mattered was that they believed I was still up there. That way I could slip off to Nanping County and ask the loyal and righteous Marquis' household for help. After delivering the 4 mule carts to Chun Hong's place, I went back to my own home. With the map to warn me in advance, I lay right down and slept, though without my wife's arms around me. It felt oddly unfamiliar. Early the next morning, while I was still sound asleep, someone pounded on the gate. I woke and checked the map first. There were only 2 flickering white dots at the gate. I breathed a sigh of relief, not enemies. Anyone who posed a threat to me would automatically turn into a yellow dot. But who would come looking for me this early? I got up, dressed, and opened the gate. It was Su Mu and Su Zhe from the crew. Both had panic in their eyes and exhaustion on their faces. Before I could speak, Su Mu blurted out, "Boss, run. The barbarians are here. They've slaughtered several villages." "What? I was shocked. Slow down. Tell me, what exactly happened? Seeing that the two of them had rambled on without getting to the point, I pressed urgently. How did you find out? Where did you see it? It wasn't us. It was my cousin. That gang stormed into their village. Where is your cousin from? And where is he now? He's from Linha village in Qingchuan town. Right now he's hiding in the mountains with my family. After some questioning, I finally got the picture. Qingchuan town was the town to our west. A gang had stormed into Linha village, killing everyone in sight. Su Mu and Su Zhe's cousin had fled in the chaos. Leather armor, big war horses. That was exactly the setup of the Western barbarian army. It had happened last night. The numbers were unclear, but during his escape the cousin had seen many villages going up in flames, which showed there were a lot of them. At that moment I felt both moved and heavy-hearted. Moved that these two brothers would risk their lives to warn me at a time like this. Heavy-hearted because that former steward Wang from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion had actually called it. The Western barbarians really had invaded. I had no time to worry about my own affairs. I spoke very fast. You two go into the mountains right now. And remember to spread the word to every village along the way. Tell them to follow their village hunters. There are a lot of caves up there, and only the hunters know where they are. The moment the two brothers left, I ran straight to the village headman's house. Second master, hurry and tell everyone to flee into the mountains. The barbarians are here. No time for spread the word. Take only what you need to survive. Leave everything else behind. I was practically shouting. This was no time for etiquette. Who knew when the Western barbarian cavalry would arrive? The faster the better. The headman grabbed a small gong and beat it frantically. The town was too far from the county seat. There was no time to flee there for safety. Two legs could never outrun four. They'd likely be caught before ever reaching the city. Namping County was full of mountains and forests, so hiding in the mountains was the best option for now. Thanks to the county soldiers, my family had already gone into the mountains ahead of time, so they'd be safe. Keep waiting for the county soldiers to arrive? No point in that anymore. Hide in the mountains like my family? But being completely in the dark about the outside world made me deeply uneasy. At this moment, I genuinely didn't know what to do. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I said it to myself, went back inside, slung my longbow over my shoulder, grabbed my quiver, and headed out. I was going to find out where the Western barbarian army was, and exactly how many of them there were. I left the village and headed west. Along the road, there were already many people fleeing with their belongings on their backs. Women and children leading little ones by the hand. Strong young men carrying grain on shoulder poles. Old folks leaning on canes. Everyone rushing along, faces full of anxiety. As I walked, someone called out to me. "Boss, it really is you. The barbarians are here. Why are you still heading west?" The one speaking was a crew member everyone called Rock. I waved my hand. "I've got something to take care of. Don't waste time. Get into the mountains and hide in a cave." Just as I was about to move on, I turned back to instruct him. "Once you're settled, find my uncle. Have him gather the crew members and assign people to patrol, both to guard against wild beasts and to keep watch on whether the barbarians come into the mountains. And remember, if they do come in, you must fight back." "Got it, boss. I'll remember." I continued west. The map in my mind slowly expanded, and my strength and five senses sharpened further. The villages along the way were already empty, but at least they were intact, which meant the Western barbarian army hadn't come this way yet, giving the other towns and villages more time to escape. About half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, a sharp pain stabbed through my head and my nerves tightened. A village occupied by barbarians had finally appeared at the edge of the map. I counted 25 yellow dots, meaning there were 25 barbarians in the village, and a cluster of green dots, which should be their horses and livestock. When I got closer, I saw that most of the houses had been destroyed, and the bodies of slaughtered villagers lay everywhere. Just as I was about to slip into the village, the barbarians suddenly stirred. They drove 2 donkey carts out of the village, loaded with grain. I trailed them from a distance, but when they reached the main road, they stopped. Why aren't they moving? I was puzzled. A moment later, a huge number of yellow dots surged out at the edge of the map, 400 or 500 of them, racing this way fast. Only then did I understand. The barbarians were waiting for reinforcements. My heart jumped. and I quickly found a hidden spot to conceal myself. In less than a quarter of an hour, a rolling thunder of hooves came, deafening. A black line appeared before my eyes and quickly became a black torrent, surging in like a roaring tidal wave. I was dumbstruck. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time I'd seen a sight so overwhelming. The Western barbarian cavalry didn't stop. They swept down the main road and soon vanished from view, and those 25 barbarians disappeared along with them. I came out from my hiding place. The numbers were confirmed, but the location could only be considered temporarily confirmed. I couldn't catch up, and the cavalry would soon ride out of my detection range. Just as I was feeling frustrated, I suddenly spotted the 2 donkey carts still on the main road. They forgot. Baffled, I walked over and opened a sack. It was definitely grain. If I tried to tell myself they'd forgotten, even I couldn't by that excuse. At that very moment, my head throbbed again, and I quickly checked the map. In the direction the cavalry had come from, more yellow dots had appeared. There are more. Thankfully, only 20. I breathed a sigh of relief. Along with those 20 yellow dots were over 100 white dots, mixed with green dots. In an instant, I understood why those 2 donkey carts hadn't been taken. They moved very slowly. It was more than half an hour before I saw them. 20 Western barbarian cavalrymen with curved sabers at their sides and whips in their hands, weaving through the crowd. In the crowd were donkey carts, mule carts, hand carts that had to be pushed, and a line of women bound together with rope. I could see that only 7 of the barbarians carried bows and arrows. A bold idea arose in my mind. But now wasn't the time. I needed to find a proper spot for an ambush, one where, even if I failed, I could still keep myself safe. I walked ahead along the main road, carefully studying the terrain. Half an hour later, I finally found the ideal place. The road ran along the mountainside, with about 130 paces between them. With my arm strength and a 2-stone stiff bow, an arcing shot could exceed 200 paces and a flat shot 150, but both lost accuracy at those ranges. My accurate range was around 100 paces. I hid myself 30 paces from the mountain and waited quietly. When they passed, I sprang up and loosed arrows in rapid succession. 3 of the bow-carrying cavalrymen cried out and fell from their horses. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" one barbarian shouted, and the crowd broke into panic. When they realized there was only me, 10 cavalrymen spurred their horses and charged. I shot down 1 more, then turned and ran, ducking into the mountains just before they caught up. After running a stretch, I saw on the map that the cavalry hadn't abandoned their horses to chase me in. "Humph, you won't come in, so I'll go out." I immediately doubled back. This stretch of mountain road ran a full 500 meters, long enough for me to pick off a few more. I sneaked around to get ahead of them and hid. Even though the enemy was now on guard, I still shot down 2 of them as they passed. The Western barbarian cavalry were furious. They chased to the mountain's edge, but stopped there. "Cowardly man, come out." I taunted them. "Come get me, then." One barbarian shot an arrow, but it was blocked by a tree before it even reached the mountain, which made them howl in rage. "Come in if you dare, but going out is out of the question." I was in this for the long haul with them. Before long, they pulled back, and I ran the same trick again, shooting down 3 more before slipping back into the forest. This time I truly enraged them. 6 of them charged in together. Using my cheat-like advantage, I led them in circles. The moment anyone got separated from the group, that man became my target. After easily dispatching all 6, I emerged from the forest. The other cavalry were nowhere in sight, but they still hadn't ridden out of my detection range. I mounted one of the war horses the enemy had left behind and gave chase. It had been a long time since I'd ridden, and at first I nearly got bounced off. The horses I'd ridden in my past life were far gentler than these war horses. It took a stretch of riding before I got used to it. I chased for 2 or 3 li before catching up. When the remaining 5 cavalrymen saw me, they came charging with wild shouts. This place was far from any forest, but I no longer needed a forest. A cold smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Once they were within my accurate range, I drew and loosed arrow after arrow, dropping 2 in a row. The remaining 3 went pale. Only now did they realize they couldn't possibly reach me, and immediately wheeled their horses around to flee into the distance. My heart tightened. I absolutely could not let them get away, or I'd be facing a whole swarm of cavalry hunting me down. I lashed my horse's rump with the whip and gave chase. But then, as those 3 cavalrymen passed the herded villagers, they saw a sight that filled them with despair. More than a dozen mule and donkey carts loaded with grain were parked across the main road, sealing off the only way out completely. "Move! Get out of the way, all of you!" But no one obeyed. The horses slammed hard into the carts, and the 3 men were thrown flying, tumbling head over heels. The villagers swarmed in on them. By the time I arrived, the cavalrymen had already been trussed up tight. The villagers dropped to their knees one after another, thanking me for saving their lives. "Good people, there's no need for this. Get up, quickly." I called out several times to no effect, so I hardened my face and said coldly, "If you don't get up, I'm leaving. You're wasting my time." Only then did the villagers rise. Someone in the crowd recognized me. "You're the boss of the Lin family hunting crew." "And you are." I looked at him. He seemed familiar. He rushed out and moved to kneel again, but I hauled him up. "Boss, it's me, Li Shan. I just joined the hunting crew. You even took me up the mountain hunting once." I thought about it. There was indeed such a person. But now wasn't the time to reminisce. I gave him a nod and looked over the crowd. "Among you, who else is a hunter?" "I am." "Me too." In no time, more than a dozen stepped forward. I said, "Since you're all hunters, you must know where the caves are. Time is short. The moment the Western barbarian cavalry realizes something's wrong, they'll send men to check. Take the grain and help these people hide first." The instant I finished, the villagers sprang into action. One of the carts was loaded with gold, silver, and treasures, which the villagers didn't dare touch. I pocketed a stack of banknotes and had everyone split the remaining jewels and silver. Li Shan finished loading grain for one villager and came over. "Boss, I want to go with you to kill barbarians." "People die doing this," I said, looking at him. "I'm not afraid," Li Shan said resolutely. I hesitated. "Can you ride a horse?" "Yes." "All right, you're in." I did need someone to help carry messages. Once the other hunters had led the villagers away, I interrogated the 3 cavalrymen. At first they were tight-lipped, but a round of my methods, and they quickly confessed everything. "Please, do you have any idea about the 10 great tortures of the Ming and Qing eras?" But the result of the interrogation left me stunned. These 500 cavalrymen were simply here to plunder. There was another force of 500 Western barbarian cavalry that had ridden non-stop for Nanping County last night. My feelings were a tangled mess. Nanping County had a Chili Arch garrison station there, but from what Steward Chu had said, the padding of empty payrolls was rampant. Who knew how many soldiers were actually fit to fight? At least there were city walls for protection. I could only hope they'd hold. After giving the 3 cavalrymen a quick death, Li Shan and I galloped off. We met no more enemies along the way, until my detection range covered T Mountain Town. Only then did I spot the Western barbarian cavalry on the map. So they're all in the town. I calculated. The sky was growing dark, and the cavalry would most likely spend the night in town. A bit later, they'd realize the men escorting the loot and grain behind them hadn't caught up, and they'd surely send someone to check. That was undoubtedly an opportunity. I called Li Shan over. "Go now to that stretch of deep mountains where we hunt. Count how many crew members are there, and tell them, anyone willing to come kill barbarians with me should gather here." A look of surprise crossed Li Shan's face. "Boss, are you planning to?" "Don't ask. There's no time. If there's a chance once you're all back, I'll explain then." My expression was grave. After Li Shan left, I gnawed on a sesame flat cake. I'd found it in a saddlebag on the horse. I kept one eye on the enemy's movements while gauging the time. My position was about 13 or 14 li from that stretch of deep mountains. The fastest anyone could manage was about 3 hours. To my surprise, in just an hour and a half, just as the sky went fully dark, Li Shan came back with more than 120 people. "How'd you get back so fast?" "Boss, I rode a horse there." I slapped my forehead. I'd completely forgotten about that. The crew members came up to greet me one after another, basically the same group who'd stayed behind yesterday. Lin Hu, Lin Bao, Chun Hong, and all 7 of the sharpshooters had come too. "San Lang, I hear you killed 20 barbarians. I want to kill some too." Lin Bao said. "That's right, boss. We all want to go kill barbarians with you." "Boss, you said we'd live and die together." I nodded heavily. "Live and die together." I laid out the battle plan for everyone in full detail. By my reckoning, The Western barbarian cavalry would most likely send men out to investigate, but not too many. We'd set up an ambush in advance and catch them off guard. If the enemy kept sending out small units, we'd keep ambushing them. But the moment a large cavalry force pressed in, we'd immediately pull back to safety. In short, never meet them head-on. I was using guerrilla tactics. With my cheat, I wasn't the least bit afraid of being surrounded. And if I played it even more cautiously, I was confident I could lead everyone out alive. Once everyone understood, I led the 100-plus men to set up a roadblock on a stretch of the main road, tested the distance and angle for arcing shots ahead of time, then hid in cover. At the second mark of the hour of Sioux, the map in my mind stirred. A cavalry unit of 50 had left T Mountain Town and was riding our way. Another unit of 30 had headed toward Nanping County. No time to think it over. First, deal with these 50. Everyone ready. The distance closed. The moment they entered range, I gave the order, loose. And over 100 arrows poured down on the enemy like rain. Screams rose one after another, and right away a dozen or so yellow dots went dark. Just as they realized they'd walked into an ambush, the second wave of arrows came down. Horses neighed and men screamed in a chaotic mess, and another 10 went down. Keep shooting, I shouted to the crew, then turned to the 7 sharpshooters. You 7, come with me. I'd set the roadblock up ahead. When the enemy couldn't get through, they'd surely turn back, and I wanted to wipe out this cavalry unit completely. I led the 7 around to one side and got into position on the main road. The Western barbarian cavalry finally broke out of the arrow storm's coverage, and just as they were relieved to have escaped death, the boulders and log barrier ahead blocked their path. The road's blocked. Stop, stop. The 3 cavalrymen in front couldn't rein in fast enough and crashed hard into it. 3 screams in a row. One cavalryman who seemed to be their leader had eyes bulging with rage. All his vital spots were covered in iron plates. Just the archers numbered over 100. How many of the other troop types must there be? The thought sent a chill through his whole body. No, I have to get word to Lord Toachi. He leapt off his horse and barked an order at a dozen or so cavalrymen. Charge back through. Tell the Lord to send reinforcements. Unidentified enemy forces here. Numbers unknown. His men began to charge, while he darted off to the other side. After 2 more waves of arrows, only 5 cavalrymen were left alive. Every one of them cracked his whip like mad, not knowing I'd been waiting all along. Loose, 8 sharp arrows flew, and all 5 toppled from their horses. I led the crew to clear the field. Yellow dots that weren't fully dead wouldn't disappear, so to be safe, I finished them off personally. There's one more. On the map, a yellow was about to slip into the forest. Without my cheat, he really would have gotten away. I told the others to take everything usable, and I gave chase alone. That leader ran incredibly fast. I chased for a while and actually couldn't catch up. When a man faces life or death, he really can unleash boundless potential. Since I couldn't catch him, I'd wait for him to come to me. He had to head back to T Mountain Town eventually. All that mattered was keeping him within my detection range. I slowed my pace. A quarter of an hour later, he changed direction and moved toward the main road. So I changed direction too, cutting ahead of him onto the road, and sat down on a rock. Phew, finally got away. The leader stepped onto the main road, overjoyed. He could already see the outline of T Mountain Town in the distance. Shoo, an abrupt whistle sounded, making him shudder all over. He looked around and saw no one. In the midst of his confusion, a sudden sharp pain shot through his right leg, then his left. 2 arrows had pierced clean through both his thighs. Gritting through the agony, he braced his arms against the ground and saw a figure holding a bow step out of the darkness. You, who are you? His answer was 2 more sharp arrows, one in each arm, and he pitched forward with a thud. Only then did I slowly approach. Pretty fast on your feet. He looked up and saw a young, handsome face, wariness still in his eyes, and instantly wanted to weep without tears. This was too cautious. All 4 of his limbs were crippled. Did I think he could still resist? But I didn't care. A cautious man sails his ship for 10,000 years. I only lowered my bow once I confirmed it was safe. Talk. Tell me everything you know. He turned his head aside, the picture of I'd rather die than yield. Half an hour later, I got up and left, the leader resting forever in a roadside gully. The higher the rank, the more they know. From him, I learned that this cavalry force's main mission was to take Nanping County, with the goal of seizing the loyal and righteous Marquis's family as hostages. It turned out that the loyal and righteous Marquis, Xiao Wenyuan, had already taken command of the border army and halted the Western barbarians' advance, hugely boosting morale. Unable to break through despite a long assault, the Western barbarian chieftain had sent men to raid Nanping County. I hadn't expected the Marquis to move so fast, nor to be so formidable, truly worthy of a family of generals. Back at the abandoned village, everyone crowded around. "Boss, how'd it go?" I nodded. "Taken care of." A cheer went up, so the Western barbarian cavalry were nothing special after all. Lin Hu said excitedly. "San Lang, there are still 3 warhorses in perfect shape, plus a dozen or so with light wounds. With some care, they'll be usable again." Warhorses? My heart burned hot. The Great Yin dynasty was vast in territory, yet desperately short of warhorses, and now I had 23 of them in hand, even having recovered the horses of the escort cavalry. This battle's gains went beyond warhorses. Nearly 100 sets of curved sabers and bows, 60 or 70 suits of leather armor, over 1,000 taels of silver, and most importantly, 0 casualties on our side, not even a light wound. Lin Bao was hugging a wooden chest, grinning as he counted silver. I pulled out a stack of banknotes and handed it to him. "Stop counting. Take a few men and bring this loot and the wounded warhorses back into the deep mountains. Stay safe." This much. His hands trembled as he took it. All in denominations of 100 taels, a full 30+ notes. After Lin Bao left, I began discussing the next move. From the interrogation, I'd learned that this 500-strong cavalry force planned to split up the next day and scour every village around T Mountain Town. The villagers had fled in such a hurry, there was no way they'd taken all their money and grain. As long as the enemy divided their forces, my chance to raid them would come. But now that 50 of their men had vanished, they'd surely be on alert. Whether they'd change their plan was hard to say. Plan for the worst. What if the enemy didn't split up, but concentrated their forces to hunt us down? We discussed it a long time without a workable solution. We had the disadvantage in numbers, equipment, and combat strength, not to mention the enemy still had a large force of warhorses. If only the enemy had no horses, Chun Hong sighed. The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener took it to heart. My mind was struck as if by lightning, and everything suddenly became clear. Right, we can target the warhorses. With the cavalry stripped of their mounts, using the terrain to our advantage, we might well be able to hold our own against them. "How do we do it?" asked my clansman uncle, Lin Poyan. A hunter crouching down suddenly stood up. "Both apothecaries in town have plenty of croton seeds stored up. Mix them into the feed. Guaranteed every one of those horses will get diarrhea till it collapses." The idea made everyone's eyes light up, but it would be extremely hard to pull off. T Mountain Town was now the enemy's base, and the risk was enormous. I thought for a moment, then stepped forward. "Leave this to me." "No." Lin Hu waved his hand. "It's too dangerous. Let's think of something else." Chun Hong and the other hunters strongly objected too. I shook my head. "This is something I can do, and only I can do. Have you forgotten what I'm best at?" Everyone thought it over. If he could hide from fierce beasts in the deep mountains, then couldn't he hide from Western barbarian cavalry too? Lin Hu and Chun Hong still wanted to argue, but I patted them on the shoulders. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." There was no time to lose. Before the enemy caught on, I got ready immediately. In the end, those two insisted on coming along. I asked if they could ride. Lin Hu shook his head, and Chun Hong said, "I can. I learned from the stable hand at Squire Lu's place back when I was a tenant farmer." "All right, then come with me." Lin Hu and Chun Hong shared one horse. 3 men on 2 horses headed for T Mountain Town. In ancient times, the moon was very bright and the stars thick, convenient for traveling at night. We stopped 2 li from the town and tied the horses to a dead tree. "All right, you 2 wait for me here. I'll come back once it's done." "Huh?" The 2 stared wide-eyed. They'd meant to act together, so why leave them behind? I pushed the 2 of them back. "I'm leaving you here as backup. If something goes wrong, you rush back at once, get the hunting crew, and move up the mountain." The odds of being discovered were small, but that didn't mean it couldn't happen. Always prepare for both outcomes. If I was exposed, I'd lure the enemy away so they could get word back. The two of them stayed behind reluctantly, and I slowly crept toward T-Mountain Town. Once I'd slipped inside, I looked at the map and froze. This lacks. It was only just the hour of Z, yet there wasn't a single patrol. Most of them were gathered in one residential district. I enlarged the map. In the middle of the residential area stood a large mansion. That was the Chun family estate. There were over a dozen men on guard at the gate. It had to be the residence of the enemy's high-ranking commander. I easily slipped into the two apothecaries. Forget the precious medicines. The ordinary ones I couldn't carry off, and croton seeds were one of them. I filled 2 big sacks to the brim. With the sacks on my back, I followed the green dots on the map and crept toward the livestock market on East Street. 400 warhorses were concentrated in 3 courtyards, 2 yellow dots per courtyard. 400 horses, guarded by only 6 Western barbarians. The livestock market had a strong smell and was far from the residential district, but it sat right next to the eastern exit. At that thought, another idea rose up in me. Beyond my control, rather than drug them, why not take them all away? My heart burned, and the croton seeds couldn't go to waste. I ground them all up and returned to the residential district. There were 2 wells where the enemy was staying, and I dumped 1 sack into each. A dose that large would have them running to the latrine for a day or 2. Then I climbed over a wall into the livestock market courtyard. The 6 guards, as it turned out, were quartered separately, which made things far safer. Using a captured dagger, I slid open the door bolt, covered my nose and mouth with one hand, and drove the blade into the throat with the other, easily dispatching 1 man. I did the same to all 6, then went to the courtyards where the horses were penned, untied every one of them, and strung them together using their own reins. After clearing the first courtyard, then the second, then the third, 400 horses packed East Street solid, with the line stretching far beyond. There were another dozen or so tied up in the Chun family stables, but with guards watching them, I had to leave those behind. Hooves clopping, I led them out of East Street. Outside the town, Lin Hu and Chun Hong kept glancing in one direction. Why isn't he back yet? It's been almost 4 hours, Chun Hong asked. How many times are you going to ask? How would I know? Lin Hu paced back and forth, rubbing his hands, wearing the 2-meter stretch of road perfectly flat. Ugh. Chun Hong plopped down on the ground. They'd figured that the round trip plus the task would take 3 or 4 hours at most, and half that if it went smoothly, but now it had run far over. Brother Lin, do you think Big Brother's been captured? Lin Hu's steps halted, and he said sharply, don't talk nonsense. With San Lang's skills, even if he were discovered, T-Mountain Town wouldn't still be this quiet. There'd have to be some kind of commotion. In truth, his own heart was in a panic. He just couldn't show it. Those words were meant to comfort Chun Hong, and himself as well. Chun Hong was about to say something more when Lin Hu clapped a hand over his mouth. Shu, listen. A dense, muffled thunder of hooves rose up, mixed with the faint jingle of bells and repeated snorts. The two looked over. On the 6-meter-wide main road, a long black snake was winding its way toward them. Cavalry. Western barbarian cavalry. The two untied their horse and were about to flee, but they quickly realized something was off. Why were there no riders on the horses? When it drew closer, they finally made out a figure at the very head of the long snake. San Lang. Big Brother. The two rushed forward in excitement. Leading the reins, I joined up with them. I changed the plan on the spot, and it took extra time. You two won't hold it against me, will you? This. Looking at this huge herd of warhorses, the two were speechless. I shoved the reins into their hands. Come on, let's head back. We were too close to the town to move fast. I feared alarming the enemy, so we could only lead the horses at a slow walk. Only after we'd gone several li did we mount up and ride at a low speed. Back at our temporary base, everyone was still awake and all crowded around, their eyes shining at the sight of warhorse after warhorse. An ordinary horse could fetch 40 or 50 taels at market, and these warhorses were over 100 taels each. They were quite literally piles upon piles of silver. But this wasn't what they'd expected. Weren't we supposed to drug them? I gave a brief account of how I'd changed the plan on the spot. If you can just lead them away, who's going to bother drugging them? If you can get it all for free, who's going to spend money? Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Bao leaned in, his face flushed red. Good little brother, teach me to ride a horse. Why are you back? I remembered I'd sent him to take the wounded horses and the loot into the deep mountains. I want to kill barbarians too, he said excitedly. When I got back and told everyone what you'd done, especially when I brought out all that loot, a lot of the hunters wanted to come along, so I brought them over. No wonder there were quite a few more people. You want to learn to ride? Yes. All right, I'll have someone teach you later. Then I called Chun Hong over and had him tally up who could ride. The result came back quickly. Aside from me, Chun Hong, and Li Shan, hardly anyone could ride. Out of 300 people, only 5. I adjusted the plan swiftly. Keep 7 horses for our own use, and pick a group to take the remaining horses back into the deep mountains. Lin Bao among them. Lin Bao got annoyed. Lin San Lang, what's the meaning of this? My archery is plenty good. Second brother, you've misjudged me. I explained. Didn't you want to learn to ride? On the way back, have someone teach you. How are you going to learn it here? He thought about it and found it reasonable, so he nodded. Fine. I gave the task to Li Shan and had him go back along with them. Though the hunters who had to return felt some regret, they all followed orders. Staying wouldn't be much help and might just be a distraction. After everyone left, counting me, 237 remained. 7 who could ride, and 230 who couldn't. Now that the enemy had no horses, we needed a new plan. Half an hour later, it was already the second mark of the hour of Een, so I urged everyone to get some sleep. Chatting Town, just past the hour of Mao, early morning. Abur Toachi had just finished breakfast and was strapping on his armor. He was in a great mood. Not long ago, he'd earned merit on the battlefield, and that had gotten him this chance to carry out a mission alongside the young clan chief. The young chief, hot-blooded and hungry for glory, had rushed off non-stop to Nanping County, leaving Toachi behind to collect grain and gather wealth. When it came to loot, a remote little town might not fall short of a county seat at all. He had no complaints. First, he didn't have to fight. Second, he could skim some of the loot for himself. And third, once the mission was done, he'd share in the credit all the same. Just then a guard came rushing in. Lord Toachi, we've got trouble. The 50 men who went out last night still haven't returned, and the wealth and grain they were escorting have vanished. Toachi flew into a rage. What are you standing around for? Go send people to find them. Before that guard could even leave, another came running in. My lord, trouble. A huge number of soldiers have the runs. There aren't even enough latrines. The runs. Toachi had an ominous feeling. It was all too convenient. Years of soldiering had honed his instincts, and they told him he'd been targeted. But who was the enemy? Where were they hiding? How many were there? He knew nothing. On guard, the whole army on guard, he bellowed. A third guard burst in, stammering so hard he could barely speak. My lord, trouble. The horses are gone. Toachi felt a wave of dizziness and slumped down into his chair, dread spreading through his heart. He waved a hand. All of you out. Set up defensive works, and tell the centurions to come for a council. A short while later, the 4 centurions arrived, 2 of them pale and listless. Before Toachi could even speak, one of the centurions clenched his legs together and blurted out, Quick! Quick! Take me to the latrine. Can't you just hold, Toachi frowned, seeming to catch a strange smell. Take him away! Take him away! He ordered the guards to haul out the reeking centurion along with the other exhausted one, lit some incense, and resumed the council. A centurion named Tumu said, My lord, Centurion Chia has likely already met a grim fate, and the physician found that someone dumped a large amount of croton seeds into 2 of our wells. Over 200 of our men have been poisoned. Another centurion named Kongji added, The stable hands who tended the horses were all killed. I've confirmed there are chaotic hoofprints outside the town's eastern exit. The enemy must have driven the horses out through there. Toachi buried his face in his hands, sick with regret. He'd been careless. On campaign, they should have been ready for battle every moment, but a fleeting bout of arrogance had led to disaster. What do we do now? Tumu asked cautiously. Toachi gave his orders. Build defensive works right where we are, send out sentries to patrol against attack, and no one is to come or go without my command. He still didn't know who the enemy was or how strong they were, so the safest move was to hold position and wait. But my lord, that won't work, Tumu said urgently. All the grain and fodder we seized yesterday has already been sent off to the young chief. What's left won't feed us 2 days. What did you say? Tawachi flipped the table over in one motion. Only now did he remember that the squad escorting the grain had likewise disappeared without a trace. Two huge problems bore down on him at once. He wanted a decisive battle but had no idea where the enemy was, and if he dug in, he'd starve to death before the enemy ever struck. The unknown was the most terrifying thing of all. Cornered, Tawachi forced himself calm and gave the order. We can't just sit here and wait to die. After dark, send someone to the young chief for reinforcements and send out a few small squads to scout. We must find out the enemy's true strength. Yes. The two centurions took their orders and left. Outside town, I'd been keeping watch with my men all day and hadn't seen the enemy come out, but on the map the Western barbarians kept patrolling. This is a bit of a tough one. Now that the enemy was on guard, a frontal assault was out of the question, and any casualties on our side would break my heart. I scarfed down my last mouthful of food and said to Lin Hu and Chen Hong, I'm going to rest for a bit. If the enemy makes any move, wake me. The two nodded and urged me to hurry and rest. I wrapped myself in a blanket and fell asleep the moment I lay down. Everyone else had taken turns resting, but I was the only one who hadn't closed my eyes all day. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon rose over the treetops. At the north gate, a squad of 20 slipped out of town under the moonlight, fully armed and moving stealthily, but they couldn't fool the men I had watching around the clock. I was woken up, and the first thing I did was check the map. Besides this squad, there was one squad of 20 each at the west and east gates too. They'd split into 3 groups, but at least none was large. I had my 7 crack archers lead the ambushes and quickly gave the orders. Uncle Wu and Uncle Jiang Chun, take 60 men and ambush the north gate. Fang Qingyi and Wei Chongfeng, take men and ambush the east gate. Su Mu and Su Zhe, take men and ambush the west gate. Remember, don't get bogged down fighting, don't give chase. Your own safety comes first. Finally, I looked at Han Laiwang. You take the rest and keep watching Chatting Town. The men moved out. I and 6 others who could ride formed a mobile team, ready to reinforce wherever needed. Big brother, something's off. How come there's no enemy at the south gate? Chen Hong wondered. I was puzzled too. Yeah, it's a little strange. I'd never studied the art of war, never led troops before. What I'd picked up from history books and videos only went so far. I couldn't read the enemy's mind, so all I could do was watch. And then I spotted the oddity. 10 yellow dots and 10 green dots came out of the south gate and sped off. Where are they going? I froze, then it hit me. No, they're going for reinforcements. If the young chief came back with his men, the advantage I'd built would be wiped out. I took my 6 men and mounted up in hot pursuit. After a few miles, the gap hadn't closed at all. If anything, they were pulling away. My heart was in my throat. Am I really going to lose just like that? One of the hunters riding with me said, Boss, I know a shortcut. It'll let us skip the main road up ahead. Township main roads had to be 6 meters wide to let two-way horse carts pass, and since Namping County was mostly mountains and forests, the roads had been built winding all over the place to meet that standard. So unless you were driving a cart, the mountain footpaths were actually the villagers' first choice. Quick, lead the way. Time was life. Half an hour later, we finally beat the Western barbarians onto the main road. There was no time to build a proper barricade, so I used my hatchet to sharpen a few wrist-thick branches, drove them into the road, and lined our horses up across it, tied together. I said in a low voice, if you can't hit the man, hit the horse first. Whatever it takes, not a single one gets through. The rest of us hit on both sides of the road. Soon 10 riders came into view, closing fast. The moment they rounded the bend, they saw the horses blocking the road. Whoa, they reined in and stopped. The next instant, 7 sharp arrows flew as one. Ambush! One rider cried out in panic. Then a chill hit his neck and he lost all sensation. Another swatted an arrow away with his curved blade and was about to spur his horse and flee when his warhorse gave a shrieking whinny and threw him. Volley after volley followed. Of the 10, 3 were killed on the spot, 5 knocked from their horses, and the last 2 riders went white in the face and broke off the road to escape around the side. Stop them. I killed one with an arrow. Chen Hong shot at the other, but missed. Leave this to you. I'm going after him. I mounted up and gave chase. Several times I tried to draw my bow, but couldn't. I was no trained cavalryman, and the moment I let go of the reins, I lost my balance. So it went, one chasing, one fleeing, and soon we were near Oxhead Mountain. Up on Oxhead Mountain, a few bandits were on patrol. 2 nights ago, a squad of 500 cavalry had passed by in the dead of night, scaring them so badly they hadn't dared show their heads. The next day, a large train of villagers and merchants had come through, and only then did they learn the Western barbarians had invaded. Master One and Chief Chun, the head of the bandits, were on edge and had ordered them to tighten security and patrol at all times. Just as drowsiness was setting in, they seemed to hear hoofbeats again. A few of them peeked out, one rider far off, one near, both drawing closer. Then they heard the man behind shout, "By order of Lord Yen, I'm hunting a fugitive. Brothers of Oxhead Mountain, lend a hand and stop him. 500 taels of silver as reward." One man's eyes lit up. "Third brother, do we do it or not? Don't be daft. He calls us brothers and even knows Lord Yen. He's clearly one of us. Besides, 500 taels of silver. Of course we do it." Several of them charged down the slope and blocked the road. "Halt! Stop, or we shoot." Seeing the man on the horse in front pay them no mind, the one called third brother flew into a rage. "Shoot his horse." The horse was killed and the man tumbled off. He staggered back to his feet, and the bandits were about to move in when the one of us, on horseback, caught up from behind. He stopped 100 paces off, dismounted, knocked an arrow, loosed it, remounted, wheeled around, and galloped off, all in one smooth motion. And the man who'd fallen from his horse, already dead. The bandits stood there dumbfounded and shouted, "Brother, what about our 500 taels? I'll burn some for you." Inwardly, I was delighted. As I'd gotten close, I'd noticed men hiding on the mountain, and I never expected a little sweet-talking would end up doing me such a huge favor. When I got back to the ambush site, the others had long since finished the fight. "How'd it go? Anyone hurt?" "Relax, big brother. We used bows the whole time. Never gave them a chance to get close," Chun Hong answered. I let out a deep breath. "Good. Now let's hurry back." I had no idea how things stood back at Chatting Town. It was more than 30 miles away, well outside my detection range, so we spurred our horses and raced back. When we reached our base and saw the joy on everyone's faces, I finally relaxed. "Sanling, you're back," Linhu said happily. I nodded. "Big brother, tell me how it went on your end." Linhu began recounting it. After I left, the 3 squads went to their ambushes. The enemy's 2 smaller squads scattered as soon as they were hit and put up no real resistance. The 3rd squad charged straight into the arrow rain, but our men knew how to play to their strengths, fighting and retreating, giving ground when the enemy pressed and pressing when the enemy fell back, and wiped that squad out completely, with 5 of our men lightly wounded. The moment I heard someone was hurt, I asked at once, "Where are they? Where were they hit?" "Don't worry, just arm wounds. There's no doctor here, so they've already been sent back." "Good. And the Western barbarians?" Lin, who looked regretful. "A dozen or so still got away. We had eyes on them the whole time and never noticed anything unusual." At the Chun residence in Chatting Town, the floor was a scene of wreckage, and the centurion stood off to the side, not daring to make a sound. A disgrace. An outrage. Battle-hardened cavalry, beaten by a bunch of country bumpkins. Tawachi was beside himself with fury. "Gather the men. At dawn tomorrow, you follow me and we crush these dirt farmers." He'd assumed he was up against elite Great Een troops, never imagining his opponents were nothing but local hunters banded into a militia. Early the next morning, Tawachi led his centurions out through the west side of town, and behind them 300 horseless Western barbarian cavalry poured out like a pack of wolves, descending on the nearest village. I'd already seen them gathering, and now that they'd come out of town, they'd probably figured out who the hunting team was. The lucky part was they still didn't know exactly where we were. But going village to village like this, they'd find us sooner or later. My hunting team was fine at loosing arrows from hiding, but in close combat, they were no match for these regulars. "Does anyone know a mountain range nearby that's easy to defend and hard to attack?" I asked. My clan uncle Lin Poyen stepped forward. "The mountains nearby are all ridges you can climb from any side. The only one that's really rugged is the deep mountain range where we hunt. It's a natural place for an ambush. And there are only two ways up. One is remote and hidden. The other is the same path we take into the mountains. The path we used was a long slope formed naturally by a landslide, barely 2 zhang wide, but over 20 zhang long, and so steep that the men had to stop and rest partway every time they climbed it. Lin Hu looked a little worried. But our families and the other villagers are all in the deep mountains. We can't worry about that now. My expression turned grave. The hunting team moves into the deep mountains to set the ambush immediately. Chun Hong and the others, and I will lure the enemy away. I dared take this risk because I was confident I could hold the enemy outside the deep mountains. And even if they did charge up, dealing with them among the forest would only be easier. The one condition was that the enemy couldn't be too many. Once they numbered over 1,000, I'd rather lead them in circles than draw them toward the deep mountains. Seeing that my mind was made up, the men set to work. Their trust in my word was absolute. The Western barbarians searched one village, then another, and never found a single hunter. Enraged, they cursed. You lowly-ean people, where the hell are you hiding? My lord, should we split up? Tumu spurred his horse forward. Toachi glared at him. Fool, they're definitely watching us from hiding. The moment we divide our forces, do you want to be picked off one group at a time? Rich in experience, he reasoned the enemy couldn't be too numerous, probably even fewer than his own force. Otherwise, they'd have attacked by now. If he scattered his men, the enemy would strike out like vipers. And he'd guessed right about me. It was precisely because I saw they wouldn't split up that I resorted to my plan. Watching the enemy close in on my temporary base, I moved out with Chun Hong and the others. Come on, next village. That village had two directions, north into the deep mountains and south. What I needed to do was lead the enemy south and buy time for my men. As the enemy drew near, we got ready, and when they were about 200 meters from the village, 7 of us on horseback burst out. Towachi hesitated for a moment when he spotted us, wary of an ambush, but the instant he saw us riding so clumsily we were practically wobbling in the saddle, he gave the order without a second thought. After them. That, of course, was deliberate on my part. If I let the enemy fall too far behind, how could I lead them in circles? Though Towachi and his 4 centurions were mounted, they never pulled away from the main body of troops. Chatting Town had a total of 13 villages, and the area wasn't large, so after half an hour the enemy began to sense something was off. Kongji said, doubtful, "My lord, I think we just passed this spot." "You're saying they're leading us in circles?" Towachi narrowed his eyes. He too found the village ahead familiar, and immediately gave an order. Take 50 men and hide inside the next village. When they pass through again, cut them off. But how could that fool me? While controlling my speed, I was watching the map, and I saw 50 yellow dots break away and slip into the village behind us. Pretending not to notice, I circled around once more, and when I came to that village again, I yanked hard on the reins and rode off in a different direction. Damn it! Kongji hacked his blade into a haystack, grinding his teeth in fury. They didn't realize they'd been exposed and thought I'd simply changed direction on a whim. When I passed again, same spot, same scene played out. Kongji saw it clearly this time. As the man in front turned, he even shot a contemptuous glance in his direction. Knowing there was no more hiding it, Kongji left the village and reported to Towachi. Towachi was a little uneasy. What are these people up to? They wouldn't engage, just kept circling, and the only explanation he could come up with was, they were stalling for time, giving others a chance to withdraw. He pulled out his map and studied it. Chatting Town had been circled all over, all except the northward direction, which I had deliberately avoided. Trying to run? Dream on. Towachi sneered, ordering the pursuit halted, and turned to head straight north. Huh, why'd they stop chasing? Someone said in surprise. I reined in, and once I made out their movement, I sighed softly. Looks like the enemy's seen through what we're doing. Still, I wasn't too worried. Over an hour had passed, and my men had surely finished setting up. Big brother, what now? Chen Hong sidled over. I gave a careless smile. So they figured it out? So what? Come on, let's give them some more trouble. We rode after them. Every bit of delay was a bit gained. When we got close, we'd loose a volley of arrows and stop. If they chased, we'd fall back. If they didn't, we'd keep tailing and harassing them. My lord, give the order. Let me take men and cut them off. Kongji stepped up to request battle, Having been toyed with again and again, he was on the verge of losing it. Tawachi said coldly, "No need to split forces for a mere handful of men. The more they carry on like this, the more it proves they're even more anxious than we are. The enemy can't have fled far." He pointed at the ground and asked, "What can you tell from this?" Kongji scratched his head. "Footprints, what else?" Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Besides the jumble of footprints, there were cart ruts and warhorse hoof prints. "You mean, my lord, they've got a lot of baggage, and they've got the warhorses we lost." Tawachi nodded, satisfied. "Exactly. Once we take back the horses, we'll show them what cavalry can do." In ancient times, cavalry was a crucial arm. In an age without high technology, they were all but invincible. We harassed them the whole way, but long-range arcing shots only wounded a dozen or so and did little good. So after tailing them a while, we gave up, circled around by the footpaths, and got into the deep mountains ahead of them. When I saw the defensive works already built on the slope, joy spread across my face. How did you all manage this?" There were more than a dozen boulders the size of millstones, and countless more the size of wash basins, plus dozens of thick, sturdy rolling logs laid out to the side, and bundles of brand-new arrows stacked up like a woodpile. "Your uncle's the one who got all this," one hunter said with a grin. "My uncle." I looked around and saw my uncle and my two cousins directing everyone as they trimmed the edges of the rolling logs. I hurried over. "Uncle, how did you come up with all this?" "You have to understand, my uncle was a genuine old farmer through and through. He should have been completely clueless about this sort of thing. How would I know how to do this?" Uncle waved a hand. "Making the arrows was my idea. I knew you were leading men against the barbarians, and you can't do that without arrows. So I called in all the blacksmiths and had them forge every scrap of unneeded ironware into arrowheads, and the folks who weren't busy all made shafts together. As for the stones and rolling logs, a fellow named Zhou Yun came to me and said you'd need these to fight off the barbarians, so I had people prepare them." He finished with a timid little question. "Sanlang, cutting down trees without permission is against the law? We won't get in trouble, will we?" "It's fine." I gave a wry smile. At a time like this, who still cared about that? Uncle breathed a sigh of relief. "Is it enough? If not, I'll get people to make more." It's enough. With all this, forget 500 men. I was absolutely confident I could hold off even 1,000. At that moment, I'd become deeply curious about this Zhou Yun. Lin Bao pulled me off to find him. Zhou Yun was instructing a villager on shaping a stone, knocking the corners round. A man of about 30 with a thin beard. From talking with him, I learned he was a discharged veteran, having worked his way up from foot soldier to squad leader, until an enemy chopped off the little finger of his right hand. Unable to grip a blade, he'd been let go. I cupped my hands in a bow. "Brother Zhou, what you did has helped me enormously." "You mustn't, Master Lin." Zhou Yun quickly stepped aside. "Your uncle carries a lot of weight. People listen to what he says. I only offered a small suggestion." I shook my head. Sometimes one good suggestion is worth 1,000 troops. I took him to the slope leading up the mountain. "Brother Zhou, if the job of holding them off were given to you, how would you do it?" The enemy would arrive in less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn down, and I was confident I could keep them from getting up the mountain, but I wanted all the more to hear this battle-tested veteran's opinion. Zhou Yun thought it over. "Master Lin, do you want to wipe them out, or just drive them off?" "Wipe them out, of course," I said without hesitation. "Understood." He pointed at the 300-plus men standing at the ready. "Then don't bunch them all in one spot. I've counted the enemy's numbers. 50 men here is enough. Pull the rest back and spread them out, each finding cover and staying hidden. And hold off on the rocks and rolling logs for now. Use them only when the enemy launches a full-scale attack." "Why?" "There are about 300 of them. The first wave will most likely be a probe, not many men. If you kill them all the moment they attack, or halfway through the attack, what happens?" It dawned on me. "You mean, kill them off gradually, so the enemy gets the illusion that just one more push, and we'll break through?" "Precisely." Zhou Yun nodded. I nodded silently. You can never go wrong listening to someone who's been there. This was hidden treasure. I quickly readjusted and got everything in order before the enemy arrived. Abur Taachi and his 4 centurions rode at the front, and behind them 300 now horseless cavalry charged forward in a mighty mass, stopping at the foot of the mountain. "My lord, look up ahead," one centurion said, pointing at the slope. They think this is going to stop our cavalry? Towachi scoffed. We'll be up there in moments and slaughter every last one. Battle-hardened, he'd spotted the ambush at a glance, but he didn't take it to heart. The centurion reminded him quietly, My lord, but we don't have horses now. In moments, maybe more than we can manage. Damn it, Towachi's face went cold. When had he ever been this humiliated? Proud cavalry, forced to fight like infantry. He gave the order. Kongji, take 50 warriors and charge. Kongji dismounted to avoid becoming a priority target, counted off 50 men, and rushed the slope. The moment they reached the base of the slope, they were met with arrows, but he noticed it wasn't as dense as he'd imagined. Brothers, charge with me. Kill them all, and take back our horses. The Western barbarian cavalry raised their round shields, blocking arrows as they struggled upward. Now and then a man took an arrow and rolled down, but most were stopped by the shields. Keep going, we're almost up. So far he'd only lost a dozen or so. There was every chance he'd claim the first honor. My lord, they're about to make it up. Towachi merely smiled it off, just a bunch of dirt farmers. He then ordered the second wave, Tomu leading 50 men close behind. Kongji was nearly at the top, with a dozen or so men still around him, and his heart soared. The reward for first honor was no small thing, and it might even earn him a promotion. Charge, he roared, and led the last of his men up over the top at last, and then he was dumbstruck. Millstone-sized boulders and logs thick as a man's embrace loomed right before him. How come they never used these? Before he could work it out, a black mass of arrows came raining down and turned them into pincushions. The Western barbarian troops at the bottom couldn't see the carnage because of the angle and were still cheering. They made it up. We won. My lord, let's charge too. The pent-up frustration in Towachi's chest finally released, more satisfying than betting a few girls. He hesitated no longer and swept his hand forward. Brothers, charge with me. Over 200 cavalry, led by their commander, came surging up like ravening wolves, to take back the horses, to slaughter these people who didn't know their place, to seize grain, women, and wealth. Charge. Kill them all. Lin, whose pupils shrank abruptly. Brother Zhou. No rush. Zhou Yun shook his head calmly. Tomu at the front bore the brunt and was about to crest the top, clearing the way for the charge behind him. But suddenly he felt uneasy. Where was Kongji, who'd reached the top first? Why was there no sound from him? He glanced back at Lord Towachi, charging up the midway point, and relaxed. No scheme or trickery could stand up against sheer, overwhelming force. Kill. The moment he turned back, he saw the last sight of his life. Splat. A millstone-sized boulder rolled right over him and, meeting no resistance, rolled on down the mountain. Rumble, 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 rumble. What's that sound? The Western barbarian cavalry shifted their round shields aside a fraction and were struck with sudden terror. Countless boulders were hurtling down at them. Ah, help! They turned to flee, but two legs were no match for rolling stones, and they were quickly overtaken. On the Tuzhong-wide slope, a bloody scene played out, blood dyeing the ground red. Screams and curses blended into one. After the boulders came the arrow rain, and the last two centurions were killed on the spot. My lord, run. Under his men's cover, Towachi fled to the foot of the mountain. Bastards. Arg. Damn these people. He raged, powerless. A full 300 cavalry all but wiped out, fewer than 20 men left behind him. Now he had only one thought. Run. Run as fast as he could. He vaulted onto his horse and, with his remnant troops, fled at a dead gallop. At the mountain path of Greater Chatting Mountain, I saw thick smoke rising from the direction of the deep mountains, and the corners of my mouth turned up. Brothers, ready for battle. I'd been waiting a long while. After readjusting my strategy, I'd taken over 100 men down a footpath and stationed us here. Zhou Yun was a battle-tested veteran with real skill, so with him watching that side I felt at ease, and what I had to do was wipe out these barbarians completely, not leaving a single one. The hoofbeats grew from far to near, only to be blocked by a large tree in the middle of the mountain path. Towachi's face filled with shock. With a shout of "Loose!" 2 volleys of arrows came down, and the Western barbarian cavalry all toppled into pools of blood. Big brother, we won. Chen Hong threw a hard fist pump. I put away my bow and said with a smile, Come on, let's head back. Once we'd collected the spoils, we returned in high spirits to the deep mountains, where Zhou Yun was organizing men to bury the enemy dead. I said regretfully, Brother Zhou, I forgot about the bodies. 1 or 2 would be fine, but a large pile could easily breed plague, and I'd forgotten all about it. It's cold out, it's fine, Zhou Yun said, walking over. I'll handle these. There's no time to lose. The most important thing for you right now is to lead men and clean out the remaining troops at Chatting Town, so none of them escape. I nodded. That suited me perfectly. I left a few men to help him. The bodies in the forest didn't need tending. Nature would take care of them. We just had to deal with the ones left exposed out in the open. Uncle tugged at my sleeve. Why are you leaving again? Won't you go back and take a look around? Don't worry, Uncle, I'll be back soon this time. Truth be told, I missed my wife dearly. It had been several days, and I longed for her. But now wasn't the time. The revolution hadn't yet succeeded, and there was still work to be done. Before dark, I set out for Chatting Town with over 400 men. This time, team member or not, every hunter came along. Chatting Towns for exits, east, south, west, north, had only low earthen walls, not even a proper gate to speak of. I posted 50 men at each exit to prevent escapes, and led over 200 into the town myself. There was none of the fighting and resistance I'd imagined. Only 50 or 60 sick and weak men drained to exhaustion. With a dose that heavy, anyone with a frail constitution would be on the toilet 2 or 3 days no matter what. Sanlang, what now? Lin Hu asked. I sat in the main hall of the Chun residence and gave orders methodically. Big brother, second brother, and Chun Hong, gather up all the useful supplies. Fong Qingyi, Wei Changfeng, Jiang Chun, Han Lai Wang. The 4 of you each take men and search every corner. Don't let a single one slip through the net. Uncle Lin and Su Mu and Su Zhe take the rest and tie up all the prisoners. Everyone set to work. During the search, we caught a few Western barbarian cavalry in hiding, each of them hanging his head like a frightened quail. Not fully at ease, I swept the map again. There were still 2 yellow dots hiding in the town, one in the residential district and one at the livestock market on East Street. You 4 come with me. Baffled, the 4 crack archers followed. I walked straight into a small courtyard's kitchen, smashed the chimney. This area was Fong Qingyi's to handle. Without a word, he grabbed a pole and struck at it. Bang, bang, bang. The mud brick chimney soon broke open, chunks of earth falling out, and there was a Western barbarian, black with soot from head to toe, staring at us in terror. Oh my God, there really was someone. The men looked at me with admiration, like finding rabbits on the mountain. One look, and I found them every time. The second one was by the manure pit at the East Street livestock market. Everyone stared at the pit, dazed, throats bobbing involuntarily. Good heavens. This area was Jiang Chen's to search. His face darkened as he yanked out a swaying bamboo pole, and before long another Western barbarian's head poked out. First he gulped for air, then, taking in his situation, the man went completely still. Fong Qingyi and Jiang Chen stepped forward. We failed to complete our task. Please punish us, boss. Everyone else had finished, and only their assigned areas had slipped up. I hadn't said anything, but they felt bad about it themselves. Never mind. I waved a hand. The Western barbarians are crafty. Be more careful from now on. The 2 captured barbarians goggled their eyes. What did you say? We hid ourselves this well, and you still dug us out, and you're calling us crafty? Back in the main hall, Lin Bao pulled me over to 2 big chests. Sanlang, look what I found. 2 large chests packed full of silver, roughly 10,000 taels at a glance. And that wasn't even counting the jewels and jewelry on top. We're rich. My eyes lit up. Thank you, Western barbarians, for the gift. There wasn't much grain, though. I already knew the grain they'd plundered had long since been shipped off to Nanping County. In the deep mountains, everyone gathered around bonfires, singing and dancing, fragrant rice to eat as much as they liked, with wild rabbit and roast chicken sizzling and dripping fat by the fires. This time we brought back plenty of good things from Chatting Town. Besides the gold, silver, and jewels, there was a large amount of cloth and cotton. And finally, in the ice cellars of several restaurants, we found the game I'd sold them that they hadn't yet shipped away, back in my hands again. While dealing with the bodies, Zhou Yun had even found residents of Qingchuan town, and we'd hauled back a dozen cartloads of grain too. Now we truly had no shortage of money or food. One hunter, gnawing on roast meat, sighed. Ah, good thing I had the foresight to hide in the mountains. Those who ran for Nanping County are the ones who got it bad. My heart jolted. Wasn't that the truth? Working out the timing. Of the 1,000 cavalry, 500 had gone ahead to Nanping County with the young chief, and it wasn't until the next day that the villagers of Chatting Town got word and fled. And the ones who ran toward Nanping County were all the wealthy households. Hadn't they run straight onto the blade? I picked at my rice, wondering how many of the shopkeepers I'd done business with would survive, and how about that newly transferred manager Qian? I wondered if he'd be regretting it right about now. Uncle, tell me what's happened in the mountains these past few days. I'd been away this whole time and hadn't been able to look after things in the mountains. The deep mountains were the deep mountains, after all. With so many people hiding out there, I worried something might go wrong. There were some incidents, Uncle said, frowning. When we first hid here, a lot of households didn't have beast repellent powder, and a few villagers got bitten by wolves. Luckily, the hunting team spotted it in time and drove them off. And then a brown bear came out of somewhere. A brown bear? I frowned. Wasn't that just a bear? That's right, Uncle said. At the time, the hunting team was all off fighting barbarians with you, so no one could deal with it, and the villagers had no choice but to move from that area to somewhere else. I nodded. With the barbarians not yet driven off, we'd have to live in the deep mountains a while longer, so these beasts needed to be cleared out as soon as possible. I arranged things accordingly, and the moment the men heard they'd get to go hunting with me again, they perked right up in excitement. After the meal, everyone rested, and the busiest man now was Zhao Mingyuan, exhausted but happy. I'd given him a task: take inventory of all the captured money, grain, and goods, and calculate the post-battle rewards. There was no way to tally up who'd contributed more or less, but the number of times a man had fought could be counted. 5 taels per battle, 10 for 2, another 5 for being wounded, and 5 more for being seriously wounded, though no one qualified for the last, since there were no serious wounds. I returned to my own cave, where Susu had already prepared hot water for washing up. Seeing the wife I'd been longing for, I only felt she'd grown more beautiful. Wife, I missed you so much. I pulled her into my arms. Husband, I missed you too. Her delicate body trembled faintly, the last 2 words as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If not for my heightened senses, I truly wouldn't have caught them. My heart brimmed with joy. I could hold my soft, gentle wife to sleep again. When I woke, the sun was already high. Once I'd filled my belly, I found Zhao Mingyuan with dark circles under his eyes, one hand flicking the abacus, the other scribbling furiously. Scholar Zhao hard at work? He gave me a resentful look. Boss, at least find me a few people to help. You can't work an ox and a horse this hard. All right, I'll go find some right now. I'd been so eager to see my wife, I really had forgotten about this. I asked Uncle to pick a few people who knew arithmetic to help, then gathered the men. Today there was only one task: eliminate every threat in the surrounding area. Over 400 hunters, shoulder to shoulder, swept the deep mountains where we lived. My top target was that bear, a big red dot, easy to find. Brown fur, weighing over 1,000 caddies. A grown brown bear like this could already fight a tiger, only much slower. Attacking a brown bear still left a man a chance to escape. Attacking a tiger meant near certain death unless the tiger was some saint reincarnated. I didn't dare be careless. It was slower than a tiger, but it wouldn't be slower than people like us. I trailed behind it, looking for my chance, and near noon the brown bear caught a gazelle. It was now at the foot of a cliff. The chance had come. I had everyone else stay well away, and led 100 experienced men quietly around to the top of the cliff. Once everyone was in position, I struck first, and over 100 sharp arrows crashed down. The brown bear instantly went berserk and charged at us, but it simply couldn't climb the nearly 90-degree cliff, and I directed the men to loose a few more arrows. After several failed attempts to get up, it turned without hesitation and fled. That's enough. I waved the men off. It had at least 100 arrows in it. All we had to do was stay close behind and wait for it to bleed to death. Before long, it stopped not far off, its deep red dot gradually dimming, until it finally turned yellow. The map does that too. I was surprised. It was the first time I'd noticed. Back on Oxhead Mountain, that huge pack of wolves had posed an even greater threat to me than the brown bear, yet they'd always been yellow dots. From this, I deduced a conclusion. What the map showed was the outcome of a fair one-on-one fight. Now that the brown bear was gravely wounded and its combat power had plummeted, its threat as a single creature had dropped, so it turned yellow, but I had no intention of getting close, because yellow meant it was still anyone's game. If a child bites an adult, it won't kill you, but it'll hurt. Why not play it safe and sneaky? Gradually, the yellow dot 2 faded until it vanished. Done. I called the men over to skin and butcher it on the spot and haul it back, leaving a portion to roast for lunch. Honestly, it didn't taste great, but everyone else ate it with satisfaction. After the meal, I led the rest of the men to keep sweeping rabbits, pheasants, wild boar, wolf packs. Whatever we came across, we spared nothing, pushing 3 or 4 mountain ranges deeper than our living area. As the sky darkened, everyone headed home. Uncle stroked the brown bear's hide over and over, unable to put it down. Sanlang, this is a fine pelt. It could sell for 1 or 200 taels. Who said anything about selling it? I refused. You and Ann aren't old, but people feel the cold more as they age, so I was thinking of making you two a bear fur coat. Huh. Uncle's eyes went wide, moving from surprise to disbelief and then to excitement, the cold wind flushing his face red. How could I accept that? He rubbed the jade thumb ring on his left hand. His mind already switched to the depths of winter, snow flying, him and his wife strolling the village in glossy bear fur coats, the neighbors casting envious glances his way. His title of Squire Lynn would then be truly cemented. At that thought, even the meat in his bowl lost its flavor. He tossed the bowl aside and ran off. He remembered someone in the neighboring village was a leather worker. After the meal, Zhao Mingyuan came to find me. The accounts were settled, but the rewards would have to wait until tomorrow. First, because it was too late, and second, because I had to lead the men in processing the game, salting what needed salting and drying what needed drying. By the time it was all done, it was past the hour of Sue, and only then did Uncle come wobbling back. How'd it go, Uncle? I knew he'd gone to find the leather worker. Oh. Uncle knotted his brows into a tangle. That leather worker said he can't do it right now without the proper tools, and even with the tools, it'd take at least 2 months or more to finish. I sighed too. Well, so much for looking sharp this year. I'd even gotten mink pelts ready, thinking of making my wife a mink coat. Early the next morning, it was payday again. The hunters had gathered long before, and onlookers among the villagers were beyond counting. The 2 large chests beside me were already open, the gleaming white silver dazzling to the eye, cloth and cotton piled up alongside. The boss is a stand-up man. Who'd have thought fighting barbarians would come with silver to share? I wonder how much I'll get. 2 taels would be nice, enough to make cotton clothes for the whole family. Narrow, so narrow. What's narrow? Your outlook's narrow. Open your eyes and look at those 2 big chests of silver. Do you really think 5 taels ahead would empty them? Wait, they're handing all this out. What did you expect? Remember one thing. Stick with the boss and you'll eat meat. The crowd was fired up. I pressed both hands downward, and instantly it fell dead silent. My name is Lin Xiao. I'm the founder of the Lin family hunting team, and also the organizer of this defense against the invaders. You all put your lives on the line to fight the barbarians with me. That's your trust in me, your faith in me. We united as one and destroyed the invaders, protected our property, and shielded our parents, brothers, and sisters. I stand here to tell you all, you are the pride of your families, the guardians of your hometown, the heroes of the great Yin dynasty. I shifted my tone. So, heroes must not shed both blood and tears. You deserve to be honored, respected, and rewarded. Now, let the payout begin. The moment I finished, the applause rolled on and on. Zhao Mingyuan stepped out holding a small ledger. Will the heroes whose names are called please step forward to receive their reward? You may also exchange it for cloth or cotton of equal value. Zhu Xiaodian, 5 taels of silver. Whoa, the crowd stirred with excitement. Everyone knew I was going lowest to highest, and if the very first man got 5 taels, how much would come after? I handed the silver over with both hands and patted his shoulder. Keep it up. Thank you, boss. Zhu Xiaodian felt like he was dreaming. A full 5 taels, how long would you have to farm to earn that? And he wasn't even a team member. He'd only tagged along at the very end to guard a gate at Chatting Town. The rewards continued. Sun Daniu, 5 taels. Chen Xiaoyu, 10 taels. Xian Montsong, 15 taels. Lin Poyan, 20 taels. Fang Qingyi, 20 taels. The final name I read out myself. Zhou Yun, 30 taels. Zhou Yun covered his right fist with his left palm and gave a military salute. Thank you, boss. Those who got 20 taels were all veteran members except for Li Shan of Qingchuan Town. As for Zhou Yun's 30, no one begrudged it. By the end of the payout, the cloth and cotton had all been exchanged away, and nearly 7,000 taels of silver had been handed out. I didn't feel a pang of regret. I understood the principle that scattering wealth draws people together. If you want the horse to run, you've got to feed it well. Besides, it wasn't as if I'd come away with nothing. There were still 2,000 taels left from the Chatting Town Hall, not to mention all the gold and silver jewelry, plus over 3,000 taels worth of silver notes captured at Qingchuan Town, none of which I had to bring out to share. Truly a bumper harvest. I rummaged in the chest. How come there's still 30 taels left? I counted it and looked at Zhao Mingyuan. Must be a mistake in the accounts, he said, the picture of innocence. I waved it off. Never mind, you've worked hard enough. The crowd who'd received their rewards were slow to disperse. Those who got a lot beaming with joy, those who got little kicking themselves. Why didn't I go fight the barbarians sooner? It wasn't that they weren't grateful, but nothing stings quite like comparison. They turned their eyes to me. Boss, take us to fight the barbarians, someone shouted. I was taken aback. Fight them where? Namping County, of course. That's right, to Namping County. Are you trying to go get yourselves killed? I scolded. Chatting Town is nothing like Namping County. The ground there is flat, and one cavalry charge would leave every one of us dead. Boss, we have horses too. Once we learn to ride, we'll be cavalry ourselves. I could only laugh in exasperation. Riding a horse wasn't that simple. Take Lin Bao. After all this time learning, all he could do was stay in the saddle at a walk. Put him in real combat, and he'd be as useless as a lantern in an outhouse. Still, I didn't want to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, so I took out the leftover 30 taels from the chest. All right, since you want to be cavalry and fight barbarians, then learn. Besides me, 7 others can ride, and starting today, they're your cavalry instructors. Whoever wants to learn, go sign up with them. And to boost your enthusiasm, in 3 days we'll hold a riding contest. See these 30 taels in my hand. That's the reward for the top 3. I'm signing up. Me too. In an instant, the 7 riders were mobbed so thick you couldn't squeeze through. All right, one at a time. Hey, who stepped on my foot? Stop tugging. Those are my pants. The scene descended into chaos in no time. I couldn't be bothered to deal with it, shook my head, and walked off. Everyone had gone off to learn riding. There wasn't even anyone left to run an errand. I found Uncle. Uncle, you're not learning to ride, are you? No. I'm planning to find a carpenter to build a carriage box. I want to ride in a carriage. I was pleasantly surprised. Uncle had finally learned how to enjoy himself. A good sign. Perfect. Then, there's something now that has to have you at the front of it. What's that? Uncle, look, the men who fought the barbarians with me all got their share of silver, but the villagers who quarried stone, felled trees, and made arrow shafts helped out a lot too. I want to pull out a cartload of grain, add in the meat we brought back from Chatting Town, and give a little to every household. Lin Jining thought it over. Those ordinary families really did live hand to mouth, and after all, it was only some grain, which his household could still afford. He nodded. All right, I'll take care of it.